Thiazides hydrochlorothiazide. Used for edema, HTN, diabetes insipidus. MOA. Reduce Na reabsorption by inhibiting Na plus Cl cotransporter in the ascending loop of Henle equal prevent reabsorption of Na in kidneys equal increased excretion of Na, and thus water. There is also an increase in excretion of Cl, K, and bicarb. Side effects: hypokalemia, hyperglycemia, hyperlipidemia, hyponatremia, hypocalcemia, low blood pressure, orthostatic hypertension. Decreases responsiveness to oral hypoglycemics. Loop diuretics. Used for hypocalcemia, hypokalemia, pulmonary edema, CHF, HTN. MOA. Inhibits Na and Cl reabsorption in ascending loop of Henle equal increases excretion of Na, Cl, and water. Very rapid effect. Side effects: hyperglycemia, electrolyte imbalance, hypokalemia, hypovolemia, hypertension, ototoxic. Potassium-sparing diuretics. MOA. Inhibition of aldosterone by canrenone equal increases Na plus excretion, decreases K plus secretion, and excretion equal Na plus excretion promotes water excretion. Side effects: hyperkalemia. Contraindication: hyperkalemia, renal insufficiency. Adrenergic agents. To reduce blood pressure, drugs in this category will inhibit, block, the following receptors, thus producing an opposite effect. Alpha-1 causes peripheral vasoconstriction. Alpha-2 causes reduced sympathetic response. Drug to help with blood pressure will agonize this receptor. Beta-1 causes increased heart rate, conduction and contractility. Beta-2 causes increased heart rate, bronchodilation.
Antilipemic drugs. Used to lower lipid levels, cholesterol, triglycerides, phospholipids. High-density lipoprotein equal good. HDL transports fats from tissues to liver equal cholesterol is used to form bile salts that are excreted low-density lipoprotein equal bad. LDL transports fats from liver to tissues for use or storage, but some get stored in lining of blood vessels equal atherosclerosis. Statins, HMG-CoA reductase inhibitors. Drops LDL and raises HDL levels, drug is taken for life. Used to prevent atherosclerosis, reduce likelihood of CAD. MOA. Drug inhibits the enzyme that is responsible for converting HMG-CoA to mevalonate equal biosynthesis of cholesterol is limited. Side effects: myopathy, muscle weakness. Contraindication: grapefruit juice, reduces metabolism by liver, pregnancy, liver, kidney disease. Bile acid resins. Used to prevent atherosclerosis. MOA. Resins bind to bile acids, which contain cholesterol, in the GI system equal this combo creates an insoluble compound equal leads to excretion. Decrease in bile acid triggers the liver to synthesize more bile acid from its precursor, cholesterol equal lower cholesterol levels. Side effects: no systemic effects because drug stays in GI tract. Take with liquid to avoid GI upset. Contraindicated in PTS with ulcers, IBD, hemorrhoids, constipation. Fibric acid derivatives. Used to prevent atherosclerosis. MOA. Unknown mechanism lowers LDL plus raises HDL. Side effects: GI effects, gallstones. Contraindicated in gallbladder disease, biliary disease.
This statement is not ours, but the testimony comes from within, and from the Greeks themselves, and supplies its proof by the words which have been already quoted and by those which will hereafter be set forth in due order. This is what our holy scriptures also teach, in which it is contained, that in the beginning the worship of the visible luminaries had been assigned to all the nations, and that to the Hebrew race alone had been entrusted the full initiation into the knowledge of God the Maker and Artificer of the universe, and of true piety towards Him. So then among the oldest of mankind there was no mention of a theogony, either Greek or barbarian, nor any erection of lifeless statues, nor all the silly talk that there is now about the naming of the gods both male and female. In fact, the titles and names which men have since invented were not as yet known among mankind, No, nor yet invocations of invisible demons and spirits, nor absurd mythologies about gods and heroes, nor mysteries of secret initiations, nor anything at all of the excessive and frivolous superstition of later generations. These then were men's inventions, and representations of our mortal nature, or rather new devices of base and licentious dispositions, according to our divine oracle which says, the devising of idols was the beginning of fornication. In fact, the polytheistic error of all the nations is only seen long ages afterwards, having taken its beginning from the Phoenicians and Egyptians, and passed over from them to the other nations, and even to the Greeks themselves. For this again is affirmed by the history of the earliest ages, which history itself it is now time for us to review, beginning from the Phoenician records. Now the historian of this subject is Sanchuniathon, an author of great antiquity, and older, as they say, than the Trojan times, one whom they testify to have been approved for the accuracy and truth of his Phoenician history. Philo of Byblos, not Hebrew, translated his whole work from the Phoenician language into Greek, and published it. The author in our own day of the compilation against us mentions these things in the 4th book of his treatise against the Christians, where he bears the following testimony to Sanchuniathon, word for word. Of the affairs of the Jews the truest history, because the most in accordance with their places and names, is that of Sanchuniathon of Berytus, who received the records from Hierombolus the priest of the god Io. He dedicated his history to Abibulus king of Berytus, and was approved by him and by the investigators of truth in his time. Now the times of these men fall even before the date of the Trojan War, and approach nearly to the times of Moses, as is shown by the successions of the kings of Phoenicia. And Sanchuniathon, who made a complete collection of ancient history from the records in the various cities and from the registers in the temples, and wrote in the Phoenician language with a love of truth, lived in the reign of Semiramis, the queen of the Assyrians, who is recorded to have lived before the Trojan War or in those very times. And the works of Sanchuniathon were translated into the Greek language by Philo of Byblos. So wrote the author before mentioned, bearing witness at once to the truthfulness and antiquity of the so-called theologian. But he, as he goes forward, treats as divine not the God who is over all, nor yet the gods in the heaven, but mortal men and women, not even refined in character, such as it would be right to approve for their virtue, or emulate for their love of wisdom, but involved in the dishonor of every kind of vileness and wickedness. He testifies also that these are the very same who are still regarded as gods by all both in the cities and in country districts. But let me give you the proof of this out of his writings.
I do listen to his stories, okay? And the thing about what he said, though, was not what these scientists are saying or these archaeologists are saying. He said that he studied the Hittite writings, okay? And from what I've heard that's coming out of his writing, it doesn't necessarily sound like a Hittite. It sounds like the Phoenicians, because the Phoenicians are the ones who believed in the mountain gods and the giants, you know what I mean? Like the oracles of Delphi and stuff like that.
So my theory is that most of the Semitic people, and same with the Macedonian people, are actually remnants of Atlanteans that sort of became refugees after the fall. And the Egyptians described them as the sea peoples. And when you look at the names of the sea peoples, a lot of them, or some of their names, actually sound like transliterations of the lost tribes of Israel. And yeah, it would kind of explain a lot of like where this sort of ancient information sort of came from, and why a lot of the gods seem to just be like recycled from like, you know, the old Greek gods into the Egyptian gods, into the Roman gods, and so on. Yeah, and you know, where did they get this ancient technology from to build the pyramids and stuff like that? You know, so it kind of like lends itself to a lost civilization, and Yeah. I also listen to Sitchin's stories, and I think a lot of it he's probably also gotten through secret society people, and people have passed the information on to him. I got my information on the Malbec story from, you're not going to believe this, but like it sounds weird, but from people that have dived deep into psychedelic realms and have gone into like trance states. And I've actually gotten the story from people that have like gone into a trance and like spoke the story to me. And it sort of like put my hair on edge. And then the following day, I was just doing like random research online surrounding that kind of thing. And I found this story about Malbec, and it just sort of came out, and it's been sort of unfolding over the years as I meet more people that have told me about dreams and stuff that they've had of similar things. So yeah, I've just sort of pieced it together, and then one day I found the remote viewing data that Farsight did on it way back in the day, and yeah, and it's just sort of like a lot of different sources that coalesce on this story. And now I found, like, even now if you just type in Meldeck, you'll find lots of information on it, and seems to be a bit of a phenomena that sort of just emerged as well.
Well, for me,
Somehow, some people tie it into the Nibiru thing, but I've sort of left that for a while now.
it's like the sources thing. For me, well, it's especially with the secret space program people. Okay, the thing is with me is it's about discernment, because don't get me wrong. I mean, there's some. I mean, their stories are amazing. Every single one of them are amazing. But the more I listened to them and the more I paid attention to how, like, these people, they literally get on YouTube and Facebook and they network with one another, and they tell their stories. And, like, I've gone through and watched their videos where it would start with this story, and then all of a sudden, because they talk to so and so, their story changes. You know what I mean? Like, now all of a sudden they went from being a prisoner on a freaking Draco freaking ship, to being a cyborg because Joe Blow said they seen him. You know what I mean? So then all of a sudden they're incorporating this person's story into their story. So I have to be careful.
Yeah, totally, man.
I have to be careful with that, because what I'm looking for is I'm looking for that uniqueness, that it's not what they have in common, it's really what it is being said that everybody else isn't saying. You know what I mean? And I've found one person that did that. Yeah, well, one person, and he had a pretty good story. But I like I said, I'm not saying for sure that I believe him or I don't believe him, because a lot of it is really hard for people to stomach. It really is. It's probably the most hardcore group of ufologists that are out there, to be honest with you, because they talk about some wild stuff.
A good case in point is whistleblower Emery Smith. He came out talking about the secret space program, and he was doing all these detailed stories about, him working in places like Area 51 and like reverse engineering biological tissue they were bringing him and stuff like this. And at first I was taking him seriously. I'm like, wow, this is too unique to just like palm it off as like whatever made up stories. But then now later on it's come out that he's like this alcoholic and he's lies through his teeth all the freaking time, and like, he's best friends with another whistleblower, and I'm like, and he's like, this big controversy happened between him and his girlfriend, and she's come out and basically blown the whistle on him on how he makes up these stories, and then I was like, wow, you need to be very discerning when you like dealing with stuff like that, for sure. But I think it's useful to be able to bookmark a story in your mind and just like let it sit there for years until you have corroborating evidence, because like you can't take anything on face value. But yeah, it's useful to be able to just like take it all in and compare it with other stories,
Well, I mean, especially with the stories that are being said, like, I mean, maybe like okay, there's members of a Facebook group that I'm not going to mention, okay? But these people, they get on their Facebook group and it's private, and they talk to one another, and they bring up stories that are concerning them being abducted from their life as a child, and then they are made to do things for these aliens for their entire life, and if they die, then these aliens have this technology that can bring them back to life. Not only do they have this energy to bring them back to life, but they can also make them young again and then transport them back into time and put them back where they left them when they were abducted. Now that's just one of them, but like when they're doing this stuff for these aliens, they're talking about like being mentally taken out of their body and put into cyborgs to freaking be cyborg or cybernetic fighters and stuff, you know what I mean, and soldiers. So I mean, you've got a lot of that going on, you know what I mean, and they're talking about like on the craters of planets where they have dome cities within the center of the craters, you know, and stuff like that. It gets pretty hardcore, is what I'm saying. It's just you have to discern that.
I find the technology that'll make you young or keep you young or like live longer. I find that totally plausible, because I think even us as civilians, we're almost at that stage now. I remember when I was at university studying medical sciences a while back. This was about 10 years ago, and they said they were about 10 years away from basically being able to make human cells immortal if the research money was there. So I have no doubt that's possible. And if there's an advanced species, or if we've advanced technology hundreds of years due to reverse engineering or sharing information, whatever, I think that's totally plausible. The going back in time thing, I don't know about, but I don't see why not. Like, time is definitely a bit of a flexible thing from what I've seen. But who knows? Who knows? Looking at whistleblowers like Eisenhower's daughter, what's her name? Laura Eisenhower, have come forward and said quite a lot of interesting things like that exist, and like how there's colonies on Mars already, and like there's this Mars secret space program that invited her to go up there, and I find her to be quite a plausible whistleblower, and just so many others have come forward over the years.
Yeah, I know.
Showing like little bits, little snippets of the secret space program going way back.
I've heard that story.
My dad was in the military in the 80s, I think it was, and back then he said he saw like really bizarre craft in the air that was like just doing maneuvers that were impossible. And he's like the most straight down the line guy that you've ever met, just never talks about shit like that. And so I would not be surprised if we had this type of technology for a long time already.
Now, see, that's credible for me. That's straight up credible for me. The majority of people who actually are like or reporting UFOs, they aren't like the crackpot who everybody thinks they are. These are like military men who are in the Air Force. They're pilot or the flight towers, you know what I mean, who sees them on the radar. There's senators, we were talking about that before, about the disclosure hearings, you know, there's freaking senators from different countries that are coming forward.
The Prime Minister of Canada came forward and talked about this stuff, like the ex-Prime Minister, the head of Israeli intelligence came forward recently and talked about this stuff. Yeah, there's like so many heads of state that has come forward and talked about, advanced technologies and UFOs,
They even shipped in an Iranian freaking pilot to testify in Washington during the disclosure hearings. It was that famous one that everybody's always talking about, where his airplane got shot or got hit, and he went down. And I think he said there was one or two other airplanes with him that were just completely destroyed.
There's a really interesting researcher that I've come across. Actually, this Freemason guy told me about it, and I looked it up, and it's real. I'll share the link in the chat soon. His name is Ruggiero Santilli. I can't remember his middle name. It was like a feminine name. But anyway, he invented a telescope that can see antimatter. And he has published a peer-reviewed study talking about non-terrestrial entities that he was able to see with this telescope, mainly above military bases. And they looked like they had intelligent maneuvering. So yeah, since then, people from Farsight have made friends with people in the aerospace industry, and they've found a way to basically modify modern cameras so that they can see in the infrared spectrum, and then you're able to actually record UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call it. And they go at speeds that are so crazy fast that you actually have to like slow it down significantly to be able to even spot them. They go like 10,000, 20,000 kilometers an hour, you know? So you need a camera that can go like 125 plus frames per second, and then you can pick them up. But yeah, they've given that information out to the public now, so anyone can record these things and prove it to themselves, which is a massive step forward as well.
Well, I do want to bring this to an end. I didn't realize that we were already up to like an hour and 15 minutes. And I just wanted to say that this has been a great conversation that we've had with you, Mr. Robot. And this is what I wanted to do.
I appreciate the work.
Go ahead.
Yeah, till next time.
I do.
Absolutely.
I do appreciate you coming on here, man. And you know, maybe if you want to come back next week and we can have more of a conversation about this stuff, okay?
For sure, man. Just give me a little bit of notice and I'll be there.
Okay, I can do that. And I want to thank you for coming to Karma Love. Is that what you go by?
That's what you call me. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
It was good to hear your voice, Karma Love. We'll see you around.
Would die in office.
What's his name? The first one.
William Henry Harrison was the first one. He was elected in 1840.
Oh, he was the first? Okay.
He was only in office like a month.
Wow, and that's crazy.
And then there was Abraham Lincoln after that, who was elected in 1860. And then there was James Garfield, elected in 1880. And then there was William McKinley, who was elected in 1900.
Right.
And there was Warren Harding, who was elected in 1920. And there was Franklin Roosevelt, who was elected for his third term in 1940, which that's kind of weird. But then there was John Kennedy, who was the last one so far, who was elected in 1960. And then, yeah. And then we say that and then Reagan was the next one that almost died, who was elected in 80, but the verdict's out on what exactly happened there. Like Nancy said, maybe he did die and his whole presidency was just another weekend at Bernie's like Joe Biden's is, you know.
Oh, it's like too many white Nancy.
Well, you've got to think about who segued after Reagan, who came into power. Bush Sr. came into power. Bush Sr. actually had quite a bit of power at the end of the Reagan administration. And who was Bush Sr.? Who was Bush Sr.? He was head of the CIA.
Yeah.
Didn't he arrange the hit on Reagan to get that
Some people think he did that.
Well, some people believe he was directly involved in the
With,
JFK assassination.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, some people think he may have been behind that too.
I mean,
That's
to be honest with
interesting.
you, in American politics, I mean, 1,000 points of lights. If y'all want to break down the real meaning of that, that is not a good thing.
No.
And people, people knew that at the time. That was the thing. There were a lot of people who, when he made that speech, it really rubbed them the wrong way because of the duplicity of the meaning. It's interesting too. Like the other day, Hillary Clinton made a reference back to the Madison Square Garden speech of Adolf Hitler, and she was comparing Trump's visit to Madison Square Garden to that
Yeah,
particular
back to
speech
the
by
old
Adolf Hitler.
Trump Hitler narrative.
And
That's what they always go for.
she made her big deal about the great FDR, and I'm literally listening to it going, she did not just do that.
I
Because,
don't even listen to it. I can't
well,
stand it. It's terrible. It's awful. All of it.
well, the thing is, though, again, if you examine your history and you look at the things that FDR put into play,
Oh,
historically speaking, he was a fucking socialist.
he
He
was.
was,
He
there was
started
no
us
two ways
down the
about it.
road.
He was
He started us
following,
down the road to
yes,
socialism.
he was 100% following exactly the roadmap that Hitler had followed. He
Hmm.
was invoking the same type programs that Hitler invoked in
And
Germany.
the people he sided with in World War II were even more socialist than Hitler was.
That was the thing. And so
Joseph Stalin and Mao.
yeah, literally, I mean, I was like, I couldn't believe that she would actually, and I thought, people, they put FDR up on this pedestal. He was not.
He
To
was
me,
not
I
good.
mean, no, I mean, the New Deal was the new screw-over job. So,
That
and
was
he had a
just as
literally,
bad as the Federal Reserve Act of 1913.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
It was
I mean,
another big cog in the wheel of.
well,
Well,
it was, let me tell you, it was great for them
Oh
because they
yeah.
got another slush fund.
Yeah, our politicians on socialism, they're the cream on the top, and we're just the shit on the bottom.
I guess there's a living paranormal, huh? A living.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I mean, so again,
yeah,
we
we
don't
wrestle
know.
with the darkness in high places,
There's all the people walking
as
over
the
there.
Bible would say.
You see all the people walking over that on this side. I don't know what that is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's actually people are. It's so funny because they're looking at that and then they're taking the link information so they can go in because they know that they've been filmed now. It's kind of funny. Yeah,
Now, did they have haunted tours or anything in this house that you're
that's what
in?
they're doing. That's what this actual
Okay.
huge line is. That is exactly what's going on right now. And I mean, the line is all the way out and down the street, which is probably as a result of a lot of the advertising I did for them.
I can
Wow.
see
Whoops.
it on Rafael Martinez's camera. It looks like there's a big crowd of people out there in
Yep.
front
Okay.
of this like
Oh,
backlit
I mean,
awning.
I did actually a walkthrough earlier on my phone where I was filming and streaming it here, and you walk all the way down, all the way around the block down the thing. It's like a
Yeah.
huge line. But again, this is a hurricane impact area. It's still being impacted. There's still a lot of flooding
Okay.
going on here. So
Yeah.
this was a local way for them to get out. Part of their history was preserved. This did not get affected that badly by the storm. So in some ways, it's kind of like I guess you could say a beam of hope for the
Yeah.
area because a lot of these people that are here have lost everything.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
terrible. Yeah,
yep,
it's crazy. Yeah,
yep.
we have some old homes here in Middletown. There's a place called the Sorg Mansion that they have haunted tours and stuff. It's a very old mansion. Sorg was the man that built that in a hotel here in town. I think what did he do, Austin? Was he a steel or he wasn't
He was
steel?
Sword Paper. The
Paper.
Sword Paper Mill was one of the
We're big
main
paper and
factories that
steel
Middletown
here.
built up around.
Yeah, we're paper and steel, but a lot of that's gone here.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, the idea was eventually I'm going to do a walkthrough, but the line just keeps getting longer and longer. And I don't want to do it as part of the line because it's going to be too crazy, too noisy. You're not going to be able to hear. In fact, every once in a while, you'll hear these horrible earth-shattering shrieks coming out of the building, and it's because they're yep, there goes another one, another happy customer. Somebody is screaming. But again,
Happy customer.
yeah,
Well, I mean, it's getting into an hour almost. Do you guys want to wrap it up? It's what is it, 9:13, 9:15? What do you guys?
Yep.
Okay. But it's really been nice talking to you,
Guys,
Nancy.
I have enjoyed it thoroughly. We'll do it again. I mean, it's
Oh yeah.
it's a super. I mean, like I said, we kind of went off topic, but I mean, there's so many interesting things to talk about.
We always do that a little bit.
Oh, we never.
It's okay.
We never could run out of things to talk about. I mean, you could literally go on about this kind of stuff forever. That's the beauty of it.
I hear you.
So yeah, I mean,
That's why you gotta join our show as often as you can, Nancy.
Yeah,
I can do that.
Yeah, please.
I'm linked into your show. I'm in your chat, so I just gotta watch for the show times.
Okay.
I don't know how Roger stayed quiet through this whole thing. He normally is a little more vocal.
Roger has been on with us all day, so he's probably like,
oh, he's probably tired. Hey, Roger, you there?
Is he gone?
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe Satan made him go to sleep.
Oh, God,
probably.
Don't start, Mark. Do not.
Did you read the chat? The question he asked?
No. Hang on.
He said going for coffee. Okay.
Going for coffee.
Oh yeah, he's gone for coffee.
Well, I'm going to get off of here since it's getting a little late. So if you guys want to still chat, that's up to you. But
I'm gonna take a slight break myself because I've been sitting now for a little bit again. I just got to get up and move around for a minute. I shall return.
Okay. Well, it's been nice talking to you.
All right. Good talking to everybody. I'll see you.
All right. Good meeting you.
It was a good time. Thanks for everybody who showed up.
You guys are off the chain. You're off the chain.
Yeah.
So,
Whenever you guys are.
Mark, what time are you punching out?
Me. Whenever you guys are done and we are out of here, then I'll close shop. And if we have, and I know we'll have enough folks to host over to some other great streamer that supports us. And I'm looking forward to anybody out there that is going to give us lots of support tonight that's going to need some help. And, and then I'll support them right back by giving them a host. If anybody wants to find me or any of my hosts, because I have about 4 shows that I support and go through me, you can contact me at dragisproductions@gmail.com or look up Dragus Productions and it'll find all my wonderful shows and the hosts that belong to them. There you go. How's that?
Sounds good.
That was so well planned, huh? Oh, I forgot. In a world with Dragus Productions.
Oh, he's got the delay and everything in his voice. That's
Been
perfect.
waiting all day to say that.
In a world with Dragus Productions, you will find Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio shows found every Wednesday and Sunday night. And then, right afterwards, you will hear Jack Carey and the Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Followed up right now, we still have the all-new Cafe Enigma, but at the end of the month, that will die and come and be rebooted by an act of God. The all Or one of them. One of
I
them.
don't know how true that might be.
Hey, I'm going to tell you. I see it in the stores. The Vixen's Vault is now going to be back on Dre's Productions.
Take the auto-tune away from him.
There you go. Make sure.
That's hilarious, man.
How'd you like that?
That sounds good,
Yeah,
man.
good.
I can
Had
see
to
it in the
go see it
stars.
at the end of the month.
At the end of
What's
the,
it going to be called then?
it's going to be called the
Vixen's Vault?
Vixen's Vault
Okay.
with Nancy Planetta as the
Will
head.
it be the same bat channel? Same
And
bat time?
same bad time, according to her, because everything gets batty at the end of the show,
We're still trying to figure out the technicalities of how to pipe it in to Skype.
What?
Say hi.
going
You're on
through
you're on
the
that camera
house?
right there. Say hi, everybody.
No. Good seeing you all again. I'm going to go over to Roger's other stream.
Well, thank you for coming into a special Vixen's Vault, sponsored and produced by Dregus Productions.
Give it that echo on the way out one more time.
Oh, yeah.
Say
Dregus.
hi, everybody. You're alive.
Bye.
On both. You're
Bye.
here and there.
Bye.
Right.
This one, and this one.
Stream only on Dregus Productions. That's right.
Huh?
Are they inside?
No. They're online.
Yeah,
Everybody's online. You're on an online show.
Smile for the kid.
Alright, so we are in the process of setting up, getting everybody organized on Summer Tide Show. So, with that being said, I am going to try to get everybody in. Summer disappeared somewhere. Austin's still in Vixen's Vault, and we are in the process of maybe doing a little bit of extra for the music and stuff like that and get into some conversations. So if anybody wants to show up, you're more than welcome to.
In motion also leads to paradoxes. It is interesting to note that logical consequences are for Parmenides, and for Zeno more important than empirical facts. Plato's cosmology is interesting, and complicated, but very mythical too. The same cosmological model is described in Dialogues Republic and Timaeus. The world consists of 8 concentric spheres on the same shaft, and they all rotate with different velocities. The outer sphere is for fixed stars and others for planets. The Earth lies at the center of the spheres. From Earth all the spheres seem to be one common surface. In Timaeus we find the same model connected to the soul of the world. The material of soul is mixed and given the appropriate mathematical structure using different movements of stars and planets. The outer sphere for fixed stars is the circle of the same, the others, for the planets, are in the circle of different. A human's ability to see similarities means that his soul is in rotation synchronized with the same rotation of the soul of the world. Therefore, a human's ability to see differences means that his soul is in rotation synchronized with the different rotation of the soul of the world. In both dialogues, reasons for the movements of spheres are described. There are three fates, daughters of necessity, Lachesis, Clotho and Atropos. Clotho, things of present, helps turn the sphere of the same. Atropos, are things to come, helps turn the spheres of the different, they all rotate much slower, like the outer sphere. Lachesis, are things of past, causes retrograde movement of planets. Different speeds of planets far from the Sun and close to the Sun is explicable by weakening of impetus. According to Plato, our world is unique, and the sphere of fixed stars is its boundary. If all things exist inside the boundary, may we ask, what is outside? Later, this was used as a place for the other world. In the medieval period, it was quite a popular idea to put paradise outside the sphere of fixed stars. Such a point of view splits the universe into two different regions. Plato's model corresponded to observational astronomy in his time, but only qualitatively. More important was its philosophical and mythical subject. Eudoxus of Cnidus discarded mythical explanations and used only geometrical arguments for the movement of planets. This is the real beginning of scientific astronomy. To explain retrograde movement, he used a set of interconnected spheres. In spite of several problems, it was an important result of theoretical thinking. Aristotle used Eudoxus as model of the universe, but he needed 55 spheres in order to account for current astronomical observations. The movement of planets is easily explicable by the Aristotelian theory of 5 elements. 4 of the elements are terrestrial or sublunar. 2 of them, fire and earth, are light. Their natural tendency is to flee away from the center of the universe, and they move upward. 2 terrestrial elements, earth and water, are heavy. Their natural tendency is to fall down, as near as possible to the center of the universe. But from the moon sphere outwards, the universe consists of the 5th element, whose natural motion is circular. This whole explanation is elegant, but then we must abandon the principle of the unity of all substances in the universe. In spite of that, astronomy as scientific discipline can be considered as the most important result of Eudoxus's and Aristotelian works. The development of scientific astronomy can be treated as working on details, but the method has roughly remained the same: to observe, to fit the results in demythologized theory, and later on to check the theory against observations. The influence of astrology in ancient Greece on scientific thinking. Mesopotamia has influenced Greek culture more than was thought. That includes astronomy and astrology. On a closer look, it appears that this is true of the names of the zodiacal and near to zodiac constellations. Instead of Perseus, this constellation was called Old Man in Mesopotamia, and Orion was named the Shepherd of the Skies. Some constellations in the same regions of the starry sky were totally different. The northern part of Aquarius and half of Pegasus formed the constellation that was named Swallow in Mesopotamia. Despite that Libra was formed in honor of Julius Caesar, Libra is a much older constellation. Since astrology primarily uses the constellations in the zodiac, we can tell that the names of the constellations connected moved from Mesopotamia to Greece without any great changes. The names of other constellations changed much more. At the end of the archaic period of Greek history, there was more astronomy and less astrology. The starry sky held an importance mainly for farmers and sailors. There was no astral religion in Greece, and no sign of star cult. It is reasonably certain that astrological thinking has not evolved on the spot, but has been imported from Mesopotamia through Asia Minor and Egypt. The Greeks themselves assert that their astrology has Babylonian origins through many sources, and the most important of them is Chaldean Berosus of Bel-Uzzar. Astrology elicited great interest in Greece, because compared to other future telling it seemed more rational. This was probably one of the reasons why astrology underwent a revival, matching Mesopotamian and Greek constellations. Akkadian name English translation Greek name modern name Tud, Amy Rabutu, Great Twins A and B Geminorum Alatu, a crab, a Cancer Ergilu, lion, Leo Aru, King Regulus, the Leones, U Ayla, Cornea of Ayla, Speaker, Revirginis, Erek, Wagon, Ursa Major Erekame, Heaven's Wagon, Ursa Minor Alu, the Bull of Heaven, Taurus Narahu, the Snake, Hydra Arabu, the Raven the Crater, and Corvus Zibanitu, the Scales, Libra Eru, the Eagle, and most of the Aquila Nunu, Fish, Pisces Ostrinus, Eurydimu, Mad Dog, Lupus Plus, the Scorpio Zukakipu, a Scorpion, a Scorpio Suhermau, a Goatfish, Dollar, Capricornus. Astrological ideas influenced Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism. According to Stoic philosophy, the human being is a microcosm, which is coherent with macrocosm. Greek poet Aratus, who has written 2 astronomical and 2 astrological poems, made those ideas widely known. Hellenistic tradition adopted astrology from Chaldea in 1st century BC. Even though there have been references to earlier Greek horoscopes as early as 72 BC, the first Greek horoscope written on papyrus dates back to 10 BC in Neugebauer. In the 3rd century BC, around the same time that Berosus taught in his own school of astrology on Kos Island, Aristarchus pondered on heliocentric cosmology, having previously demonstrated that the Sun is much bigger than the Earth. The astronomers Aristillus and Timaharus worked in the Great Library of Alexandria, surrounded by 500,000 manuscripts. Their results were used by Apollonius to create his theory of epicycles. Ancient scientists sought more for universal philosophical truths than for scientific facts in the modern-day sense. But astronomy was an exception. While natural sciences dealt with general principles, astronomy and astrology had the purpose of saving events. It meant that astrologers or astronomers had to be able to predict the time and place of star configurations, and had to know their possible consequences, bad or good. Astronomical predictions could be verified with observations, but astrological interpretation allowed astrologers to prevaricate. Even so, one must not overestimate the authority of astrology and astronomy. Astronomy was considered only to attend to saving events, while philosophers had to find the truth, which seemed more important to contemporary people. In the period of zodiacal astrology, it was a quite normal belief that terrestrial events happen due to celestial ones. It is very plausible that a confiding belief in causality is evoked by astrological influences. In contemporary science, we can observe a strong belief in causality, as in ancient philosophy. It is possible that one of the main principles of science emerged and developed under the astrology. With the emergence of critical thinking in Greek culture, despite its seeming rationality, astrology became subject to criticism. The first known active critic of astrology was the philosopher Carneades. However, it appears that criticism ceased when Greece came under Roman rule in the same century. The Roman worldview was fairly uncritical and full of omens. Similarly worthy of attention is the faith in causalistic relationships in antique philosophy and science. Nobody asks, for example, what gives causality the right to be causalistic. As noted before, in the period of astral fatalism, omens were treated as phenomena that are observed by the wise, but which in themselves do not cause the predicted event. In the period of zodiacal astrology, it is highly possible that from there stems the causality that can be found in both antique philosophy and contemporary science. Thus it is possible that causality, one of the foundation stones of modern sciences, has emerged and developed under astrology. The importance of astrology in ancient times is best illustrated by the work of Claudius Ptolemy, who has been considered the most influential astronomer and astrologer of antiquity. Ptolemy lived and worked in Alexandria in the 2nd century AD. Although astronomy and astrology at that time were not used as separate terms, Ptolemy made a clear distinction between the two terms and wrote a separate book on each topic. His famous Almagest to the power of 1 mathematic syntaxage largely covers the contemporary understanding of astronomy and was the most influential book of astronomy in the 15th century. The author, however, considered it an astronomical introduction to the main book, the Astrological Tetrabiblos, or the 4 books a Claude on Telema on Mathematicage Tetrab Blon Sunt Pounds UJ. Modern research has indicated that in Almagest Ptolemy relied on the works of Hipparchus, who had lived 3 centuries before him, which he then intentionally skewed to fit his purpose, often doctoring results and describing observations that could not have existed. It was all for the sake of the astrological truth that he attempted to describe in Tetrabiblos. In motion also leads to paradoxes. It is interesting to note that logical consequences are for Parmenides, and for Zeno more important than empirical facts. Plato's cosmology is interesting, and complicated, but very mythical too. The same cosmological model is described in Dialogues Republic and Timaeus. The world consists of 8 concentric spheres on the same shaft, and they all rotate with different velocities. The outer sphere is for fixed stars and others for planets. The Earth lies at the center of the spheres. From Earth all the spheres seem to be one common surface. In Timaeus we find the same model connected to the soul of the world. The material of soul is mixed and given the appropriate mathematical structure using different movements of stars and planets. The outer sphere for fixed stars is the circle of the same, the others, for the planets, are in the circle of different. A human's ability to see similarities means that his soul is in rotation synchronized with the same rotation of the soul of the world. Therefore, a human's ability to see differences means that his soul is in rotation synchronized with the different rotation of the soul of the world. In both dialogues, reasons for the movements of spheres are described. There are three fates, daughters of necessity, Lachesis, Clotho and Atropos. Clotho, things of present, helps turn the sphere of the same. Atropos, are things to come, helps turn the spheres of the different, they all rotate much slower, like the outer sphere. Lachesis, are things of past, causes retrograde movement of planets. Different speeds of planets far from the Sun and close to the Sun is explicable by weakening of impetus. According to Plato, our world is unique, and the sphere of fixed stars is its boundary. If all things exist inside the boundary, may we ask, what is outside? Later, this was used as a place for the other world. In the medieval period it was quite a popular idea to put paradise outside the sphere of fixed stars. Such a point of view splits the universe into two different regions. Plato's model corresponded to observational astronomy in his time, but only qualitatively. More important was its philosophical and mythical subject. Eudoxus of Cnidus discarded mythical explanations and used only geometrical arguments for the movement of planets. This is the real beginning of scientific astronomy. To explain retrograde movement, he used a set of interconnected spheres. In spite of several problems, it was an important result of theoretical thinking. Aristotle used Eudoxus as model of the universe, but he needed 55 spheres in order to account for current astronomical observations. The movement of planets is easily explicable by the Aristotelian theory of 5 elements. 4 of the elements are terrestrial or sublunar. 2 of them, fire and earth, are light. Their natural tendency is to flee away from the center of the universe, and they move upward. 2 terrestrial elements, earth and water, are heavy. Their natural tendency is to fall down, as near as possible to the center of the universe. But from the moon sphere outwards, the universe consists of the 5th element, whose natural motion is circular. This whole explanation is elegant, but then we must abandon the principle of the unity of all substances in the universe. In spite of that, astronomy as scientific discipline can be considered as the most important result of Eudoxus's and Aristotelian works. The development of scientific astronomy can be treated as working on details, but the method has roughly remained the same: to observe, to fit the results in demythologized theory, and later on to check the theory against observations. The influence of astrology in ancient Greece on scientific thinking. Mesopotamia has influenced Greek culture more than was thought. That includes astronomy and astrology. On a closer look, it appears that this is true of the names of the zodiacal and near to zodiac constellations. Instead of Perseus, this constellation was called Old Man in Mesopotamia, and Orion was named the Shepherd of the Skies. Some constellations in the same regions of the starry sky were totally different. The northern part of Aquarius and half of Pegasus formed the constellation that was named Swallow in Mesopotamia. Despite that Libra was formed in honor of Julius Caesar, Libra is a much older constellation. Since astrology primarily uses the constellations in the zodiac, we can tell that the names of the constellations connected moved from Mesopotamia to Greece without any great changes. The names of other constellations changed much more. At the end of the archaic period of Greek history, there was more astronomy and less astrology. The starry sky held an importance mainly for farmers and sailors. There was no astral religion in Greece, and no sign of star cult. It is reasonably certain that astrological thinking has not evolved on the spot, but has been imported from Mesopotamia through Asia Minor and Egypt. The Greeks themselves assert that their astrology has Babylonian origins through many sources, and the most important of them is Chaldean Berosus of Bel-Uzzar. Astrology elicited great interest in Greece, because compared to other future telling it seemed more rational. This was probably one of the reasons why astrology underwent a revival, matching Mesopotamian and Greek constellations. Akkadian name, English translation, Greek name, modern name Tud, Amu Rabutu, Great Twins A, and B Geminora Malatu, a crab, a Cancer Ergulu, lion, Leo Aru, King Regulus, a Leones, Ir, U Ayla, Cornea of Ayla, Speaker, Revirginis, Erek, Wagon, Ursa Major Erekame, Heaven's Wagon, Ursa Minor Alu, the Bull of Heaven, Taurus Narahu, the Snake, Hydra Arabu, the Raven, a Crater, and Corvus Zibanitu, Scales. Libra Eru, the Eagle, the most of the Aquila Nunu, Fish, Pisces Ostrinus, Eurydimu, Mad Dog, Lupus Plus, the Scorpio Zukakipu, a Scorpion, a Scorpio Suhermau, a Goatfish, Dollar, Capricornus. Astrological ideas influenced Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism. According to Stoic philosophy, the human being is a microcosm, which is coherent with macrocosm. Greek poet Aratus, who has written 2 astronomical and 2 astrological poems, made those ideas widely known. Hellenistic tradition adopted astrology from Chaldea in 1st century BC. Even though there have been references to earlier Greek horoscopes as early as 72 BC, the first Greek horoscope written on papyrus dates back to 10 BC in Neugebauer. In the 3rd century BC, around the same time that Berosus taught in his own school of astrology on Kos Island, Aristarchus pondered on heliocentric cosmology, having previously demonstrated that the Sun is much bigger than the Earth. The astronomers Aristillus and Timacharis worked in the Great Library of Alexandria, surrounded by 500,000 manuscripts. Their results were used by Apollonius to create his theory of epicycles. Ancient scientists sought more for universal philosophical truths than for scientific facts in the modern-day sense. But astronomy was an exception. While natural sciences dealt with general principles, astronomy and astrology had the purpose of saving events. It meant that astrologers or astronomers had to be able to predict the time and place of star configurations, and had to know their possible consequences, bad or good. Astronomical predictions could be verified with observations, but astrological interpretation allowed astrologers to prevaricate. Even so, one must not overestimate the authority of astrology and astronomy. Astronomy was considered only to attend to saving events, while philosophers had to find the truth, which seemed more important to contemporary people. In the period of zodiacal astrology, it was a quite normal belief that terrestrial events happen due to celestial ones. It is very plausible that a confiding belief in causality is evoked by astrological influences. In contemporary science, we can observe a strong belief in causality, as in ancient philosophy. It is possible that one of the main principles of science emerged and developed under the of astrology. With the emergence of critical thinking in Greek culture, despite its seeming rationality, astrology became subject to criticism. The first known active critic of astrology was the philosopher Carneades. However, it appears that criticism ceased when Greece came under Roman rule in the same century. The Roman worldview was fairly uncritical and full of omens. Similarly worthy of attention is the faith in causalistic relationships in antique philosophy and science. Nobody asks, for example, what gives causality the right to be causalistic. As noted before, in the period of astral fatalism, omens were treated as phenomena that are observed by the wise, but which in themselves do not cause the predicted event. In the period of zodiacal astrology, it is highly possible that from there stems the causality that can be found in both antique philosophy and contemporary science. Thus it is possible that causality, one of the foundation stones of modern sciences, has emerged and developed under astrology. The importance of astrology in ancient times is best illustrated by the work of Claudius Ptolemy, who has been considered the most influential astronomer and astrologer of antiquity. Ptolemy lived and worked in Alexandria in the 2nd century AD. Although astronomy and astrology at that time were not used as separate terms, Ptolemy made a clear distinction between the two terms and wrote a separate book on each topic. His famous Almagest to the power of 1 mathematic syntaxage largely covers the contemporary understanding of astronomy and was the most influential book of astronomy in the 15th century. The author, however, considered it an astronomical introduction to the main book, the Astrological Tetrabiblos, or the 4 books a Claude on Telema on Mathematicage Tetrab Blon Sunt Pounds UJ. Modern research has indicated that in Almagest Ptolemy relied on the works of Hipparchus, who had lived 3 centuries before him, which he then intentionally skewed to fit his purpose, often doctoring results and describing observations that could not have existed. It was all for the sake of the astrological truth that he attempted to describe in Tetrabiblos.
For every over-king that rules over Lycia, they must perform what is called the Great Seduction. The over-king must seduce and impregnate his mates. To seduce the mate, the over-king must enter their mind and coerce them into consummating the marriage through pregnancy. This can be done physically, through conjugation, or it can be done with the over-king in astral form. In this form, anything can be done through the vibrations of sound, illusion, and hypnosis. Secret esoteric teachings are passed down to each over-king throughout the generations, for them to achieve this goal. Survival of the bloodline is the most important thing in any over-king's life. The seduction can occur during the target's sleep, while awake, in the real world, or in some plane of illusion. To seduce his target, the over-king must use that which tempts the target the most. He must draw that person into his realm of seduction, then use that person's primal urges to have his way. Sometimes the process is instantaneous, and sometimes it takes days before the over-king can finally consummate the marriage, impregnating his new wife, and continuing the bloodline of his family.
After the overking has taken control of his target's temptation, desires, and lust, he can then enter her mind, becoming anything that she may desire. The Overking can change his appearance, pretending to be anyone or anything that she wishes for him to be. After he has chosen his wife, the Overking is indebted through obligation. The people of his wives have their own secrets, and have received gifts from the Overking who rule over them. For these people, this is a blessing to their community, and most of the wives feel that it is a blessing as well. Something holy has happened, and they've replaced up high among their people. When a wife is chosen and impregnated, her people are rewarded. She, as a wife of the Overking, is then worshipped as a queen among her people. Each wife rules over their people, and the Overking watches from afar.
Ulysses arrives at the island of Aeolus, who gives him prosperous winds, and encloses the adverse ones in a bag, which his companions untying, they are driven back again, and rejected. Then they sail to the Lestrygons, where they lose 11 ships, and with only one remaining, proceed to the island of Circe. Eurylochus is sent first with some companions, all which, except Eurylochus, are transformed into swine. Ulysses then undertakes the adventure, and by the help of Mercury, who gives him the herb moly, overcomes the enchantress, and procures the restoration of his men. After a year's stay with her, he prepares, at her instigation, for his voyage to the infernal shades. At length we reached Aeolia's sea-girt shore, where great Hippotades the scepter bore, a floating isle. High raised by toil divine, strong walls of brass the rocky coast confine. 6 blooming youths, in private grandeur bred, and 6 fair daughters, grace the royal bed. These sons their sisters wed, and all remain their parents' pride, and pleasure of their reign. All day they feast, all day the bowls flow round, and joy and music through the isle resound. At night each pair on splendid carpets lay, and crowned with love the pleasures of the day. This happy port affords our wandering fleet a month's reception, and a safe retreat. Full oft the monarch urged me to relate the fall of Ilion, and the Grecian fate. Full oft I told, at length for parting moved, the king with mighty gifts my suit approved. The adverse winds in leathern bags he braced, compressed their force, and locked each struggling blast. For him the mighty sire of gods assigned the tempest's lood, the tyrant of the wind, his word alone the listening storms obey, to smooth the deep, or swell the foamy sea. These in my hollow ship the monarch hung, securely fettered by a silver thong, but Zephyrus exempt, with friendly gales he charged to fill, and guide the swelling sails, rare gift. But oh, what gift to fools avails! 9 prosperous days we plied the laboring oar, the 10th presents our welcome native shore, the hills display the beacon's friendly light, and rising mountains gain upon our sight. Then first my eyes, by watchful toils oppressed, complied to take the balmy gifts of rest. Then first my hands did from the rudder part, so much the love of home possessed my heart when lo! On board a fond debate arose, what rare device those vessels might incluse. What sum, what prize from Aeolus I brought. Whilst to his neighbor each expressed his thought, say, whence ye gods, contending nations strive who most shall please, who most our hero give. Long have his coffers groaned with Trojan spoils, whilst we, the wretched partners of his toils, reproached by want, our fruitless labors mourn, and only rich in barren fame return. Now Aeolus, ye see, augments his store, but come, my friends, these mystic gifts explore, they said, and O cursed fate! The thongs unbound. The gushing tempest sweeps the ocean round, snatched in the whirl, the hurried navy flew, the ocean widened and the shores withdrew. Roused from my fatal sleep I long debate if still to live, or desperate plunge to fate. Thus doubting, prostrate on the deck I lay, till all the coward thoughts of death gave way. Meanwhile our vessels plough the liquid plain, and soon the known Aeolian coast regain. Our groan the rocks remurmured to the main. We leaped on shore, and with a scanty feast our thirst and hunger hastily repressed. That done, 2 chosen heralds straight attend our second progress to my royal friend, and him amidst his jovial sons we found, the banquet steaming, and the goblets crowned. The humbly stooped with conscious shame and awe, nor nearer than the gate presumed to draw. But soon his sons their well-known guest descried, and starting from their couches loudly cried, Ulysses here! What demon couldst thou meet to thwart thy passage, and repel thy fleet? Wast thou not furnished by our choicest care for Greece, for home and all thy soul held dear? Thus they, in silence long my fate I mourned, at length these words with accents low returned, me, locked in sleep, my faithless crew bereft of all the blessing of your godlike gift. But grant, O grant, our loss we may retrieve, a favor you, and you alone can give. Thus I with art to move their pity tried, and touched the youths, but their stern sigh replied, Vile wretch, begone. This instant I command thy fleet accursed to leave our hallowed land. His baneful suit pollutes these blessed abodes, whose fate proclaims him hateful to the gods. Thus fierce he said, we sighing went our way, and with desponding hearts put off to sea. The sailors spent with toils their folly mourn, but mourn in vain, no prospect of return 6 days and nights a doubtful course we steer, the next proud Lamos' stately towers appear, and Laestrygonia's gates arise distinct in air. The shepherd, quitting here at night the plain, calls, to succeed his cares, the watchful swain, but he that scorns the chains of sleep to wear, and adds the herdsman's to the shepherd's care. So near the pastures, and so short the way, his double toils may claim a double pay, and join the labors of the night and day. Within a long recess a bay there lies, edged round with cliffs high pointing to the skies. The jutting shores that swell on either side contract its mouth, and break the rushing tide. Our eager sailors seize the fair retreat, and bound within the port their crowded fleet. For here retired the sinking billows sleep, and smiling calmness silvered o'er the deep. I only in the bay refused to moor, and fixed without, my hawsers to the shore. From thence we climbed a point, whose airy brow commands the prospect of the plains below. No tracks of beasts, or signs of men, we found, but smoky volumes rolling from the ground. 2 with our herald thither we command, with speed to learn what men possessed the land. They went, and kept the wheel's smooth beaten road, which to the city drew the mountain wood, when lo! They met, beside a crystal spring, the daughter of Antiphates the king. She to Artasia's silver streams came down, Artasia's streams alone supply the town. The damsel they approach, and asked what race the people were. Who monarch of the place? With joy the maid the unwary strangers heard, and showed them where the royal dome appeared. They went, but as they entering saw the queen of size enormous, and terrific mien, not yielding to some bulky mountain's height, a sudden horror struck their aching sight. Swift at her call her husband scoured away, to wreak his hunger on the destined prey. 1 for his food the raging glutton slew, but 2 rushed out, and to the navy flew. Walked of his prey, the yelling monster flies, and fills the city with his hideous cries. A ghastly band of giants hear the roar, and pouring down the mountains, crowd the shore. Fragments they rend from off the craggy brow, and dash the ruins on the ships below. The crackling vessels burst, hoarse groans arise, and mingled horrors echo to the skies. The men like fish, they struck upon the flood, and crammed their filthy throats with human food. Whilst thus their fury rages at the bay, my sword our cables cut. I called to weigh, and charged my men, as they from fate would fly, each nerve to strain, each bending or to ply. The sailors catch the word, their oars they seize, and sweep with equal strokes the smoky seas. Clear of the rocks the impatient vessel flies, whilst in the port each wretch encumbered dies. With earnest haste my frighted sailors press, while kindling transports glowed at our success. But the sad fate that did our friends destroy, cooled every breast, and damped the rising joy. Now dropped our anchors in the Aeaean bay, where Circe dwelt, the daughter of the day. Her mother Perse, of old ocean strain, thus from the Lund descended, and the main, from the same lineage stern Eats came, the far-famed brother of the enchantress dame, goddess, the queen, to whom the powers belong of dreadful magic and commanding song. Some god directing to this peaceful bay silent we came, and melancholy lay, spent and o'erwatched. 2 days and nights rolled on, and now the third succeeding morning shone. I climbed a cliff, with spear and sword in hand, whose ridge o'erlooked a shady length of land, to learn if aught of mortal works appear, or cheerful voice of mortal strike the ear. From the high point I marked, in distant view, a stream of curling smoke ascending blue, and spiry tops, the tufted trees above, of Circe's palace bosomed in the grove. Thither to haste, the region to explore, was first my thought, but speeding back to shore I deemed it best to visit first my crew, and send our spies the dubious coast to view. As down the hill I solitary go, some power divine, who pities human woe, sent a tall stag, descending from the wood, to cool his fervor in the crystal flood. Luxuriant on the wave-worn bank he lay, stretched forth and panting in the sunny ray. I launched my spear, and with a sudden wound pierced his back, and fixed him to the ground. He falls, and mourns his fate with human cries. Through the wide wound the vital spirit flies. I drew, and casting on the river's side the bloody spear, his gathered feet I tied with twining osiers which the bank supplied. An ell in length the pliant wisp I weaved, and the huge body on my shoulders heaved. Then leaning on my spear with both my hands, upbore my load, and pressed the sinking sands with weighty steps, till at the ship I threw the welcome burden, and bespoke my crew. Cheer up, my friends. It is not yet our fate to glide with ghosts through Pluto's gloomy gate. Food in the desert land, behold, is given. Live and enjoy the providence of heaven. The joyful crew survey his mighty size, and on the future banquet feast their eyes, as huge in length extended lay the beast, then wash their hands and hasten to the feast. There, till the setting sun rolled down the light, they sate indulging in the genial rite. When evening rose, and darkness covered o'er the face of things, we slept along the shore. But when the rosy morning warmed the east, my men I summoned, and these words addressed: followers and friends, attend what I propose, ye sad companions of Ulysses' woes. We know not here what land before us lies, or to what quarter now we turn our eyes, or where the sun shall set, or where shall rise. Here let us think, if thinking be not vain, if any counsel, any hope remain. Alas! From yonder promontory's brow I viewed the coast, a region flat and low, an isle encircled with the boundless flood, a length of thickets, and entangled wood. Some smoke I saw amid the forest rise, and all around it only seas and skies. With broken hearts my sad companions stood, mindful of Cyclops and his human food, and horrid Lestrygons, the men of blood. Presaging tears apace began to rain, but tears in mortal miseries are vain. In equal parts one straight divide my band, and name a chief each party to command. I led the one, and of the other side appointed brave Eurylochus the guide. Then in the brazen helm the lots we throw, and fortune casts Eurylochus to go. He marched with twice 11 in his train, pensive they march, and pensive we remain. The palace in a woody vale they found, high raised of stone, a shaded space around, where mountain wolves and brindled lions roam, by magic tamed, familiar to the dome. With gentle blandishment our men they meet, and wag their tails, and fawning lick their feet. As from some feast a man returning late, his faithful dogs all meet him at the gate, rejoicing round, some morsel to receive, such as the good man ever used to give. Domestic thus the grisly beasts drew near, they gaze with wonder not unmixed with fear. Now on the threshold of the dome they stood, and heard a voice resounding through the wood, placed at her loom within, the goddess sung, the vaulted roofs and solid pavement rung. O'er the fair web the rising figures shine, immortal labor. Worthy hands divine. Polites to the rest the question moved, a gallant leader, and a man I loved, what voice celestial, chanting to the loom, or nymph, or goddess, echoes from the room. Say, shall we seek access? With that they call, and wide unfold the portals of the hall. The goddess, rising, asks her guests to stay, who blindly follow where she leads the way. Eurylochus alone of all the band, suspecting fraud, more prudently remained. On thrones around with downy coverings graced, with semblance fair, the unhappy men she placed. Milk newly pressed, the sacred flour of wheat, and honey fresh, and Pramnian wines the treat, but venomed was the bread, and mixed the bowl, with drugs of force to darken all the soul. Soon in the luscious feast themselves they lost, and drank oblivion of their native coast. Instant her circling wand the goddess waves, to hogs transforms them, and the sty receives. No more was seen the human form divine, head, face, and members, bristle into swine, still cursed with sense, their minds remain alone, and their own voice affrights them when they groan. Meanwhile the goddess in disdain bestows the mast and acorn, brutal food, and strows the fruits and cornel, as their feast, around, now prone and grovelling on unsavory ground. Eurylochus, with pensive steps and slow, aghast returns, the messenger of woe and bitter fate. To speak he made essay, in vain essayed, nor would his tongue obey. His swelling heart denied the words their way, but speaking tears the want of words supply, and the full soul bursts copious from his eye. Affrighted, anxious for our fellow's fates, we press to hear what sadly he relates. We went, Ulysses. Such was thy command, through the lone thicket and the desert land. A palace in a woody vale we found brown with dark forests, and with shades around. A voice celestial echoed through the dome, or nymph or goddess, chanting to the loom. Access we sought, nor was access denied. Radiant she came, the portals opened wide. The goddess mild invites the guests to stay. They blindly follow where she leads the way. I only wait behind of all the train. I waited long, and eyed the doors in vain. The rest are vanished, none repassed the gate, and not a man appears to tell their fate. I heard, an instant o'er my shoulder flung the belt in which my weighty fortune hung. A beamy blade then seized the bended bow, and bade him guide the way, resolved to go. He, prostrate falling, with both hands embraced my knees, and weeping thus his suit addressed. O King, beloved of Jove, thy servant spare, and thyself the rash attempt forbear. Never, alas! Thou never shalt return, or see the wretched for whose loss we mourn. With what remains from certain ruin fly, and save the few not fated yet to die. I answered stern, inglorious then remain, here feast and loiter, and desert thy train. Alone, unfriended, will I tempt my way, the laws of fate compel, and I obey. This said, and scornful turning from the shore my haughty step, I stalked the valley o'er. Till now approaching nigh the magic bower, where dwelt the enchantress skilled in herbs of power, a form divine forth issued from the wood, immortal Hermes, with the golden rod, in human semblance. On his bloomy face youth smiled celestial, with each opening grace. He seized my hand, and gracious thus began, whither roamest thou, much enduring man? O blind to fate! What led thy steps to rove the horrid mazes of this magic grove? Each friend you seek in yon enclosure lies, all lost their form, and habitants of styes. Thinkest thou by wit to model their escape? Sooner shalt thou, a stranger to thy shape, fall prone their equal, first thy danger know, then take the antidote the gods bestow. The plant I give through all the direful bower shall guard thee, and avert the evil hour. Now hear her wicked arts, before thy eyes the bowl shall sparkle, and the banquet rise. Take this, nor from the faithless feast abstain, for tempered drugs and poison shall be vain. Soon as she strikes her wand, and gives the word, draw forth and brandish thy refulgent sword, and menace death. Those menaces shall move her altered mind to blandishment and love. Nor shun the blessing proffered to thy arms, ascend her bed, and taste celestial charms. So shall thy tedious toils a respite find, and thy lost friends return to humankind. But swear her first by those dread oaths that tie the powers below, the blessed in the sky, lest to thee naked secret fraud be meant, or magic bind thee cold and impotent. Thus while he spoke, the sovereign plant he drew whereon the all-bearing earth unmarked it grew, and showed its nature and its wondrous power. Black was the root, but milky white the flower, moly the name, to mortals hard to find, but all is easy to the ethereal kind. This Hermes gave, then, gliding off the glade, shot to Olympus from the woodland shade. While, full of thought, revolving fates to come, I speed my passage to the enchanted dome. Arrived, before the lofty gates I stayed, the lofty gates the goddess wide displayed. She leads before, and to the feast invites, I follow sadly to the magic rites. Radiant with starry studs, a silver seat received my limbs, a footstool eased my feet, she mixed the potion, fraudulent of soul, the poison mantled in the golden bowl. I took, and quaffed it, confident in heaven. Then waved the wand, and then the word was given. Hence to thy fellows. Dreadful she began. Go, be a beast. I heard, and yet was man. Then, sudden whirling, like a waving flame, my beamy falchion, I assault the dame. Struck with unusual fear, she trembling cries, she faints, she falls, she lifts her weeping eyes. What art thou? Say. From whence, from whom you came? O more than human. Tell thy race, thy name. Amazing strength, these poisons to sustain. Not mortal thou, nor mortal is thy brain. Or art thou he, the man to come, foretold by Hermes, powerful with the wand of gold, the man from Troy, who wandered ocean round, the man for wisdom's various arts renowned, Ulysses? Oh! Thy threatening fury cease, sheathe thy bright sword, and join our hands in peace. Let mutual joys our mutual trust combine, and love-born confidence, be thine. And how, dread Circe? Furious I rejoin, can love, and love-born confidence, be mine, beneath thy charms when my companions groan, transformed to beasts, with accents not their own? O thou of fraudful heart, shall I be led to share thy feast rites, or ascend thy bed, that, all unarmed, thy vengeance may have vent, and magic bind me, cold and impotent? Celestial as thou art, yet stand denied, or swear that oath by which the gods are tied, swear, in thy soul no latent frauds remain, swear by the vow which never can be vain. The goddess swore, then seized my hand, and led to the sweet transports of the genial bed. Ministrant to the queen, with busy care 4 faithful handmaids the soft rites prepare, nymphs sprung from fountains, or from shady woods, or the fair offspring of the sacred floods. One o'er the couches painted carpets threw, whose purple lustre glowed against the view, white linen lay beneath. Another place the silver stands, with golden flaskets graced, with dulcet beverage this the beaker crowned, fair in the midst, with gilded cups around, that in the tripod o'er the kindled pile the water pours, the bubbling waters boil, an ample vase receives the smoking wave, and in the bath prepared, my limbs I lave, reviving sweets repair the mind's decay, and take the painful sense of toil away. A vest and tunic o'er me next she threw, fresh from the bath, and dropping balmy dew, then led and placed me on the sovereign seat, with carpets spread, a footstool at my feet. The golden ewer nymph obsequious brings, replenished from the cool translucent springs, with copious water the bright vase supplies a silver lava of capacious size. I washed. The table in fair order spread, they heap the glittering canisters with bread, viands of various kinds allure the taste, of choicest sort and savor, rich repast. Circe in vain invites the feast to share, absent I ponder, and absorbed in care, while scenes of woe rose anxious in my breast, the queen beheld me, and these words addressed, why sits Ulysses silent and apart? Some hoard of grief close harbored at his heart untouched before thee stand the cates divine, and unregarded laughs the rosy wine. Can yet a doubt, or any dread remain, when sworn that oath which never can be vain? I answered, Goddess, human is my breast, by justice swayed, by tender pity pressed, ill fits it me, whose friends are sunk to beasts, to quaff thy bowls, or riot in thy feasts. Me would st thou please. For them thy cares employ, and them to me restore, and me to joy. With that she parted. In her potent hand she bore the virtue of the magic wand. Then, hastening to the styes, set wide the door, urged forth, and drove the bristly herd before. Unwieldy, out they rushed with general cry, enormous beasts, dishonest to the eye. Now touched by counter-charms they change again, and stand majestic, and recalled to men. Those hairs of late that bristled every part, fall off, miraculous effect of art. Till all the form in full proportion rise, more young, more large, more graceful to my eyes. They saw, they knew me, and with eager pace clung to their master in a long embrace. Sad, pleasing sight. With tears each eye ran o'er, and sobs of joy re-echoed through the bower. E'en Circe wept, her adamantine heart felt pity enter, and sustained her part. Son of Laertes. Then the queen began, O much enduring, much experienced man. Haste to thy vessel on the sea-beat shore, unload thy treasures, and the galley moor. Then bring thy friends, secure from future harms, and in our grottos stow thy spoils and arms, she said. Obedient to her high command I quit the place, and hasten to the strand. My sad companions on the beach I found, their wistful eyes in floods of sorrow drowned. As from fresh pastures and the dewy field, when loaded cribs their evening banquet yield, the lowing herds return, around them throng with leaps and bounds their late imprisoned young, rush to their mothers with unruly joy, and echoing hills return the tender cry. So round me pressed, exulting at my sight, with cries and agonies of wild delight, the weeping sailors, nor less fierce their joy than if returned to Ithaca from Troy. Our master, ever honored, ever dear. These tender words on every side I hear, what other joy can equal thy return? Not that loved country for whose sight we mourn, the soil that nursed us, and that gave us breath, but relate our lost companion's death. I answered cheerful, haste, your galley moor, and bring our treasures and our arms ashore. Those in yon hollow caverns let us lay, then rise, and follow where I lead the way. Your fellows live, believe your eyes, and come to taste the joys of Circe's sacred dome. With ready speed the joyful crew obey, alone Eurylochus persuades their stay. Whither, he cried, whither will ye run? Seek ye to meet those evils ye should shun? Will you the terrors of the dome explore, in swine to grovel, or in lions roar, or wolf-like howl away the midnight hour in dreadful watch around the magic bower? Remember Cyclops, and his bloody deed, the leader's rashness made the soldiers bleed. I heard incensed, and first resolved to speed my flying fortune at the rebel's head. Dear as he was, by ties of kindred bound, this hand had stretched him breathless on the ground. But all at once my interposing train for mercy pleaded, nor could plead in vain. Leave here the man who dares his prince desert, leave to repentance and his own sad heart, to guard the ship. Seek we the sacred shades of Circe's palace, where Ulysses leads. This with one voice declared, the rising train left the black vessel by the murmuring main. Shame touched Eurylochus' altered breast, he feared my threats, and followed with the rest. Meanwhile the goddess, with indulgent cares and social joys, the late transformed repairs, the bath, the feast, their fainting soul renews, rich in refulgent robes, and dropping balmy dews, brightening with joy, their eager eyes behold each other's face, and each his story told. Then gushing tears the narrative confound, and with their sobs the vaulted roof resound. When hushed their passion, thus the goddess cries, Ulysses, taught by labors to be wise, let this short memory of grief suffice. To me are known the various woes ye bore. In storms by sea, in perils on the shore, forget whatever was in fortune's power, and share the pleasures of this genial hour. Such be your mind as ere ye left your coast, or learned to sorrow for a country lost. Exiles and wanderers now, where'er ye go, too faithful memory renews your woe. The cause removed, habitual griefs remain, and the soul saddens by the use of pain. Her kind entreaty moved the general breast, tired with long toil, we willing sunk to rest. We plied the banquet, and the bowl we crowned, till the full circle of the year came round. But when the seasons following in their train, brought back the months, the days and hours again, as from a lethargy at once they rise, and urge their chief with animating cries. Is this, Ulysses, our inglorious lot? And is the name of Ithaca forgot? Shall never the dear land in prospect rise, or the loved palace glitter in our eyes? Melting I heard, yet till the sun's decline prolonged the feast, and quaffed the rosy wine, but when the shades came on at evening hour, and all lay slumbering in the dusky bower, I came a suppliant to fair Circe's bed, the tender moment seized, and thus I said, Be mindful, goddess, of thy promise made. Must sad Ulysses ever be delayed? Around their lord my sad companions mourn, each breast beats homeward, anxious to return. If but a moment parted from thy eyes, their tears flow round me, and my heart complies. Go then, she cried, go. Yet think, not I, not Circe, but the fates, your wish deny. Hope not yet to breathe thy native air. Far other journey first demands thy care, to tread the uncomfortable paths beneath, and view the realms of darkness and of death. There seek the ban barred, deprived of sight, within, irradiate with prophetic light, to whom Persephone, entire and whole, gave to retain the unseparated soul. The rest are forms, of empty ether made, impassive semblance, and a flitting shade. Struck at the word, my very heart was dead, pensive I sate, my tears bedewed the bed, to hate the light and life my soul begun, and saw that all was grief beneath the sun. Composed at length the gushing tears suppressed, and my tossed limbs now wearied into rest. How shall I tread, I cried, Circe? Say, the dark descent, and who shall guide the way? Can living eyes behold the realms below? What bark to waft me, and what wind to blow? Thy fated road, the magic power replied, divine Ulysses. Ask no mortal guide. Rear but the mast, the spacious sail display, the northern winds shall wing thee on thy way. Soon shalt thou reach old ocean's utmost ends, where to the main the shelving shore descends. The barren trees of Proserpine's black woods, poplars and willows trembling o'er the floods. There fix thy vessel in the lonely bay, and enter there the kingdom's void of day, where Phlegethon's loud torrents, rushing down, hiss in the flaming gulf of Acron, and where, slow rolling from the Stygian bed, Cocytus' lamentable waters spread, where the dark rock o'erhangs the infernal lake, and mingling streams eternal murmurs make. First draw thy falchion, and on every side trench the black earth a cubit long and wide, to all the shades around libations pour, and o'er the ingredients strew the hallowed flour, new wine and milk, with honey tempered bring, and living water from the crystal spring. Then the wan shades and feeble ghosts implore, with promised offerings on thy native shore, a barren cow, the stateliest of the isle, and heaped with various wealth, a blazing pile. These to the rest, but to the seer must bleed a sable ram, the pride of all thy breed. These solemn vows and holy offerings paid to all the phantom nations of the dead, be next thy care the sable sheep to place full o'er the pit, and hell-ward turn their face, but from the infernal rite thine eye withdraw, and back to ocean glance with reverend awe. Sudden shall skim along the dusky glades thin airy shoals, and visionary shades. Then give command the sacrifice to haste, let the flayed victims in the flame be cast, and sacred vows and mystic song applied to grisly Pluto, and his gloomy bride. Wide o'er the pool thy falchion waved around shall drive the spectres from unbidden ground, the sacred draught shall all the dead forbear, till awful from the shades arise the seer. Let him, oraculous, the end, the way, the turns of all thy future fate display, thy pilgrimage to come, and remnant of thy day. So speaking, from the ruddy orient shone the morn, conspicuous on her golden throne. The goddess with a radiant tunic dressed my limbs, and o'er me cast a silken vest. Long flowing robes, of purest white, array the nymph, that added luster to the day. Attire wreathed her head with many a fold, her waist was circled with a zone of gold. Forth issuing then, from place to place I flew, rouse man by man, and animate my crew. Rise, rise, my mates, 'tis Circe gives command, our journey calls us, haste and quit the land. All rise and follow, yet depart not all, for fate decreed one wretched man to fall. A youth there was, Elpenor was he named, not much for sense, nor much for courage famed, the youngest of our band, a vulgar soul, born but to banquet, and to drain the bowl. He, hot and careless, on a turret's height, with sleep repaired the long debauch of night. The sudden tumult stirred him where he lay, and down he hastened, but forgot the way. Full headlong from the roof the sleeper fell, and snapped the spinal joint, and waked in hell. The rest crowd round me with an eager look. I met them with a sigh, and thus bespoke, already, friends, ye think your toils are o'er, your hopes already touch your native shore, alas! Far otherwise the Niv declares, far other journey first demands our cares, to tread the uncomfortable paths beneath, the dreary realms of darkness and of death, to seek Tiresia's awful shade below, and thence our fortunes and our fates to know. My sad companions heard in deep despair, frantic they tore their manly growth of hair, to earth they fell, the tears began to rain, but tears in mortal miseries are vain, sadly they fared along the sea-beat shore, still heaved their hearts, and still their eyes ran o'er. The ready victims at our bark we found, the sable ewe and ram together bound. For swift as thought the goddess had been there, and thence had glided, viewless as the air, the paths of gods what mortal can survey? Who eyes their motion? Who shall trace their way?
Carl turned and began walking across the porch to the front steps, clutching the photo in his hand. Peter closed the door behind him. He walked to the side table and picked up the food container. It was a bit early for dinner, so he decided to put it in the refrigerator. He wanted to see if he could find Vernon to ask him what he knew about the Hanfords' disappearance. He walked toward the kitchen with the container. After opening the door to the refrigerator, he placed the plastic container on a shelf inside. He closed the door and he began walking back toward the foyer. As he made his way to the hallway, he heard a muffled bang that sounded like it may have come from below. He stopped after hearing the sound. Feeling a bit uneasy, he slowly headed back into the kitchen and went to the basement door. Slowly he opened it. It creaked loudly as it swung into the back hall and exposed the pitch-black basement. He reached for the wall to switch the light on to the basement. With the light on, he realized his eyes were used to the sunlight in the room. The dim light really doesn't help him see much in the basement. He stared into the basement from the top of the stairs to see if there was anything out of place or unusual. Moving his head around slightly to get different perspectives for nearly a minute, he did not see or hear anything. He decided to head back to the foyer so he can see if Vernon was home. He reached his hand to the wall again and turned off the light. He closed the basement door again. Shaking his head, he made his way down the hallway to the foyer. In the foyer he headed straight for the front door. He opened the front door and walked out onto the porch. He closed the front door behind him, but did not lock it. Peter walked to his right on the porch to see if Vernon was outside. Sure enough, he saw Vernon working in his front yard again. This time he had the hose and was watering some of the flowers and other plants. Peter went to the porch steps. As he walked down the steps he found himself trying to think of questions he should ask Vernon. He continued from the steps to the front walk. He used the sidewalk along the street. From the sidewalk, he approached Vernon. Vernon had his back to Peter as he got closer. Peter stopped a few feet behind Vernon. He asked, "Hey Vernon, what more do you know about this house?" Vernon released the trigger on the water sprayer. He then turned around and looked directly at Peter. "It's cursed. What more do you need to know?" Vernon replied with his hoarse voice, as he began turning back to tend to his plants. I want to know more about the history of this house. I'm looking for any information that could help me find Sarah, Peter said. People have disappeared from the house, not just Mildred, but her husband too, Vernon said, partially looking toward Peter. Vernon, I just found out about a Russell and Clara Hanford, Peter said, trying to keep Vernon from leaving. Vernon paused, and then turned all the way around and looked directly at Peter. This time he seemed to have a genuine interest in helping. Peter was relieved that Vernon appeared willing to help. You found out about them, did you? Vernon asked, then he glanced down for a moment. Yes, I have been looking through the office, which has many old articles and things left by previous owners, Peter replied. Have you been through everything? Vernon asked, looking back toward Peter. No, I'm just getting started. I was surprised to find something like this so quickly, Peter replied. Well, Vernon started, and then looked away again. Well, Peter, there's more. More? What do you mean by more? More people missing from this house? Peter asked, quite puzzled. Vernon sighed. He focused on Peter again and said, the original owners before Ross and Clara were Matthews and Erica Wall. Peter was surprised, but managed to ask, Sarah mentioned those names after finding something in the office. Did they disappear too? Vernon nodded his head, and replied, yes, back in 1933. Did both of them disappear at the same time? Peter asked. No, Erica went missing first. Then a month or so later nobody heard from Matthews. Neither was ever seen or heard from again. The same has been true for anyone missing from that house, Vernon replied. Peter covered his mouth with right hand in a loose fist as he thought about the new facts he was learning. Did you live next door all of this time, Vernon? Peter asked through his fingers that still partially covered his mouth. Yes, I grew up in this very house, and I inherited it from my parents after they passed away. They lived here into their later years. I was here often to help them, Vernon replied. Peter paused for a moment, then realized he wanted to ask a difficult question. Vernon, since you have been around for all of the disappearances, have the police ever questioned you as a suspect? Peter asked carefully. Well, I was only 7 when the Walls disappeared. Once I remind the police about that, they usually let it go. I really do not have a real good recollection of what happened to the Matthews and Erica, Vernon answered. Only 7, yeah, I guess that would be more than someone that young could manage. Anyway, what do you remember about Matthews and Erica? Peter asked. Vernon dropped the hose from his hand and said, let's go sit down for a moment. Even the front steps should work. I just need to sit. Sure, I'll just follow you, Peter replied as he followed Vernon, who was walking slowly toward his front steps. Peter figured Vernon must be in some type of pain, but he decided against commenting about it to Vernon. Vernon grabbed the stair railing, slowly turned around, and took a seat on the second step. Peter soon took a seat beside him. Vernon stared to the street for a moment, then faced Peter and said, well, I'm not sure if any of this will help. Just remember that I was quite young when this happened, and there are only a few things that I still remember about Matthews and Erica. That's fine, Vernon, anything will help, Peter said for encouragement. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Vernon started, I remember that Matthews worked with furnaces. You know, installing and repairing, that sort of thing. He was quite a good metal worker. His shop was downtown. I think it's a restaurant now. He installed the furnace in the house, and converted it to gas later. Come to think of it, it wasn't too long after he did all that work to convert it when Erica disappeared, and then he disappeared. And you remember that from when you were 7? Peter asked. Oh, I remember my folks talking about him and Erica at dinner. For some reason I guess it just stuck in my mind, Vernon answered. What was he like, I mean as a person? Peter asked. Well, from the few times I remember seeing him, he was stern, but quiet. I don't think he really liked going out too much. He was probably the type that was a good craftsman, but not so good with people, Vernon replied. Was Erika a quiet person too? Peter asked. Vernon shook his head, and replied, no, quite the opposite from Matthews. She was actually a bit of a socialite around town. Even in this small town, she managed to find things to do away from home several times a week. Did that upset Matthews? Do you remember if they argued? Peter asked. I just remember a few times hearing them arguing after I went to bed. The argument would wake me up. I suppose she may have just arrived home from some function, and you would be asking her where she was and that kind of thing, Vernon replied, glancing toward the street then back toward Peter. Were there more arguments close to the time when she disappeared? Peter asked. Now that you mention it, there may have been a few, but not really any all that memorable, Vernon replied. You said that Erika disappeared first, and then Matthews a month or so after that. What happened between the time she disappeared and Matthews disappeared? Peter asked. He hid in the house. I'm not sure he ever came out afterwards. The police did talk to him a few times, but he just talked to them from the front door. No one was sure when he actually disappeared, since it may have been at least a week since anyone had seen him. Then someone from the police station tried to contact him and no one answered. They searched the house, but found nothing. It's been the same for everyone who has disappeared from the house. There are no clues in the house, Vernon explained. So you don't know anything more about the other cases that would help? Peter asked. Sorry, Peter, but I can't tell you anything more that would help. Russ and Tara were very nice neighbors, and it was a shame that they disappeared, but they got along well as far as I knew. They just vanished. No reason. No one saw it coming, Vernon explained. Well, I have learned a lot from you today, Vernon. It may actually help. There has got to be a connection or something here, Peter said as he placed one hand on the railing and began to stand up. Vernon started to stand up as well, and said, Good luck, Peter. If you can think of any other questions that may help, please come over and ask, anytime. I may take you up on that, Vernon, and thank you so much for taking the time to help. I'll let you get back to watering, Peter said, as he watched Vernon finish standing up. Vernon nodded, and replied, Thanks. Peter nodded in acknowledgement and headed back to his house. Armed with much more information, Peter walked away with a purpose. He wanted to continue looking into the items in the office. Perhaps he could find more, since he had a better idea of what to look for. It may be worth contacting the police again to tell them the information, he felt. The more people that looking into this auction, the better chance of finding an answer. As he reached the front door, he pushed the unlocked door open and walked into the foyer. Once in the kitchen, he walked to the on the counter and picked up the phone. Who should he call first? He saw some of the cards on the counter by the phone. He decided he would call someone in the police station first. He retrieved Mark Campbell's card. He dialed the number. The phone rang on the other end a few times. Mark Campbell, Wharton Police, the voice answered. Hello Mark, this is Peter Corbin. You know my wife Sarah is missing, Peter replied. Yes Peter, let's see, I really don't have any update on our search. The other tips we have received haven't led to any breakthroughs. I did see you at the bridge over the Chiltern River. That was the only tip we have received that we actively pursued yet, Mark said. Well, my boss at work will be working on flyers to put up around town. Hopefully that will lead to more tips too, Peter said. Yeah, I suppose that can't hurt. Will it use the police as the contact on them? Mark asked. I believe so, but I didn't specify that to Carl Bishop, who will be making the signs, Peter responded. Oh, I know Carl. He'll do a fine job on them. Well, were you just checking in on the status, or do you have any new information? Mark asked. Well, I'm not sure how much of the history of the house you are aware of, but I just got some interesting information from my neighbor regarding the house, Peter said. Okay, let's hear it, Mark said with a hint of disinterest. Okay, I'll see if I can get this straight. You know the previous homeowner, Mildred Croft, disappeared. I found out that her husband disappeared in 1988, Peter starts to explain. We are aware of both of those cases, Mark replied. Well, there's more. Before the Crofts, the people in the house before that, Russell and Clara Hanford, disappeared in 1967, Peter continues. Really, that was from the same house? That case was long before my time on the force, but I do remember it, Mark commented. Also, the first owners of the house, let's see, it was Matthias and Erika Wall. She disappeared first in 1933 and then he disappeared a month or so later. Also in 1933, Peter explained. Well, that's quite strange that all of these disappearances are from the same house, Mark commented. Yeah, I wanted to tell you so maybe you could look into something common between the cases, Peter commented. Let's see, that would be over 70 years ago since the first disappearance. So that would make it unlikely that one person could be involved. I suppose that's something we could look into. Maybe the later ones could be related at least, Mark commented, as he appeared to be thinking about the possibility. The one thing that got me thinking was my neighbor who told me about this has been next door all of these years from the first disappearance, Peter said. I think we interviewed him. Was it Vernon? Mark recalls. Yes, Vernon Kramer. He remembers facts about all of the cases, though he was only 7 in 1933, Peter commented. Well, if he was just 7 for the first disappearance. Mark started commenting. There could be other people around that would have been older then, Peter proposes. Well, that could be possible. Well, look into this information, Mark said. I guess that's all I can ask you to do, Mark. Just see if there is anything in common, Peter said, realizing Mark might not view the information as the breakthrough they needed. Okay, Peter, we'll go through the old files and see what may be common, other than the house. Please don't get your hopes up on this though. It could just be coincidence that people are missing from the same house. I mean, first you mentioned ghosts, and now it sounds like some kind of a curse or something. I just get the feeling you're holding something back from us, Peter, Mark commented. Sometimes I wish I did have something to hold back, Mark, but I don't. I just really want to look into anything that could help find Sarah, Peter said defensively. Well, anyway, we'll do our best, Peter. Give me a call again if you do think of anything else or need an update, Mark offered. Thanks, Mark. I'll let you know. Goodbye, Peter said. Goodbye, Peter, Mark said, just before he hung up the phone. Peter also hung up the phone. He was a bit disappointed that Mark did not see the house's history as a major break in the case. He did understand the logic in Mark's skepticism though. After closing his eyes for a moment, he reopened them, and decided to reheat the dinner that Carl brought over earlier. Maybe eating something would help boost his spirits. As Peter sat at the table finishing up his dinner, the phone rang. He walked to the counter to pick up the phone. Hello, he said, as he answered the phone. Hi Peter, this is Colleen. You remember, Colleen Phillips, she replied. Peter was surprised, and replied carefully, Oh, hi Colleen, how are you doing? Oh, I'm fine, but I called to see how you were holding up. Carl told me about Sarah, then the police called and asked me some questions. I can't believe it, Colleen replied. Yeah, well, I don't know what happened to her. She's just gone. I woke up Saturday morning and she wasn't there, Peter replied. Oh, I'm so sorry for you, Peter. That is just awful, Colleen said, trying to comfort him. I don't know if it was because I drank too much at Carl's party or what. I just don't remember much from that night, Peter said. How are you holding up through all of this? She asked. I guess I'm getting by. You know, taking things one step at a time. It has been rough though. I think they may have originally suspected that I had something to do with it first, Peter said. But they don't suspect you, do they? She asked. Well, I think some of them may still suspect me, but there's no evidence to prove that I did anything. Of course I can't remember anything either, which makes it hard for me, Peter said. I know you didn't have anything to do with it, Peter, she commented. Well, thanks, Colleen. At least some of the investigators involved in the case agree with you too, Peter said. Peter, is there anything I can do to help? She asked. Not that I can think of offhand right now. Carl is making up some flyers to post around town. Maybe you could contact him and see if he could use some help, Peter replied. Okay, I'll call Carl, but is there anything I can do for you? Like, do you need someone to talk to? I mean, like that kind of help Colleen offers. Peter was taken aback by the offer. He found himself making an audible sigh, and then replied, Well, I appreciate the offer, Colleen, but I think I'm okay for now. I'll let you know if I do need to talk though, okay? That's fine, Peter. Just give me a call every once in a while at least to give me an update. I may call you too, she replied. Thanks, Colleen. You take care, Peter said, hoping to end the conversation quickly. Okay, Peter, you take care as well. I hope they find Sarah soon, and keep in touch. Goodbye, Colleen said. Goodbye, Colleen, Peter said, as he hung up the phone. His hand trembled as he placed the phone back on the counter. Was Colleen coming on to him this early after Sarah's disappearance? He knew that she made him uncomfortable on the phone. Sarah was jealous of Colleen. Could Colleen have been jealous of Sarah? The thoughts caused his mind to race. He made his way back to the kitchen table and sat back down in front of his almost completed dinner. Staring over the food, he continued to absorb all that had happened. After completing the remaining bites of food, he rinsed the plate in the sink and placed it in the counter. The sun had been down for a while, and very little light remained outside. He decided to return to the office to do some more research into the former homeowners. As he stepped away from the sink and rounded the corner to the hallway leading to the office, he quickly noticed that the office door was shut. He stopped. As far as he could remember, he left the door open the last time he was in there. After a deep breath and another shaking of his head, Peter continued toward the office door. He opened the door into the room. As usual, the door creaked loudly as it swung into the dark room. He turned on the room light. The single mounted fixture on the ceiling cast a faded yellow glow across the room. He walked to the desk chair and sat down. Previously, he had paid more attention to the items in the desk, not surrounding it. He noticed a framed photo propped on the desk. The ornate golden frame was of a couple roughly in their early 60s or so. Judging from it being a color photo, and not too faded, he deduced it could be Mildred and Oliver Croft. It may have been taken for an anniversary or some other event. Seeing the photo sparked his interest in seeing what the other homeowners looked like as well. He continued looking through drawers and files in the desk. Perhaps he would find some photos and all other information on the homeowners, including Matthews and Erica. First, he searched through the folder with the articles. It was still open on the desk. He put aside the article on the top and began looking at the next one underneath it. It was another article about Oliver's disappearance. It looked to him like the articles were saved by the Crofts. Since he wanted to find more on the owners before the Crofts, he decided to look for other folder that could hold articles or photos. The bottom drawer was still open. He bent down and extended both hands into the drawer to rummage around to get a better idea of what might be there. After a few minutes of digging through the stacked files, he found one that looked like it had older newspaper articles with photographs. He lifted up a stack of folders to remove the one near the bottom of the drawer. He set the file on the desk and opened it. Faded orange and brown newspaper articles clipped from the local paper were before him. According to the date on the top article, it was from the mid-1960s. Thinking about it for a moment, he nodded his head slightly, hoping to find something about the Hanfords. He picked up the top article and began reviewing it. It was a 30th anniversary announcement. The title said that the couple was Russell and Clara Hanford. He unfolded the article to continue reading. The details did not reveal anything that seemed strange to him. It just mentioned items like what their two grown kids were doing, and other relatively normal details. Even though there was not much to learn from the article, he did take a moment to examine the photo of Russell and Clara. For some reason, he felt like he should at least know what the two looked like. Next, he just needed to find photos or some likeness of Matthias and Erica Wall. Since the folder he found the articles with the Hanfords photo was near the bottom of the drawer, he realized it would be unlikely that anything much older was in that drawer. He did remember Sarah talking about the Matthias and Erica though. Maybe she left something on the desk. Peter looked at the top of the desk for any folders that he did not remember reviewing yet. The desk was cluttered with old letters, papers, folders, and many other objects, along with a desk lamp that he had not bothered to turn on yet. Near the desk lamp was a tattered accordion file. Peter partially stood up to reach for it, since it was on the far side of the large oak desk. After retrieving it, he pulled the file open to scan the contents. This could be it, he noted to himself as he observed the almost delicate condition of the articles inside of the folder. He also believed there could be some photos in the folder as well. He carefully removed a stack of old articles from one of the partitions and set them on the desk. Indeed, the articles were old, and reviewing the first few he noted that they were from the early 1930s or late 1920s. He breathed a sigh of relief that he was able to find something from the time Matthias and Erica lived in the house. The article on top was about a local dance club, and it did include a photo of members of the club posing for the camera in rows. Women were in the first row, and men were in the second row. The names of the people were listed in the caption below the photograph. Scanning the names, he found Erica Wall's name, but not Matthias. He noted that she was the one in the first row, and the fourth woman from the left. She was smiling in the photo, as if she enjoyed being in the club. He was a bit puzzled why Matthias was not mentioned or in the photo. Maybe he did not like to dance. He set that article aside and examined the next one. This was a similar article about a different club. This time it was a social club with another group photo. Again, he found Erica's photo, but no sign of Matthias. As in the previous photo, she was smiling. The next article was about a local church choir. As he suspected, Erica was in the choir, but no sign of Matthias. Even in the few articles he has read about Erica, he could tell that she liked being out with others in the community. Matthias must have been different, since he had not found an article mentioning him yet. Peter decided to look deeper through the stack to see if there were any articles that included Matthias. He reviewed each article carefully enough for Matthias' name before continuing on to the next. He reached the last article in the stack, and it only had another article about Erica and her social activities. Where would there be a photo of Matthias, he asked himself. He thought about this as he collected the stack of articles and carefully placed them back inside of the folder. As he did, he remembered the photos in the folder as well. He removed a group of old photos from another compartment in the folder and set them on the desk. The top one was of a young couple in a wedding pose. He recognized the woman as a younger Erica, and the man must be Matthews. She had the same smile as she did in the group shots he found earlier. Even though it was for a wedding, Matthews seemed to have more of an expressionless appearance. He continued to look through the other photos. He did find more photos of Matthews. Some of the photos still were from their younger years, but some were taken when they were older. Peter did notice that he had not found one photo where Matthews was smiling or appeared happy. This would agree with what Vernon had told him about Matthews being more of a quiet person, and not the socialite that Erica was. Peter then came across a photo of Vernon standing in front of what must have been his work truck. On the side of the truck it said, "Walls Furnace Repair and Installation." Again the photo of Matthews was expressionless and even unnerving. To Peter, it was almost as if he was staring directly at him no time. His hands actually trembled slightly. There was a click, and the room went totally dark, except for a small amount of light coming from a light in the kitchen. Was that the light switch that made the click? Carefully he stood up from the chair. Fumbling around, he made his way toward the door, occasionally bumping into objects on the floor along the way. When he reached the door, he moved his right hand toward where he remembered the light switch. He could feel it was down. His breathing and his heart quickened as it sunk in that the light switch apparently turned off without anyone touching it. Anyone he could see at least. Having seen enough, he decided to call it a night. He flipped the light switch back on, and returned to the desk.
I started watching Cosmos, Atom, on June 30, 2022, with a recorded price of 7.49. I recorded these prices at or around midnight each day, Central Standard Time, in order to keep as close to an accurate account of these prices according to time. On July 14, 2022, the recorded price for Cosmos, Atom, was 8.35, up 0.96, from the recorded price on June 30, 2022, of 7.49, and also up 0.45, from 7.80, the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the day before. On July 15, 2022, the price recorded was 8.98, up 1.49, from the recorded price on June 30, 2022, and up 0.63 from the price recorded the day before. On July 16, 2022, the recorded price for Cosmos, Atom, was 8.96, up 1.47 from the price recorded on June 30, 2022, and up 0.02 from the recorded price from July 15, 2022, the day before. On July 17, 2022, the price recorded was 9.15, up 1.66 from 7.49, the recorded price on June 30, 2022, and also up 0.19 from 8.96, the recorded price from the day before. On July 18, 2022, the price recorded was 9.33, up 1.84 from the price recorded on June 30, 2022, and up 0.08 from the price recorded the day before. On July 19, 2022, the recorded price was 9.41, up 1.92 from the price recorded on June 30, 2022, and up 0.08 from the price recorded on July 18, 2022, the day before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded of Cosmos, Atom, was 10.29, up 2.80 from the recorded price on June 30, 2022, and also up 0.88 from the price recorded the day before. On July 21, 2022, the price recorded was 9.79, up 2.30 from the recorded price on June 30, 2022, but down 0.50 from the price recorded on July 20, 2022, the day before. On July 22, 2022, the recorded price was 10.70, up 3.21 from 7.49, the price recorded on June 30, 2022, and also up 0.91 from 9.79, the recorded price from July 21, 2022, the day before. On July 23, 2022, the price recorded was 11.06, up 3.57 from the recorded price on June 30, 2022, and up 0.36 from the price recorded the day before. On July 14, 2022, the recorded price for Cardano was 0.42, down 0.01 from the recorded price of 0.47 on June 23, 2022. It was also down 0.01 from the recorded price of 0.43 the day before, on July 13, 2022. On July 15, 2022, the recorded price for Cardano was 0.44 at or around midnight Central Standard Time. This was down 0.03 from the recorded price on June 23, 2022, and down 0.02 from the price recorded the day before. On July 16, 2022, the recorded price for Cardano was 0.44 again, and on July 17, 2022, the price rose to 0.45, down 0.02 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, and up 0.01 from the price recorded for both July 14, 2022, and July 15, 2022. On July 17, 2022, the recorded price was 0.45, down 0.02 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, but up 0.01 from 0.44, the price recorded the day before. On July 18, 2022, the recorded price was 0.46, down 0.01 from 0.47, the price recorded on June 23, 2022. The price was also 0.01 higher than 0.45, the price recorded July 17, 2022, the day before. On July 19, 2022, the recorded price for Cardano was 0.48, up 0.01 from the recorded price on June 23, 2022, and up 0.02 from the recorded price the day before. On July 20, 2022, the recorded price was 0.53, up 0.06 from 0.47 recorded on June 23, 2022. The price was also 0.05 higher than 0.48, the price recorded on July 19, 2022, the day before. On July 21, 2022, the recorded price for Cardano was 0.48, up 0.01 from the recorded price of June 23, 2022, but down 0.05 from the recorded price on July 20, 2022, the day before. On July 22, 2022, the recorded price was 0.49, up 0.02 from the recording price on June 23, 2022, and up 0.01 from the recorded price the day before. The price was the same for July 23, 2022.
The recorded prices for Dogecoin were taken at or around midnight Central Standard Time. On July 14, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0598, down 0.0081 from the recorded price of 0.0679 on June 26, 2022, the day I started recording Dogecoin prices. The price was also down 0.0018 from 0.0616, the recorded price for July 13, 2022, the day before. On July 15, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0626, down 0.0053 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022, but up 0.028 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 16, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0625, down 0.054 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and down 0.0001 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 17, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0642, down 0.0037 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but up 0.0017 from the price recorded on July 16, 2022, the day before. On July 18, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0651, down 0.0028 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and also up 0.0009 from the price recorded the day before. On July 19, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0663, down 0.0016 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022, and up 0.0012 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0711, up from the recorded price on June 26, 2022 of 0.0679 by 0.0032, and also up 0.0048 from the price recorded the day before. On July 21, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0685, up 0.0006 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but down 0.026 from 0.0711, the recorded price for July 20, 2022, the day before. On July 22, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0694, up 0.0015 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and up 0.009 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 23, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0685, up 0.0006 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but down 0.009 from 0.0694, recorded price for July 22, 2022, the day before. After July 23, 2022, I no longer recorded Dogecoin prices. First, like before, I wasn't interested in getting into decimal points at that extent. Second, Dogecoin doesn't draw interest, and I really don't see much profit off of buying into it, unless you buy a lot of the token.
I started recording prices for Polkadot on June 26, 2022, and the first price was recorded was 8.09. I record my prices at or around midnight, Central Standard Time, in order to keep as close to an accurate price range as possible. On July 14, 2022, the recorded price for Polkadot was 6.33, down from 8.09, the recorded price for June 26, 2022, but up 0.14 from 6.47, the recorded price for July 13, 2022, the day before. On July 15, 2022, the price recorded was 6.70, down 1.39 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022, but up 0.34 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 16, 2022, the recorded price for Polkadot was 6.75, down 1.34 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022. The price was also up 0.05 though, from the recorded price from the day before. On July 17, 2022, the price recorded was 7.16, down 0.93 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but up 0.41 from the recorded price the day before. On July 18, 2022, the price recorded was 7.21, down 0.81 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022, but up 0.05 from 7.16, the price recorded on July 17, 2022, the day before. On July 19, 2022, the price recorded was 7.61, down 0.48 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and up 0.40 from the price recorded the day before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded was 7.90, down 0.19 from the 8.09, the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but up 0.29 from 7.61, the recorded price from July 19, 2022, the price recorded the day before. On July 21, 2022, the price recorded was 7.29, down 0.08 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and down 0.61 from the price recorded the day before. On July 22, 2022, the price recorded was 7.47, down 0.62 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but up 0.18 from the recorded price the day before. On July 23, 2022, the price recorded was 7.48, down 0.61 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and down 0.01 from the price recorded on July 22, 2022, the day before. I no longer recorded the prices for Polkadot after July 23, 2022, first, because of the fact that the prices were constantly volatile, fluctuating up and down, and second, I didn't see much in profit from investing in the token. It doesn't draw interest either, so I decided not to invest in it.
I recorded these prices on or around midnight, Central Standard Time, in order to keep as close to an accurate time frame on these prices. I recorded the prices for Shiba Inu on June 26, 2022, and it was priced at 0.00012. On July 14, 2022, the recorded price for Shiba Inu was 0.0001, down 0.0001. From the price recorded on June 26, 2022. It was also down 0.0001 from the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the day before. Shiba Inu stayed at the price of 0.00011 from July 14, 2022, until July 18, 2022, and then rose to 0.00012 on July 19, 2022. It was still down 0.0001 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022. On July 19, 2022, the recorded price was 0.00012, the same as the recorded price on June 26, 2022, and up from 0.00011, the price recorded the day before. It stayed at 0.00012. Until July 23, 2022, when I finally stopped recording the price for Shiba Inu. First, because the recorded price doesn't change very much, and wouldn't produce much of a profit. Second, it doesn't draw interest, and third, I am not interested in getting involved with decimal points.
I started watching Cosmos, Atom, on June 30, 2022, with a recorded price of 7.49. I recorded these prices at or around midnight each day, Central Standard Time, in order to keep as close to an accurate account of these prices according to time. On July 14, 2022, the recorded price for Cosmos, Atom, was 8.35, up 0.96, from the recorded price on June 30, 2022, of 7.49, and also up 0.45, from 7.80, the price recorded on July 13, 2022, the day before. On July 15, 2022, the price recorded was 8.98, up 1.49, from the recorded price on June 30, 2022, and up 0.63 from the price recorded the day before. On July 16, 2022, the recorded price for Cosmos, Atom, was 8.96, up 1.47 from the price recorded on June 30, 2022, and up 0.02 from the recorded price from July 15, 2022, the day before. On July 17, 2022, the price recorded was 9.15, up 1.66 from 7.49, the recorded price on June 30, 2022, and also up 0.19 from 8.96, the recorded price from the day before. On July 18, 2022, the price recorded was 9.33, up 1.84 from the price recorded on June 30, 2022, and up 0.08 from the price recorded the day before. On July 19, 2022, the recorded price was 9.41, up 1.92 from the price recorded on June 30, 2022, and up 0.08 from the price recorded on July 18, 2022, the day before. On July 20th, 2022, the price recorded of Cosmos Atom was 10.29, up 2.80 from the recorded price on June 30th, 2022, and also up 0.88 from the price recorded the day before. On July 21st, 2022, the price recorded was 9.79, up 2.30 from the recorded price on June 30th, 2022, but down 0.50 from the price recorded on July 20th, 2022, the day before. On July 22nd, 2022, the recorded price was 10.70, up 3.21 from 7.49, the price recorded on June 30th, 2022, and also up 0.91 from 9.79, the recorded price from July 21st, 2022, the day before. On July 23rd, 2022, the price recorded was 11.06, up 3.57 from the recorded price on June 30th, 2022, and up 0.36 from the price recorded the day before.
I think I might have emailed him. Yeah, I think we talked on email. And he wrote the stories, you know, and I was one of the ones, like he put a lot of my stories in there, a lot of some of yours too.
It's kind of similar to what you and old John were doing with It's a Weird World, where you were sending stories to him and then he'd narrate them.
But when I send something, I don't know, is he doing something now? Like, is he doing it? Was he doing something? I can't remember what he was doing now.
What, Stephen Wagner?
Yeah, I don't know.
He's still doing that, writing those articles for about.com, I think. That was where I got that one article about the Hollow Earth and stuff that I gave to Roger.
More than true stories and stuff like that. Because I know the true stories, he wrote 2 books. When I get those, I'll share them with you. They were on Amazon, like I said.
It'd be cool if we could somehow get him on here, but I mean, it's probably a big stretch, so I'm not gonna hold my breath for it.
Sounds like pretty old. Not like along the lines of Raymond Moody. He's just out there, you know. I don't think he's famous. I mean, he, you know, like I said, he's got those books, but
the worst thing you could do is send an email. That's the worst thing you can do. You know what I mean? Actually, the worst thing you do is not even try. If you don't try, then it's pretty much not worth it. You know what I mean? So if you think it's a good idea, do it.
Yeah, you never know until you try. Yeah. Like I asked John about getting back into doing music and collaborating with him, which I didn't know if he was going to wind up having time to do it or not, because he's got a lot going on. But never hurts to ask, and now he's starting to get back into it. We might collaborate, so you never know till you never know till you try. So
I don't know if he's got a show, if he's got like a contact information there. I haven't followed up on it or anything. And I know when he first started doing those stories, him and I were both like, that was all new. That was when people were starting kind of just get on the internet and do a lot of stuff. So I know, that's why he used a lot of my stuff, I bet, and yours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the stories were all through emails.
I got a big stack of printouts of almost every story that you gave to him a while back, so that I'm gonna sit down and read through those. Those will be good topics for like future mystery show episodes and maybe interviews with Roger and John.
That's why I want to get the book, because I bet you he put some of those stories of ours in there. because we gave him the rights to that.
Yeah.
And because he published so many of ours he had like a monthly thing, Austin. We'd go in and like read the true stories, not just ours, but everybody's. He'd
I
have.
don't remember if it was monthly or if it was weekly or. I think he.
Monthly.
Yeah, because he had a huge publication. He'd have just like shit tons of stories on there. So I think it was something he'd spend a whole month gathering and putting together, and then at the end of each month he'd release his stories that he had chosen.
Well, so now they're in those books, so that's why I want to get those, and I need to get it back into Amazon and put those on my cart because I kind of forgot about that. But
And now he does. Now he writes, or at least the last few years, he's written articles on About.com. That's where I got that one. He writes about anything and everything supernatural and paranormal along the lines of what we discuss.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, getting him on here, that'd be badass. But it'll be a work in progress.
When I get the books, maybe there'll be something in there about like how you can contact him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to look up like a YouTube channel for him, but he doesn't have one. He just has stories and research he's done featured on a few different channels, but no channel of his
those stories. Gosh, that must have been back in the 90s?
Yeah.
Now a lot of writers go towards the podcast area, so it's probably
he's done some of that.
It's probably the best way to find them.
Yeah, this was before all that went, and people were kind of getting out there and doing.
No, I mean, I'm serious. Even journalists, they do podcasts before they do a YouTube video. Like it's popular among writers. They would rather do a podcast.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, they don't want anything to do with like actual videos like we're doing. Like Michael Paul, he's a good example. He had his podcast going out, and he doesn't even have a channel, I don't think.
Oh.
You
You watch YouTube now, and it's just stupid stuff. I swear, it's just some of it. They just put anything on there.
Hey, now, me and you are on there.
Yeah, but no, some of it's just real stupid. Like, they can go on there and say, like, I don't know if you knew about that guy named Twitch that killed himself. They're going on there saying that his wife killed him now, and it's obvious. I mean, it's obvious. I think he committed suicide.
Yeah.
So there's all these conspiracy theories on there about this poor lady. I mean, she's a widow now with his kids, and there's
people on there that
not liable for anything they say. They don't have to prove it or anything on there.
You got those people on there that say that everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they said that about Ellen too. Because she had 3 people that she knew that died within 3 months. But heck, the one was her ex-girlfriend she hadn't seen in like 12 years or something. But yeah, Twitch was actually one of her friends that had killed himself. He was one, and then that little Southern guy used to be on her show. I don't know if you guys ever watched it, but yeah.
No, we don't watch Ellen.
No, I don't know why my friend was watching it, and I was like, what? I think he watched it because of Twitch. Twitch was a black dancer on there.
Okay, so you want to do this before she gets really, really out of control?
Yeah.
Austin. You wanna talk about the caverns, or no? Yeah, it was the caverns not being discovered, or
Austin's got to work.
Being discovered and not being created. You mentioned you mentioned that what was it, were they natural, or were they actually, when they found them, were they natural, or were they already?
Yeah. Were they natural, or were they artificially created?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm coming.
All right.
No.
So if you
Yeah,
want, if you want, we can get that last part right there. Just go silent and then say that last part as much as you want, and then we'll be done with all that.
Okay. So that was the only thing I could really think of based off of what you said was I need to look into whether the caverns were perhaps artificial or were created. And if they were artificially created, if so, maybe by who? But that's something I need to do research into. You touched on a lot of the stuff I did. So right now I don't have any more to add to that just yet, but we both did pretty good on that.
Yeah.
So just let me know, and then I'll finish this real quick, and then I gotta take my dog out.
All right. So go silent and just say that part, and you're good.
That's it.
All right. So that right there is that's what it is. Because a lot of your stuff, man, I really don't have anything to say. That's pretty much everything that I've learned too when it comes to it. And like the books, I'd really like to eventually get into the reference books that I mentioned down at the bottom part, the ones that was mentioning a lot of the information. You know.
I'm gonna read over those articles I've sent you and that we've shared, and just take notes on the highlights of them. That'll be another thing I do. So.
Yeah. Like on here it says Agartha, Secrets of the Subterranean Cities, and then the Deep Dwellers. The Deep Dwellers. And then Chronicles of Akakor and the Visitors. Those are the ones that I really want to dive into, kind of get a better feel of the stories, you know, because I from everything I've seen and I've heard in these stories, this is the cream of the crop right here. This is what people want to hear, but they don't hear too much of. So I really do want to be able to kind of get more into that whole area.
Okay. We'll add to our outline going forward. Mm-hmm. All right, man.
So before we go, we got to ask your mom, what do you think of it so far?
Sounds good. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Yeah. Do it though. What did you say you were going to start doing it?
We are going to get this together, and hopefully, if we can get Robot to recuperate from his whatever vacation he's on, then we should have it out at least by April. I'm hoping April. So, because I'd like to have this going at least the first episodes or two, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do one more video call here in the next month or so where we do more of our deep dives into the research and highlights we've done.
Mm-hmm. And like this stuff right here, while we're, you know, the actual discussion on how we're outlining it, I'm wanting to put this on the WoW Talk too, to where people kind of get a behind the scenes of what we're doing. You know what I mean? But keep it separate from what we're actually saying in the video. So, sound good?
Yeah, that works.
All right.
All right. All right. I'm gonna go get my dog out. He's whining for me.
All right, and I will talk to you guys later. Thanks so much
for
being here.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming.
I'm gonna nickname you Troublemaker.
Oh, good.
All right.
Now, see, and that's what I want. I want like a general conversation first out of the gate. You know, your story on it and everything.
We can do a deep dive on so many different aspects of this one story. There's so much to it. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I know.
But I want to just show the audience, maybe do a little intro about it and show them some of the sources of information that I'm coming from. and then maybe like next time we cover this topic, we can dive into the different aspects of it.
Yeah.
Once we've read books and stuff.
Sounds like a plan. Now, it's like I said too, I want to set it up to where it's more of a mix between documentary and conversation. You know what I mean? So we'll have the conversation, but we're also going to focus on a documentary style that will switch in between, from one to the other.
All right.
So we'll actually.
Documentary will need a script, right?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying when we were talking. If you want me to, I can write up a script for you like you want, and then you can go through and
let's
edit
have
it.
a little bit of a chat about like first, and then we'll tease out some of the different topics and stuff and areas we could dive into that's interesting, and then we can write the script from there.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying too. Like actually make PowerPoints of what you really want to focus on, and whenever you want me to pull the information up and get it together so that I can focus on those areas, for Casey.
This. Yeah, he talked about him last week. So this all goes back to the same thing.
Yeah.
Cool.
See, Philos, Biblos, and Porphyri are, mostly Porphyri. He's the one that started the Neoplatonist movement.
That's why we got into Neoplatonism, because I have him Porphyri, but it's also a sort of rock as well. Porphyri the Tyri was a Neoplaton philosopher, and but Porphyry, born in Lebanon, and then he's influenced by Plato, which I remember they were thinking that we were talking about how they think Plato is the responsible for the Neoplatonism movement, it's not
totally different.
Yeah, two totally different concepts, right? I remember so much of that from our conversation last week. Excuse me, I had to warm my tea up again, so that's the beeping in the background.
Now, the Phoenician history is the oldest non-coded document of our historical archives. Furthermore, it is particularly valuable because of its author. Senechuniathon was a free man who did not hesitate to announce myths. Now, that's the part that I read the other day. So, judging from the fragments of the Phoenician history, Senechuniathon appears to have been a contemporary of Semiramis 2,000 years before Christ. If so, his book would go back into fabled antiquity. Senechuniathon, like Vagasa in India, is said to have been a compiler of extremely ancient theological and historical documents that have been transmitted to him either by oral tradition or writing. So that's what we went over in the last one. Um, now,
Spontaneous. Yeah, here he is. And iambicuous. You just see him right here. I'm just reading. They were saying, showing a correlation between iambicuous and Plotinius to Porphyry or Porphyry. Am I saying it right now? Porphyry.
yeah, Porphyry.
Hmm. So so I guess for me, how would you describe their influence in regards to developing culture? Because I how do we correlate it towards like our, I guess I would like to say our transformations or our development, evolution, more so probably would be the correct terminology. How do we correlate their influence in regards to such?
Well, first you have to take into consideration Toth, okay, Tawatas. All right?
Yeah.
Now, Tawatas was eventually created into Toth. He also became Hermes Trismegistus, and a lot of secret societies formed around that, and mystery schools. Like back during the old days of Greece, they had mystery schools, and Neoplatonism was a big part of that. They practice in the mystery schools and the teachings and stuff, and they like Porphyry. All right, not everything that he wrote was barbaric. I mean, he was very scientific in a lot of things that he did, and he was inspired by these teachings, and they were just handed off. And really saying that the Greeks stole these people's freaking heritage isn't true. I should re-say that, you know what I mean? They basically just merged it into their cultures.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And all of these people back in those days did that, you know what I mean? Like the Egyptians.
They do it now.
Yeah,
I mean, because we all come from the same place. But that's what I was talking about before. We make a big deal about the separation, but the truth be the same. One unit, like it all started as one, and then it broke off into different cultures and different areas. But because of the foundation, the roots, the where we come from, it being completely connected, it seems as if they're taking cultures, or we're taking cultures, or you get they're acting black or they're acting white, but literally we are like the same, not the same people. We're not created equal. Let's not do it like that. But we come from the same place. So it's inevitable when you're getting fine-tuned and getting down to the inside of who you are and where you come from, that you're going to incorporate cultures that seem different from what you may not been practicing currently. I don't think people understand that part though.
Now see, like with Philo
Biblis. Mm-hmm.
Now, and he wrote his collection of 9 books that he divided Senationathion's collections. He wrote a book and divided it into 9 books, or actually he has 9 books of it.
I see these
that he did, and the preface of the first book he writes as follows: things being thus, Senationathion, a very studious and active man who desired above all else to know the principles of things, and that of which all that exists is formed, diligently inquired into the writings of Tawatas, having learned that of all the men who have ever appeared under the sun, Tawatas was the first to conceive the invention of letters and open the way for written documents. He therefore made him the foundation of his entire discourse. It was Tawatos whom the Egyptians called Toit, and the Alexandrians called Thoth, which the Greeks translated as Hermes or Mercury. Now, it was the Alexandrians that actually called him Thoth. Now, the Egyptians called them toid.
See, and I never knew that. This is the first time I'm ever even hearing that. And even when you look it up, like you look up TOTH and you just look him up, it's like they automatically pull up like all the stuff about Egypt and not even really say much. Well, I might just not have gotten deep enough. THOTH, THOTH, and I have them. All is Egypt. See, ancient Egypt. Everything
Yeah.
is ancient Egypt, and you're saying it's the Alexandria. That's wild.
And see,
Egypt.
Alexandria,
Everything's Egypt.
Alexandria is where everything gets warped, or where it always got warped, because the Alexandrians would, they were notorious for that stuff. Like they wanted to mingle all these religions. You know,
And that was near Lebanon, right? Isn't
no,
Alexandria?
that was Alexandria is right in Egypt, right? You know where the Nile comes out?
Yeah.
Okay, Alexandria was right there in that area.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't include Alexandrians as like actual like Egyptians, really, because like that was more of Alexander the Great and all the Greeks when they came to Egypt, and they kind of influenced the Egyptians to where they had a mix of Greek and Egyptian theology going on there, and that's where Toph came from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're notorious for that too, because like I was getting ready to say, the Gnostics. Okay, the Gnostics are a good example of that as well. Like if you read the Gnostics, you'll hear a real strong Egyptian influence in it, and it's not really the Egyptians, it's the Alexandrians that did all that, you know, because Christianity hit real big in that region, and they started incorporating again, and that's one of the things I do.
Is it Gnostick or Gnostics? Gnostics?
It's GNO.
What?
GNOSTIC.
Hold on 1 second. Got it.
Okay. Now, having said these things, Philo denounced the newcomers who, after those writings, wrongly and untruthfully introduced allegories, theories, and expositions of physics into fables concerning the gods. He continues, but more recent religious scholars destroyed all vestiges of events that occurred after the origin of things, inventing allegories within fables and combining them in such a way as to unite them with the movement of the universe. This is how they instituted mysteries and spread such thick shadows over all those things that it was no longer easy to determine what had really occurred. But Sanchuniathon discovered the secret writings of the Ammonians, which were known to very few people, and studied everything they contained. He then achieved his goal by setting aside the fable based on allegories until in later times there appeared priests who wanted to dissimulate the truth and restore to honor that fable which was the origin of the mystery and had not yet penetrated among the Greeks. After more observations, Philo continued in his preface. It must be stated at the outset, for greater clarity and partial knowledge of everything that follows, that the most ancient of the barbarians, notably the Phoenicians and Egyptians, who have served as guides for all other men, considered the greatest gods to be those who made discoveries to aid our existence, or who conferred benefits of any kind on the various populations. They called them benefactors because of the many benefits they owed to them. They worshiped them as gods. As for that purpose, they dedicated already existing temples to them. They erected pillars and branches to them and worshiped those objects with great devotion. The Phoenicians dedicated their greatest festivals to them and gave the constellations the names of their kings, some of whom were already regarded as gods. They recognized as natural gods only the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars, and other things in that general category, so that there were mortal gods and immortal gods. And that is what is written by Philo. That's pretty good. That's some of the stuff that I remember going over on that, you know what I mean? And that's basically what he's saying is what I was saying, you know, like they took these humans who were benefactors and actually help man benefit from their good deeds, and they deified them and made them into gods.
Comparing the range of food served at the banquet of Sir Nasir Pal II with the types of foodstuffs the food managers were concerned with, the management of the most important components of the elite's menu, including grain, meat, and wine, was undertaken by separate officials. In the following we will take a closer look at selected food managing offices, in order to gain a better understanding of the activities of the food managers in connection with the acquisition, transport, storage, and distribution of the foodstuffs for the benefit of the royal household, inevitably including also deliveries to the temple. Since the chief of granaries, the chief cook, and the wine master are comparatively well attested among the food managers, and since each of these offices represents one of the categories of food managers established above, they are the most suitable candidates for such an examination. The chief of granaries, as his title suggests, was in charge of large storage facilities for grain. This is best documented by an administrative record from 8th century Kalu, according to which the storehouse under the responsibility of the unnamed granary master in the land of Bertu received in total 12,800 homers of barley rations collected from various different places. Hence, corn from local centers was stored in the granary of that region administered by the granary master. In 3 legal records from 7th century Kalu, Fort Shalmaneser, the chief of granaries is concerned with the collection of the corn and straw taxes from royal land. This type of land, which seems to have been maintenance land for the king, or his household, was apparently placed at the disposal of Amae, Uadina respectively, who were liable to pay taxes in return for its usufruct. In another administrative record, bearing the same archival background as the chief of granaries Sagularu Yor is listed along with 4,000 homers of barley. In the same record also the fodder master is listed along with 2,000, a certain Kapti with 7,000, and the Rab Janibate with 1,000 homers of barley, and the city of Nineveh is recorded with 3,050 homers of barley, which were collected inter alia from provincial cities located in the Assyrian heartland north of Nineveh. Since the deliveries were made to Nineveh, the grain amounts in Nineveh and in charge of the officials may have been meant for another final destination, perhaps the place where the tablet was found and the imperial capital at that time. In any case, this document reveals the operation of the barley supply for the urban centers of the Assyrian heartland, something that is also reflected in the administrative text where 70 homers, 7 seos, of grain, the total imposed upon several men listed by personal name, are said to be for Anna, Nineveh. The chief of granaries also supplied individual palace departments and palace members with grain, as is clear from legal texts recording administrative procedures. When the chief of granaries owes 200 barley rations to be delivered to Jurukin, this reflects an official obligation rather than a personal loan. Presumably also, possibly, the chief of granaries owed 4 barley rations in late Neo-Assyrian times, acted here in his official capacity, not least because the indebted barley is qualified as fodder, which in other legal records from Fort Shalmaneser marks their administrative background. Hence, in both cases, the chief of granaries was ex officio obliged to supply amounts of grain which he did not yet manage to deliver. In other cases, the chief of granaries appears as a provider of corn for temple offerings. This can be placed in the context of general duties that were also imposed on other officials, primarily the high state officials, who had appropriate resources at their disposal. According to the letter of the scholar Akalanu to the king, Assurbanipal, the chief of granaries is listed among the officials, mainly provincial governors, who did not yet hand in their contributions of barley and emmer for the regular offerings in the Ur temple. Hence, the chief of granaries, and his establishment, had separate resources available, independent of the provincial stocks of grain. Although the title Rab Karmani explicitly refers to the Karmu, this official never actually occurs in association with such an installation. Rather, the chief of granaries is once recorded as being responsible for a storage facility called Nakamtu, a term which is otherwise often used to refer to the treasury or treasury houses containing precious metals or associated with horses. Thus, the Nakamtu did not serve exclusively as a storage facility for grain, as was the case with Karmu. Since one would, nevertheless, assume that the Rab Karmani was responsible for the establishment's designated Karmu in the Neo-Assyrian sources, we shall have a brief look at the Assyrian evidence for Karmu, which was only recently examined by Feist and Lopp, both Feist, for the Neo-Assyrian period, and Lopp conclude that this term primarily refers to royal or governmental granaries for the storage of the king's grain intended for the benefit of the king's household. This seems especially plausible on the basis of the Middle Assyrian evidence, which suggests that apart from the imperial capital Assur, also all the provincial capitals had their own royal Karmu. Also, according to the Neo-Assyrian state correspondence, the Karmu was an institutional facility which was mainly at the disposal of provincial governors, not least for supplying the army. Another relevant reference to the Karmu, the only Neo-Assyrian attestation written with the determinative, occurs in a letter of Amaili. Here, Amaili reports to the king that the Karmu between the storehouse of the palace supervisor has fallen down. This incident might or might not have taken place in Amaili's possible place of work, but it shows that the Karmu was an urban installation, well integrated into the cityscape and rather close to the palace. The Karmu was administered by provincial authorities, the deputy governor, but had a particular connection to the king and his household, judging by its description of the king. This, together with the other evidence, indicates that the Middle Assyrian system of installing royal granaries in provincial capitals was maintained in the Neo-Assyrian period. In addition to this, however, the sources of the Neo-Assyrian period also refer to a Karmu, of the Nabu temple, and of the house of the skilled men, while in the Middle Assyrian texts Karmas of the Ur temple and of individuals may be attested. Hence, Karmu was also used as a generic term for storage facilities of grain, and the Rab Karmani was not responsible for all of these individual establishments, but he took care of the granaries of the royal household, which were administered separately from the provincial ones. Apart from his general duty to provide grain for offerings in the Ur temple, he does not seem to have been concerned with the corn supply for temples.
if you're able to get up and go to work every day, you're able to freaking get your ass up off the couch and go freaking vote.
Now, I've got a controversial law suggestion I've put forth to people before, and people have liked it, but there's no way it would ever pass. I'm of the belief every 10 years when we do the census, every voter roll in the nation should be purged. Everyone should have 0 registered voters when the census happens. Then everyone everywhere has to re-register. And the reason for this is there's 140-year-olds voting in elections. And I don't think we have too many 140-year-olds around. So.
Chicago is the one that started all that, though. Like they really screwed it up for Illinois. Illinois is still considered a corrupt government, and it really is. They call it the Illinois machine for a reason, because of Mike Madigan. He was the last of the old school, and they finally busted him, and he's on his way to prison because found out he was extorting people for it was through the electric, I believe, the energy.
Yeah. Well, Illinois still has quite a bit of it going on. If you recall, that's where Obama came from.
Yeah. Well,
and there was a very good documentary on it.
He paid for a seat.
Yeah, and it was made. The documentary was made by Democrats. There were Hillary supporters in Illinois that were very upset about how the primary was rigged.
Yeah.
Because all these people wanted Hillary, and when it comes down to it, Hillary probably won that primary. I have no doubt that Obama won the election, but I think that Hillary actually won the primary for the Democrats that time. And it was a bunch of Democrats that I listened to that convinced me of that. So it's not like I'm saying, I'm hating on anyone. I'm looking at this stuff objectively based on what I've seen. And I think, there are,
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about conspiracy, okay? Conspiracy theories.
That is conspiracy, but yeah.
I mean, this is the good stuff. This is the stuff that people really need to actually take into consideration when that word conspiracy theory is being thrown around and everybody's making them out to be idiots. Look at the way things are today. You know what I mean? This stuff didn't just happen. And people just allow it. I mean, I call them sheeple, okay? Like, they're people, but they're sheep. And how do you control sheep? You train the freaking lead sheep in the flock, and after you train him to do what you want him to do, the rest of the flock will follow him. You don't have to train every freaking sheep in the flock, just the one that's the leader.
I hate to do this to you guys. I'm going to have to leave. I'm on Central Time. It's 6:30. I'm still at work.
Yeah.
My shift ended a half hour ago, but I got something else I'm doing this evening.
I agree.
So I got to get out of here.
I think it's funny. Roger's usually really big about his time. I'm surprised he went off. This must be your knack. You like
I just let it go over because it took us a little while with adjusting the stuff and everything. And I wanted to get a good amount of time with you guys because I noticed that we were actually getting into good stuff. And, you know what I mean? Give it a straight hour at least. So I really appreciate you for showing up.
It's such a good show. I don't know.
You both have been really helpful, and I enjoy that. You guys, this has been a great video.
Hey, it's even got a humor section with my chipmunking. So
yeah, that was amazing.
That was probably the best part of the show. To the minute. No, not maybe the best. Maybe that strong second though. I was entertained. I thought it was like purposeful. Anyway, what are you doing tomorrow?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, me? Tomorrow I am going to just be doing a tutorial for...
Excuse me, sir. I cannot hear you.
Oh, don't worry. It's not important. What is tomorrow?
I want to know, are you doing a show tomorrow?
On Friday...
Because I know Robot said he's going to do a...
Friday I'm doing a round table. It's the Minds round table weekend event. So if you guys want to get on here for that, I mean, I had Mark actually come on here last week, and it was pretty cool. we were talking about just current events to just everything. You know what I mean? It's this one is specifically about conspiracy theories and stuff, but for that one, if you guys just want to get on and just have a good time and talk about what's been going on mines or whatever, that's what it's basically about. So that's
Oh, it's a freestyle.
yeah, basically.
I'm still trying to decide exactly what I'm going to cover on my own show. I have plans when I actually start doing my own show to just start taking some notes throughout the week and maybe do it once a week and actually scroll mines while I'm talking. And OBS worked for me well when I was actually live casting to mines. Didn't work so well with Jitsi, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is
What about your energy thing that you were talking about? Can you do a show on that? Because you were talking about making. You were talking about.
The absorption coil.
Yeah,
that would be.
Yeah, your air conditioner. I feel as though you should definitely. That's something interesting anyway, because I have no idea what you're talking about, but I learned through you all talking about it. So can you maybe
when you start doing your own show, let me know, because I would definitely like to watch it. Okay.
Me as well.
I would.
Yeah, I don't really have any topics. I've actually kind of debated how I was going to do video.
Yeah.
And I actually put my own channel in the Minds chat. And I figured, you know what? I can do video chat in Minds. Go ahead and use it. And, using OBS, I can put us both on screen and control all that however I want.
Yeah.
But I think I'm actually going to try to use Minds video for it. Find out if it's going to work worth a shit or not.
Now that,
but I mean, like that's how they'll learn, and then you can help the developers. Oh, just make sure you put the link in the general or wherever, because I would like to see.
Mark is real good at that too. If you want help, just talk with Mark Edworthy, and like on the Jitsi, don't use.
He's the reason I'm still on Minds.
Yeah.
When I first got here, my buddy Max Casey's the one who brought me along. He's the one that I've done a lot of radio type shows. I don't know if you can tell, but the Black Market Liberty show I used to do with him in the past, and there was another one that I was on quite a bit, which was Scott Ford, the Libertarian Professor. So I actually worked with Scott Ford when I was in politics. But I've just kind of been wanting to do my own thing forever. I've got an idea to go on the road if I can actually start getting some money under me, to where I would do a traveling show. I have something to. I'm thinking of a more, the TED Talks are way left leaning, and there's some really good TED Talks. But I wanted to do something that competed with them. It was more along the lines of, like we're talking about today, conspiracy, practical, things like we were talking about earlier with the refrigeration and the energy.
Yeah.
I talk to people.
Alternative energy sources. I'm big on those. That's why it's like, I don't know the chemical, how you're doing
free energy is something that's also, I mean, you have to really be into the whole conspiracy thing to really understand that concept of free energy. Like, there's a lot of people out there who believe that it can be done right here and right now, but the technology is being held back. So.
It can be. Tesla did it, but not even that though. It's crazy to me because it's like, I definitely with the free energy, I have an energy restaurant alternative company, but neither here nor there. What I'm talking about is when you're talking about, like, you put in these lines with the little letters and all those like kind of things. Like, I had not read the equation for that stuff, but when thinking about we're doing, it makes it more intriguing to see what exactly is necessary in order for you to be able to facilitate these things. Because I mean, like, we are energy, and so for us to be like, okay, well, it's a conspiracy. It's not. I mean, because energy, like literally just big balls of energy. Everything around us is consistent with energy, and everything, especially when you're talking that's alive, is something that we can exchange with. We do exchange with, and it's just a matter of being able to harvest that energy and how we're able to actually like focus where it's going and channel it to go where we would like it to go and kind of funnel it to its direction. I feel like Elon Musk does a really good job with that type of stuff. But I just started getting into like all his work and stuff like that. Him as a person was a different story, but like in regards to like what he actually focuses on, if you look at like, I don't know if you guys are big on him, he's kind of controversial. So some people kind of yay, some people kind of no, but he's so smart and he's very, very informative in regards to when you're talking about like energy and using different forms of energy in order to power different aspects. Like even when you're talking about like I think the energy is a big topic, and it would be a great place for you to start since you've already kind of started and you have something going. Like you said, you're building your cooler, I feel as though that's something you could ping pong.
I have to agree with her on that. I think that would be the perfect start for your videos. You know what I mean? And I know, like for me, I've tried all this extra stuff on formatting and everything. I've got like I got a channel on YouTube for freaking strange stories. I've got one for science. I've got one for a mix between science and politics and all that stuff, you know. And then that's not even with my gaming stuff. And I've tried all this stuff, and really the best way I've found is what we're doing here. You know what I mean? Come out with your stuff, make your video, and just basically wing it, you know what I mean? The way you feel
find your tribe
about how you want to do it. And I mean, just from our conversation today, you've already got one guy that's going to sit and watch your video, guaranteed. Okay.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll check out my channel. I really do have to go now.
Yeah.
But I try to be a good Minds member. I make a point to make original content, or at least if I'm posting memes, finding the memes somewhere else and bringing them to Minds instead of reminding all the time.
Yeah.
So I try to keep it fresh as much as I can. But now for my own stuff, I've got a lot of plans. I still don't know how I'm going to do it all, but
that's one reason to discuss it. You might find investors. You might find people that are extremely interested. You know what I mean? People that are interested in your concept. But make sure you get your money off the top, because I don't play about these investors. I'm just gotta let you know that part. But it's definitely something that you should definitely consider, because you have all your plans. Okay, we're not going to keep going because we could do this. I
definitely got to go. So I'm out, folks. So I'll catch you next time.
Glad you showed up, man. Appreciate it.
During the Renaissance, significant advancements were made in the study of human anatomy, which laid the groundwork for a deeper understanding of the vestibular system. The work of Andreas Vesalius, for example, provided detailed descriptions of the inner ear's structure. However, it wasn't until the 19th and 20th centuries that scientists began to unravel the complexities of the vestibular system and its role in balance and spatial orientation. Early discoveries. One of the pivotal figures in this field was the French physiologist Jean-Pierre Flourens, who in the early 19th century conducted experiments that demonstrated the role of the semicircular canals in balance. His work laid the foundation for future research and sparked interest in understanding how the vestibular system contributes to equilibrium. 20th century breakthroughs. In the 20th century, the work of Nobel laureates Robert Barany and Charles Sherrington further advanced our understanding of the vestibular system. Barany's studies on the human vestibular system, particularly his work on vestibular nystagmus, earned him the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1914. Sherrington's research on the integrative functions of the nervous system also contributed to the understanding of how sensory inputs, including those from the vestibular system, are processed to maintain balance. Modern research in the 21st century continues to build on these historical foundations, with advancements in neuroimaging and molecular biology allowing for more detailed exploration of the vestibular system. Researchers are now able to map the neural pathways involved in balance and understand how different regions of the brain interact to process vestibular information. Recent technological advancements have revolutionized the study and treatment of vestibular disorders, providing new tools for diagnosis, rehabilitation, and research. Neuroimaging techniques, advanced neuroimaging techniques, such as functional MRI, fMRI, and positron emission tomography, PET, have allowed scientists to visualize the brain's activity in real time, providing insights into how the vestibular system interacts with other sensory systems to maintain balance. These techniques have also been instrumental in identifying the neural correlates of vestibular disorders, leading to more accurate diagnoses and targeted treatments. Virtual reality and vestibular rehabilitation, virtual reality, VR, has emerged as a powerful tool in vestibular rehabilitation. VR systems can simulate various environments and movements, allowing patients with vestibular disorders to practice balance and spatial orientation in a controlled and safe setting. This form of therapy has been particularly effective in treating conditions like vestibular migraine and chronic dizziness. Genetic research, advancements in genetic research have also shed light on the hereditary aspects of some vestibular disorders. For example, researchers have identified specific genetic mutations associated with Meniere's disease and other balance-related conditions. This knowledge is paving the way for the development of gene therapies and personalized medicine approaches to treating vestibular disorders. Wearable technology, wearable devices equipped with accelerometers and gyroscopes can monitor an individual's movements and provide real-time feedback to help improve balance. These devices are increasingly being used in both clinical settings and everyday life to assist individuals with balance impairments. Examining case studies of individuals with vestibular disorders provides valuable insights into the challenges these conditions present and the effectiveness of various treatment approaches. Case Study 1. Benign paroxysmal positional vertigo, BPPV. A 55-year-old woman presented with sudden onset vertigo, particularly when turning her head to the right. After a detailed evaluation, she was diagnosed with BPPV, condition caused by dislodged otoconia that interfere with the normal functioning of the semicircular canals. The patient underwent the Epley maneuver, a series of head movements designed to reposition the otoconia. Following the treatment, her symptoms resolved completely, highlighting the effectiveness of this non-invasive intervention. Case Study 2. Vestibular neuritis. A 42-year-old man experienced severe vertigo and imbalance following a viral infection. He was diagnosed with vestibular neuritis, an inflammation of the vestibular nerve. Despite initial treatment with corticosteroids, the patient continued to experience dizziness and was referred for vestibular rehabilitation therapy. Through a series of exercises designed to improve balance and compensate for the loss of vestibular function, the patient gradually regained stability and was able to return to his normal activities. Case Study 3. Meniere's disease. A 60-year-old man with a history of fluctuating hearing loss, tinnitus, and episodes of vertigo was diagnosed with Meniere's disease. The patient was initially treated with dietary modifications, including reduced sodium intake, which helped manage his symptoms. However, as the condition progressed, he underwent intratympanic injections of corticosteroids, which provided significant relief from vertigo. This case illustrates the chronic nature of Meniere's disease and the importance of personalized treatment strategies. Athletes rely heavily on their vestibular system to maintain balance, coordination, and spatial awareness during high-intensity activities. The vestibular system's ability to detect and respond to rapid changes in head position and movement is crucial in sports that require precise body control, such as gymnastics, diving, and figure skating. Training the vestibular system, athletes often engage in specialized training to enhance their vestibular function. Exercises that involve rapid changes in direction, head movements, and balance challenges can help improve the efficiency of the vestibular system. For example, balance board training and agility drills are commonly used in sports like soccer and basketball to enhance proprioception and vestibular integration. Vestibular injuries in sports, concussions and head injuries are common in contact sports and can significantly impact the vestibular system. Athletes who suffer from vestibular dysfunction due to head trauma may experience symptoms such as dizziness, imbalance, and difficulty focusing. Vestibular rehabilitation therapy is often a key component of recovery, helping athletes regain their balance and coordination. The vestibular system is not unique to humans, it is a fundamental sensory system in all vertebrates, playing a crucial role in maintaining balance and spatial orientation across different species. In birds, the vestibular system is highly specialized to support flight. Birds rely on their vestibular system to maintain stability during rapid maneuvers and changes in altitude. The semicircular canals in birds are often more developed than in other animals, allowing for precise detection of rotational movements during flight. Fish have a unique adaptation in their vestibular system to detect changes in water pressure and currents, which are critical for maintaining balance in an aquatic environment. The otoliths in fish are particularly sensitive to these changes, allowing them to navigate through complex underwater environments with ease. Mammals, including humans, have a well-developed vestibular system that supports a wide range of movements. In species that engage in complex motor activities, such as primates, the vestibular system is highly integrated with the visual and proprioceptive systems to enable coordinated movement. Comparative studies of the vestibular systems in different species provide valuable insights into the evolutionary adaptations that have allowed animals to thrive in diverse environments. Understanding these adaptations can also inform the development of new treatments for vestibular disorders in humans. As our understanding of the vestibular system continues to grow, several exciting avenues of research are emerging, promising to revolutionize the diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of vestibular disorders. Neuroprosthetics. One of the most promising areas of research is the development of neuroprosthetic devices that can restore vestibular function in individuals with severe balance disorders. These devices, such as vestibular implants, designed to bypass damaged parts of the vestibular system and directly stimulate the brain, providing real-time feedback to help maintain balance. Gene therapy. Advances in gene therapy hold potential for treating hereditary vestibular disorders. Researchers are exploring ways to deliver corrective genes to the inner ear, potentially reversing the effects of genetic mutations that cause conditions like Meniere's disease and congenital vestibular dysfunction. Artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning. AI and machine learning are being used to develop sophisticated diagnostic tools that can analyze patterns in vestibular function and predict the onset of balance disorders. These technologies are also being applied to personalized treatment plans, optimizing rehabilitation exercises based on an individual's specific needs. Public health initiatives. As the global population ages, there is a growing need for public health initiatives focused on preventing falls and balance disorders. Research into the effectiveness of community-based balance training programs and educational campaigns is crucial for reducing the burden of vestibular disorders on healthcare systems. The sense of balance, supported by the vestibular system, is a complex and essential function that enables humans and other animals to interact with their environment safely and effectively. The intricate interplay between the visual, proprioceptive, and vestibular systems allows for the maintenance of equilibrium and spatial orientation, which are vital for everyday activities and complex motor tasks. Understanding the vestibular system and its role in balance has come a long way since ancient times, with modern research uncovering the detailed mechanisms that underlie this critical sensory function. Technological advancements have provided new tools for diagnosing and treating vestibular disorders, offering hope for individuals affected.
Haughty or Thoughty. I call him Thoth. I've heard other people call him Toth, but I call him Thoth just because that's the way it sounds. Thoth. Depending on the phonological interpretation of Egyptians, emphatic consonants was considered one of the most important deities of the Egyptian pantheon. In art, he was often depicted as a man with the head of an ibis or a baboon, animals sacred to him. As in the main picture, Thoth is almost always shown holding a wand or rod symbolizing power, in one hand, and an ankh, the key of the Nile, symbolizing life, in the other hand. His feminine counterpart was Shishat, and his wife was Ma'at. Thoth's chief temple was located in the city of Kuman, later called Hermopolis Magna, during the Greco-Roman era. In reference to him through the Greeks' interpretation that he was the same as their god Hermes. Now see, this is where the incorporation starts going on during the Greco-Roman era. They started incorporating gods from Egypt and Greece into one. Shimonin in the Coptic rendering. In that city, he led the Ogdoad pantheon of 8 principal deities. He also had numerous shrines within the city of Abydos, Hersert, Urit, Per-Ab, Rekhai, Ta'ar, Sep, Hot, Selket, Talmissus, Anksha, Mutet, Ba, Aman, Hari, Ab, and Takins. Thoth played many vital and prominent roles in Egyptian mythology, such as maintaining the universe and being one of the 2 deities, the other being Ma'at, who stood on either side of Ra's boat. In the later history of ancient Egypt, Thoth became heavily associated with the arbitration of godly disputes, the art of magic, the system of writing, the development of science, and the judgment of the dead. Now see, with me, I relate Enki from the Babylonian, not really the Babylonian, but the Sumerians' beliefs as being Thoth. Because, well, if you go according to Sitchin believed that Ra was actually Marduk, the son of Enki. And I personally believe that if his translations are correct, then Thoth would be the equivalent of Enki. Okay. The Egyptian pronunciation of Dwighty, D-H-W-T-Y, is not fully known, but may be reconstructed as Duhati, based on the ancient Greek borrowing Thoth or Thuet, and the fact that it evolved into Sohidic Coptic variously as Thout or Thoth or Thoot, spelled T-H-O-O-U-T, T-H-O-T-H, and T-H-O-O-T. also T-H-A-U-T, as well as Bohairic Coptic, which is T-H-O-O-U-T. The final Y may even have been pronounced as a consonant, not a vowel. However, many write D-J-E-U-T-Y, inserting the letter E automatically between consonants in Egyptian words and writing W as U as a convention of convenience for English speakers, not the transliteration employed by Egyptologists. According to Theodore Hopfer, Thoth's Egyptian name, written as DHWTY, all lowercase, originated from DHW, claimed to be the oldest known name for the abyss. Although normally written as HBJ, the addition of TY denotes that he possesses the attributes of the abyss. Hence, his name means he who is like the abyss. DJEHUTY, capital D, is sometimes alternatively rendered as Jehuti, Jehuti, Tahuti, Tahuty, Tehuti, Tehuty, Zehuti, Zehuty, and Techu, Techu, or Tetu, Tetu. Thoth, also thought or thot, is the Greek version derived from the letters DHWTY, all lowercase. Not counting differences in spelling, Thoth had many names and titles like other goddesses and gods. Similarly, each pharaoh, considered a god himself, had 5 different names used in public. Among the names used are A, just capital A, Sheps, S-H-E-P-S, with capital S at the beginning, and then Lord of Kamennu, K-H-E-M-E-N-N-U, capital K at the beginning, Aston, A-S-T-E-N, Kinti, K-H-E-N-T, capital K, Mehi, M-E-H-I, capital M at the beginning, and then Hab, H-A-B, capital H at the beginning, and Aan, A, and then A-N with a capital A at the beginning. In addition, Thoth was also known by specific aspects of himself. For instance, the moon god Ea, or Ea the Jehuti, which is I-A-H D-J-E-H-U-T-Y. Now, Ea is also a term that is used with Enki in the Sumerian texts. Enki Ea. And then you have Enlil. Just wanted to bring that up. Representing the moon for the entire month. Okay. The Greeks related Thoth to their god Hermes due to his similar attributes and functions. One of Thoth's titles, 3 times great, was translated to the Greek, making Hermes Trismegistus, which is used in the Hermetic beliefs. They incorporated the Hermes Trismegistus, and I've seen photos that were taken during the time that the Greek occupied Egypt, and it's pretty interesting how you see a lot of the symbolism that's there, and it relates to the Hermetic societies. Like, there's actually statues with their foot extended out, which is a symbolic it's a symbol for the Hermetic societies. They always step out with, I think, their right foot, but that's really old school. That's one of their symbols. Okay. Thoth has been depicted in many ways depending on the era of the aspect the artist wished to convey. Usually he is in his human form with the head of an abyss. In this form he can be represented as the reckoner of times and seasons by the headdress of the lunar disk setting on top of a crescent moon resting on his head. When depicted as a form of Shu or Ankur, he was depicted to be wearing the respective god headdress. Sometimes when he was seen in art to be wearing the Atef crown or the united crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt. When not depicted in this common form, he sometimes takes the form of the abyss directly. Now, when they talk about the united crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt, you have to understand that at one time Egypt was not one country. It was actually Upper and Lower Egypt. And I forgot who it was, but there was a pharaoh who actually united the kingdom into one kingdom, the kingdom of Egypt that everybody's aware of. But at one time, that wasn't the case. Okay, Thoth's role in Egypt mythology were many. He served as a mediating power, especially between good and evil, making sure neither had a decisive victory over the other. He also served as scribe of the gods, credited with the invention of writing in alphabets, hieroglyphs themselves. Basically, that's what it is, hieroglyphs. And in the underworld, Duat, he appeared as an ape, on the capital A and then A-N, the god of equilibrium, who reported when the scales weighed the decreased heart against the feather, representing the principle of Ma'at was exactly even. Now, when it comes to the underworld and the Duat and the equilibrium and the scales weighing the decreased heart against the feather, I'll get into that and explain it a little bit more here later on, but that is very important because this was a part of their death rituals. The ancient Egyptians regarded Thoth as one, self-begotten and self-produced. He was the master of both physical and moral, the divine law. Making proper use of Ma'at, he is credited with making the calculations for the establishment of the heavens, stars, earth, and everything in them. Compare this to how his feminine counterpart, Ma'at, was the force which maintained the universe. He is said to direct the motions of the heavenly bodies. Without his words, the Egyptians believed the god. Richard Casey claimed that the Atlanteans made space travel and even had bases on other planets like Mars. And then he also claimed that they collected energy from the cosmos through like huge crystals. Different stories make two separate claims that the Atlanteans were benevolent humans who fell into evil, while another claims that they came from another solar system and they were already a genetics that predisposed them to be cold and cruel. But there's so many different versions of what happened. Like, you can easily go on YouTube and you can see like 50 different people with 50 different interpretations of Atlanteans. Evidence-wise, the only real thing that was presented about Atlantis was Plato, and he was writing the Republic and used it as a reference. You gotta kind of put that into perspective too.
The Agarthian or Agarian alien race are believed to be an Asiatic Nordic offshoot of humanity who are believed to be the descendants of ancient Atlanteans and Lemurians who fled underground via a global network of caverns and caves in the aftermath of an ancient nuclear war between Atlantis and Lemuria. And when they fled into the Earth, they built a civilization inside of the Earth, which is believed to be hollow by those who believe in the Agarthian inner Earth dwellers. The inner Earth world is believed to be lit by a smoky central sun. It is believed that the Agartha were first referenced by a book called The Smoky God, which was written by an author by the name of Willis Emerson. And the book was a biography of a Norwegian sailor named Olaf Jensen, whose ship apparently sailed through an entrance to the hollow, to the interior of the Earth and the North Pole. And once he accidentally sailed through this entrance to the hollow Earth, he lived with the Agarthians for 2 years. And in this book, Emerson writes that the colonists he lived with were 12 feet tall, and that their world was lit by a smoky central sun. One of the colonies of the Agarthian people was Shambhala the Lesser. That was the seat of government, and this is an inner continent. Its satellite colonies are smaller enclosed ecosystems located deep beneath the Earth's crust or discreetly within mountains. The Agarthians were first referenced and that we know of in the modern era, and by whom. That was the main detail of that overview I wanted to give. Olaf Jensen. He lived with the Agarthian peoples in the inner Earth for 2 years, and they told him their history about Atlantis and Lemuria. Atlantis was first written about by Plato, as we all know. It was a land beyond the Straits of Gibraltar, which was an advanced civilization. So according to the Norwegian sailor Olaf Jensen, who was referenced in the book The Smoky God by Willis Emerson, he lived with the Agarthian inner Earth dwellers for 2 years after he sailed into the North Pole, and they told him that they were an offshoot of humanity from Atlantis and Lemuria that fled underground during an ancient nuclear war between those two great civilizations. Now, Atlantis was first written about by Plato and was described as a land beyond the Straits of Gibraltar and the Great Sea, which was an advanced civilization, and it was sunk by the gods as punishment for degeneracy and evil. Now, the Atlantean-Lemurian War is directly referred to again by author Willis Emerson in his book Agartha, Secrets of the Subterranean Cities, but it also appears to be referenced and eerily similar stories and myths throughout the world and millennia, from the Hopi Indians in North America, the Egyptians, ancient India, and ancient Greece.
The Mesopotamians, these Sumerians, and that they also showed, these reptilian gods. Same in Babylon, same in Egypt, same in India. The Asuras and the Nagas. They're all related to these reptilian gods. The reptilians ensured that the new man could be forever attached to the reptilian frequency because the foundational prototype was reptilian. This meant that the new man could easily be mentally controlled by them. Upon discovery of this information, that the reptilians wanted to control the new race, the Atlanteans began a severe electromagnetic bombardment of Lemuria. This bombardment caused the bulk of the continent to submerge into the ocean, now called the Pacific Ocean. The only parts left above the water are the Hawaiian Islands, the Californian coast west of the San Andreas Fault, Australia, New Zealand, and the South Pacific Islands, Japan, the Philippines, Taiwan, and the islands southeast of Asia. The inner Earth became the homeland for most of the surviving reptilians of Lemuria. Here they created a vast underground civilization. This started the legends of hell and demons living in fire under the earth. They built tubes containing fast subway-like vehicles that can travel to any part of the earth within a few hours. They created the famed underground cities of Acadia, Agartha, Hyperborea, and Shambhala that are sought by explorers to this very day. These cities were built along the inside wall of the interior crust that lines the interior of the Earth. Remember that the hollow Earth is not a theory but a scientific fact caused by the cooling and spinning of a planet as it is ejected from a star or sun. Australia was actually connected to Papua New Guinea fully. You can see this light blue area, and that's where they say the Aboriginal people came from originally, genetically speaking. They walked from Asia to Australia, so all of this was connected at some point. So you could literally have walked from India to Australia at one point. They also speak about Atlantis being a sun-worshipping society, and it's interesting how Japan was connected to China at one point. You can see here also light blue, and where Japan is the land of the rising sun, hinting at this ancient Atlantean mythology coming back and rising up again. Same with Egypt, also sun worshipping, right? You'll see that same theme. What I've found out through my travels in India and sort of researching all these different mythologies is I realized that there's parallels between India, Iraq, or Mesopotamia and Egypt and Greece, eventually Rome. All of their gods line up, and they just have different words for the same gods, including Zeus and Poseidon, and these characters. And according to Plato, Poseidon was the king of Atlantis. I'd have to bring my research up, but I found parallels of that same god in Hindu mythology as well. And eventually that sort of branched off into Nordic and German mythology as well. So you find these very same stories, same parallels, same associations with Poseidon having the trident, for example. You'll find Krishna has the same kind of trident, and you'll see this sort of themes run across the different mythologies.
Yeah, Atlantis. From what I understand, Atlantis was out for world domination, and they were ruled over by a confederation of kings who decided to go ahead and invade all of Europe and Asia, which by and large was the Lemurian civilization. and they wound up in a war using what the ancient Indians, the Indians in India used astra weapons. The Brahmastras, in particular, were used between the two civilizations, which would emit a flash as bright as 1,000 suns, followed by a trail of smoke that rose into the heavens. When they describe it, it sounds like they're describing a nuclear weapon. I think that also included like Australia and modern day Australia, New Zealand, and Japan. A lot of the Pacific islands were part of it. It may have even been up on its northern fringe, connected to North America at one point. Who knows exactly who was the good guys and who was the bad guys in that conflict, or if maybe it was both of them, you know. It's hard to say. When you listen to what the research I did on the ancient Hindu texts and stuff, where they talk about a great war and like the Hopis, they appear to be telling a very similar story to what Plato said. So it's not too much of a leap to put them together, but we don't know for sure. I mean, I don't know if there's any way to know for sure if that's exactly what they were referring to. And then of course the Egyptian priesthood told a very similar story to that Plato later also discussed but it's hard to say if they're all talking about exactly the same thing. It seems that they are. So that's kind of what I'm going on, is it just seems that they are. It seems to really add up. But I mean, can I prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt with cold, concrete evidence? No. Hinduism is the predominant religion in India and has shaped its culture for at least the last 5,000 years. The central texts of Hinduism are the Vedic texts and the Upanishads. Both were originally written in an ancient dialect of the Indian language known as Sanskrit. This is important for understanding the terminology the ancient Hindus used in the Vedas and the Upanishads when referring to ancient wars and the weapons that were used. First, we'll dive into the weapons that the Hindu epics discussed having been used in many of their mythological wars. These weapons were called astras, that's spelled A-S-T-R-A. Now, an astra in ancient Sanskrit is a supernatural weapon, and each astra, of which there are nearly 100 different kinds, are presided over by a specific deity and imbued with spiritual and occult powers which cause their effects. Usually these weapons are released from the hand of a bearer, and a bearer of an astra is called, in Sanskrit, the Astradhari. Astras first came into importance in the Ramayana and Mahabharata texts, where they were used in battles described in each of these epics. The specific astras I'm going to cover here include the Brahmastra, which was overseen by the chief deity in the Hindu pantheon known as Brahma. This was believed to be one of the most powerful of the astras, and it was charged with all of the energy of the universe, and was capable of emitting a flash as bright and as hot as 1,000 suns, followed by a trail of smoke that rose high into the heavens. And it would unleash a fearsome wind. And it was thought to be an arrow released from Brahma's hands, or the hands of warriors who he imbued this weapon to, that was capable of unleashing this said explosion.
depths of a foreboding wilderness, shrouded in a perpetual twilight, there stood a cabin that time had forgotten. It was nestled amidst gnarled trees, their twisted branches clawing at the sky like the skeletal figures of some ancient god. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a blend that mingled with the distant echoes of a long-forgotten harvest. This was not merely a structure of wooden nails. It was a monument to despair, a shrine to the sins of those who once sought refuge within its walls. The legend of the cabin had faded into obscurity, whispered among the few souls brave enough to traverse the winding trails of the surrounding forests. They spoke of its allure, the siren's call to the weary and the lost. It promised warmth and sustenance, a respite from the cruel hands of nature, yet beneath its seemingly inviting exterior lay a darkness that had claimed many, ensnaring them in a web of insatiable hunger and despair. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced upon the forest floor. A chill crept through the trees, as if the very land exhaled a sigh of foreboding. It was on the eve of Thanksgiving that a group of friends seeking adventure had a break from their mundane and a break from their mundane lives stumbled upon the cabin. They were drawn to it, perhaps unwittingly, by a magnetic pull of curiosity. Among them was Clara, a vibrant spirit with laughter that echoed like the chime of distant bells. Her eyes sparkled with the mischief of the young and the reckless. Beside her was Marcus, the self-appointed leader of their little expedition, whose bravado masked an undercurrent of doubt. Then there was Lydia, quiet and introspective, forever lost in the pages of her books. And finally there was Ben, the ever-optimistic jokester, whose antics kept the group's spirits high. As they approached the cabin, the air thickened with anticipation. The structure loomed before them, a grotesque caricature of warmth. Its windows, clouded with dust and grime, seemed to watch them with a knowing gaze. The door creaked open, as if inviting them into its dark embrace. Clara was the first to step inside, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The interior was dimly lit. Shadows shifted like phantoms in the corners. A massive fireplace dominated on one wall, its hearth filled with ashes, long cold. The furniture, though worn and faded, hinted at a bygone era, a time when laughter had filled these walls, and the cabin had been a sanctuary rather than a prison. Clara brushed her fingers along the wooded table, feeling the grooves worn by time, and shivered at the thought of the stories it could tell. "Well, what do you think?" Marcus asked, breaking the oppressive silence. His voice echoed eerily in the stillness. "It's quaint," Lydia replied. Her gaze drifted to the ceiling, where cobwebs hung like forgotten dreams. "A bit too quiet, perhaps?" Ben chuckled. "Perfect for a Thanksgiving getaway. We'll have stories to tell for years." As they settled in, the group began to unpack their supplies. The scent of roasted turkey wafted through the cabin as Clara prepared their meal. Laughter filled the air, drowning out the encroaching darkness that lay just behind the window. Yet, as night fell, an unsettling tension began to weave its way into the revelry. "I think I heard something," Lydia said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Probably just a raccoon," Marcus scoffed, though he cast a weary glance at the window. The shadows outside loomed larger, twisting into shapes that danced on the edge of perception. Despite their attempts to shake off the unease, the atmosphere grew thick with an unshakable dread. The wind howled outside, rattling the shutters and causing the fire to flicker ominously. Clara served the turkey. Its succulent aroma filled the room, but the food sat heavily on their stomachs, as if tainted by some unseen force. "Let me make a toast," Ben suggested, raising his cup, "to friendship, adventure, and the best Thanksgiving ever." They echoed his sentiments, their voices mingling with the crackling of the fire. Yet even as they celebrated, the feeling that they were not alone grew stronger, an unseen presence watching from the shadows. As the evening wore on, Clara felt an overwhelming urge to explore the cabin further. She excused herself from the table and ventured into a back room. The air was cooler here, tingled with the scent of mildew and something else, something ancient and forgotten. The walls were lined with dusty shelves filled with faded photographs and peculiar trinkets. One photo caught her eye, a portrait of a family gathered around a Thanksgiving feast, their faces twisted into smiles that seemed to conceal hidden sorrows. Suddenly she heard a soft giggle, echoes through the room, sending a chill down her spine. Clara turned sharply, but there was no one there. The laughter faded into the walls, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Heart racing, she hurried back to the main room, where her friends were engaged in animated conversation. "Did you find anything interesting?" Marcus asked, arching his eyebrow. "Just some old photos," Clara replied, trying to brush off her unease. Yet she could not shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the cabin itself was alive, a sentient being waiting for the right moment to reveal its true nature. As the night deepened, the group decided to share ghost stories, an effort to inject some levity into the oppressive atmosphere. Each tale spun a web of horror, but with every laugh, Clara felt the weight of the cabin pressing down on her, suffocating her spirit. The wind outside howled like a wounded beast, and the shadows in the corners seemed to stretch and grow, as if reaching out for them. Then Lydia, with a faraway look in her eyes, began to recount a legend she had read about the legend of the spirit that roamed the earth during Thanksgiving, feasting on the souls of the unwary. It was said that those who dared to gather and celebrate would attract the attention of this insatiable entity, drawing it closer with their laughter and joy. "That is just a story," Marcus interjected, though his voice trembled slightly. "It's not real." "Is it?" Lydia countered, her gaze piercing. "What if the stories are rooted in truth? What if we are here to awaken something that has lain dormant for centuries?" As if in response to her words, the ground beneath them trembled ever so slightly, a shudder that rattled the very foundation of the cabin. The fire flickered violently, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the walls. Clara's heart raced, and she exchanged worried glances with her friends. "Let's go outside," Ben suggested, desperate to escape the oppressive atmosphere. "We can see if we can spot any wildlife, or maybe even the stars." Reluctantly, the group stepped into the night, the cold air biting at their skin, the moon hanging high above, casting an ethereal glow upon the landscape. The forest loomed around them, a dark sea of trees whispering secrets in the wind. They stood in a loose circle, sharing nervous laughter, but Clara couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they found a clearing where the ground was littered with fallen leaves and the remnants of autumn. Clara knelt to examine the earth, her fingers brushing against something cold and hard, a bone, ancient and withered. Panic surged within her, and she quickly rose, heart pounding. "Guys, we should go back," she urged. "This place feels wrong." "Come on, don't be such a buzzkill," Marcus laughed, though his bravado wavered. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the night. It was Lydia. The group turned to her, standing frozen, her face pale as a sheet. Clara rushed to her side, gripping her arm. "What is it?" Clara asked, her voice trembling. "Did you see it?" Lydia gasped, pointing into the darkness. "There was something there, something watching us." Marcus laughed nervously, trying to dismiss the tension. "It's just your imagination. Let's go to the cabin," and before he could finish, the shadow shifted, coalescing into a form that seemed to rise from the very earth itself. The group stood frozen in terror as the figure emerged, a grotesque amalgamation of limbs and eyes, a creature born of nightmares. Its skin was mottled and decayed, a representation of all that was lost and forgotten. "Run!" Kara screamed, breaking the spell that held them captive. They sprinted back towards the cabin, the sound of footsteps pounding against the ground echoing behind them, a relentless pursuit that sent terror surging through their veins. They burst through the cabin door, slamming it shut behind them. Breaths came in ragged gasps as they leaned against the door, the pounding outside growing louder. The very walls seemed to tremble, as if the cabin itself were aware of the terror that had come to claim them. "What was that thing?" Ben asked, his voice quivering. "I don't know," Lydia cried, tears streaming down her face, "but it's not safe here." The cabin trembled again, and the lights flickered ominously. In the dim glow, Clara could see the reflection of the glass, a pair of eyes watching them from the window, gleaming with a hunger that sent chills down her spine. "Get away from the window," Marcus shouted, but it was too late. The door shuddered violently as the creature pressed against it, and the walls groaned under the weight of its presence. They backed away, desperately searching for an escape route. The fireplace flickered, illuminating the room with a flickering glow that twisted the shadows into grotesque shapes. The air grew heavy with the rancid odor and stench of decay and despair. "Why did we come here?" Clara wailed, her voice laced with desperation. As if in answer, the wall of the cabin seemed to pulse, throbbing like a living entity. The shadows writhed, and from the corner of her eye, Clara caught a glimpse of a movement, a dark figure slinking through the darkness, merging with the very wood of the cabin. With a sudden and deafening crash, the door splintered and the creature lunged forward, its grotesque maw stretching wide to reveal a gaping chasm filled with razor-sharp teeth. Clara barely had time to scream before the creature enveloped Marcus, dragging him into the void. "No, Marcus!" Lydia screeched, lunging towards the door, but Ben held her back, horror etched across his face. Clara felt a surge of primal fear. Her instincts screamed for survival. We have to get out of here," she yelled, grabbing Lydia's hand and pulling her towards the back of the cabin. They stumbled into a small bedroom, the shadows gathering like a storm cloud. Clara's mind raced, searching for a way out. "There has to be a window, something." In the corner, a window was partially boarded up, but there was enough room for them to squeeze through. They hurried toward it, pushing aside the rotting boards as the sound of chaos erupted in the main room. Ben glanced back, terror washing over him as the creature began to consume everything in its path. "Go," Clara shouted, urging Lydia through the narrow opening. "I'll follow." As Lydia scrambled out into the night, Clara heard the unmistakable sound of bones crackling and flesh tearing, the echo of their friends' screams merging with the cacophony of chaos. With a final push, Clara forced herself through the window, pain slicing through her as the jagged edges tore at her skin. The night air enveloped her, but the moment of freedom was short-lived. The creature was already on their trail, its growls reverberating through the darkness. Its growls reverberating through the darkness. They sprinted into the woods, branches clawing at their faces and shadows closing in around them. "Where do we go?" Lydia grasped, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "We have to keep moving," Clara urged, her heart pounding as the sounds of the creature grew nearer. They ran through the forest, disoriented, stumbling over roots and fallen branches. The moon hung high, casting an eerie light on their path, but it did little to alleviate the dread that clung to them. Suddenly, Lydia stumbled, falling to the ground. Clara turned back, fear clawing at her throat. "Lydia, get up!" "I can't," Lydia cried, clutching her ankle, a pained expression twisting her face. "I think I hurt myself." "Leave me, just go," Lydia shouted desperately, lacing her voice. "No, I won't leave you," Clara cried, rushing to her side. But the sound of the creature was closing in, and Clara could feel the ground vibrating beneath her feet. "We have to move now." With every ounce of strength, Clara helped Lydia to her feet, supporting her as they stumbled deeper into the woods. The creature's growl echoed around them, the very air thick with the malevolence. Time lost all meaning as they plunged deeper into the dark wilderness. The trees twisted and turned, forming a labyrinth of shadows that threatened to consume them whole. Clara's lungs burned, but she pressed on, the fear of the creature driving her forward. Finally, they burst into a clearing, a wide open space illuminated by the moon's pale light. In the center lay a well, its stone walls slick with moss and decay. "We can hide in there," Clara urged, pointing to the opening. Lydia nodded. Desperation ignited her spirit, and together they hurried to the well, climbing down into its depths. The darkness enveloped them, a shroud of silence that offered a fleeting sense of safety. They huddled together at the bottom, their breath echoing in the confined space. Minutes turned to hours as they waited in the suffocating darkness, the sounds of the creature fading into the distance. The fear that had gripped Clara began to shift into a suffocating anxiety and the reality of their situation weighing heavily upon her. "Do you think it's gone?" Lydia whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," Clara replied, fighting to keep her own fear at bay. "But we can't stay here forever." Suddenly the sound above them trembled, and Clara felt a chill seep into her bones. The sound of a scratching echoed from above, a persistent tapping that sent shivers down their spines. They exchanged terrifying glances, a silent understanding passing between them. "It's coming back," Lydia breathed, her eyes wide with fear. Clara clutched Lydia's hand tightly, her heart racing. "We have to find a way out, now." Summoning every ounce of courage, Clara climbed up the sides of the well, her fingers searching for a grip. The scratching above intensified, a cacophony that reverberated through the air. With one final heave, she reached the top and pushed aside the remnants of the stones that had sealed them in. As Clara emerged into the night, she gasped in horror. The creature loomed before her, its grotesque form silhouetted against the moonlight, its eyes glowing with an insatiable hunger, and the air thickening with the stench of decay. "Clara!" Lydia cried from below, panic rising in her voice. "Stay back!" Clara shouted, but there was no time. The creature lunged forward, its maw opening wide to consume her. In a moment of instinctual desperation, Clara grabbed a nearby branch and swung it with all her might, connecting with the creature's face. It recoiled, a piercing shriek echoing through the night, and Clara seized the opportunity to dive back down into the well. "Clara," Lydia cried, fear palpable in her voice. "We have to find another way out," Clara gasped breathlessly. They searched frantically in the darkness, but the walls offered no solace. The scratching above grew louder, a promise of inevitable doom, a promise of inevitable doom. With every passing moment, Clara could feel the creature's rage rising, an insatiable desire to claim what was rightfully its. As despair washed over them, Clara's mind raced. The legend Lydia had spoken of echoed in her thoughts, the spirit that feasted upon the souls of the weary. They were not merely victims, they were offerings drawn to the cabin by the spirit's insidious call. "We have to break the cycle," Clara shouted, her voice filled with newfound determination. Lydia nodded, her eyes glimmering with resolve. "But how?" "We have to confront it. We have to show it that we are not afraid." As if sensing their determination, the creature unleashed a howl of fury that reverberated through the earth. Clara stilled herself, grasping Lydia's hand tightly. "We need to face it together." Climbing back up, they emerged once more into the moonlit night, the creature waiting hungrily for them. Clara could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the very land resonating with the spirit's dark hunger. "Show yourself," Clara shouted, her voice ringing with defiance. "We are not your offerings." The creature paused, its grotesque figure twisted in confusion. Clara stepped forward, her heart racing, but she refused to back down. "Now you will not claim us." In that moment, a change began to unfold. The ground trembled, and the air thickened with an ancient power, as if the very essence of the earth responded to their declaration. The creature howled in rage, the sound piercing the night as it thrashed against the unseen forces that bound it. "Clara, what are you doing?" Lydia cried, fear lacing her voice. "Trust me," Clara shouted, feeling the energy surge through her. "We can break the curse." With every ounce of strength, Clara focused her thoughts, channeling her fear into a powerful declaration. "We are not afraid of you. We are not your prey." The creature's movement slowed, confusion washing over its twisted form. It hesitated. The shadows around it flickered as if caught in a tempest. In the moment of vulnerability, Clara felt a surge of hope. "Remember the love of family and friends," Clara called out, her voice rising above the din. "You do not have to be a monster." As she spoke those words, the air crackled with energy. The creature seemed to waver, its form blurring at the edges as if caught between realms. Clara reached out, feeling the warmth of friendship and love envelop her. In a final surge of determination, Clara stepped forward, her heart pounding as she extended her hand towards the creature. "You can be free. You do not have to be bound by this hunger." With a piercing scream, the creature lunged forward, but instead of attacking, it collided with Clara's outstretched hand. A blinding light erupted from the point of contact, enveloping them both in a radiant glow. Time ceased to exist as Clara felt herself being pulled into a whirlwind of energy. Her very essence merged with the spirit of the creature. Memories flooded her mind, pain, suffering, but also love, hope, and the yearning for freedom. In that instant, Clara understood they were not so different. The creature had once been a being of light, twisted into a monster by its own despair and hunger. As the light enveloped her, Clara felt the chains of fear shatter, replaced by an overwhelming sense of compassion. The creature's form began to dissolve. The shadows receded as it transformed before her eyes. When the light faded, Clara found herself standing in the clearing, Lydia beside her, the creature nowhere to be seen. The air was still, and the sense of peace settled over the woods. "We did it," Lydia whispered, disbelief etched on her face. Clara nodded, a mixture of exhaustion and relief washing over her. They had broken the cycle, confronting not only the creature, but their own fears. As they turned to leave the clearing, Clara looked back at one last time, a soft smile spreading across her lips. The spirit of the woods whispering its gratitude, a gentle reminder that even in darkness there could be light.
In the ancient and mystical land of Vedantia, where the roots of the world tree intertwined with the very essence of creation, there existed a realm known as Arcadia. This enchanted land was a place where the boundaries between the physical and the metaphysical blurred, and where the forces of nature danced in harmony with the cosmic rhythms of the universe. Here, The principle of opposites reigned supreme, and the complementary aspects of all things, whether energetic or nurturing, were woven into the fabric of existence. At the heart of Arcadia stood two guardian spirits, Kale, the spirit of precision and order, and Lunara, the spirit of flow and harmony. Kale, with his strong, angular features, embodied the energetic aspect of nature, his presence like the steady beat of a drum, grounding and guiding the energies of the realm. His dominion was over the mountains and the earth, where he maintained the balance of structure and form. Lunara, on the other hand, was the epitome of the nurturing essence. Her flowing robes mirrored the rivers and the wind, and her voice was like the soft whisper of leaves in the breeze. She ruled over the waters and the skies, ensuring the seamless flow of energy and emotion throughout the land. Her touch brought life to the valleys and plains, where all living things thrived in her nurturing embrace. Together, Kale and Lunara maintained the balance of Arcadia, each complementing the other in an eternal dance of opposites. They were the embodiment of cosmic balance, the foundation upon which the world of Arcadia was built. In the earliest days of creation, when the world was still young, Kale and Lunara came together to create the Harmonic Sanctuary, a sacred space where the forces of balance and coordination could be harnessed and refined. The sanctuary was a marvel of design, with its foundations rooted deep within the earth, symbolizing Kale's strength and stability. Its spires reached toward the heavens, representing Lunara's connection to the cosmic flow of energy. The Harmonic Sanctuary became the heart of Arcadia, a place where all creatures of the realm came to seek balance and harmony. Within its walls, the ancient knowledge of gaze stabilization was guarded, a secret that allowed the inhabitants to maintain their equilibrium and navigate the ever-changing world around them. This knowledge, passed down through generations, was the essence of adaptation, a gift from Kale and Lunara that allowed the creatures of Arcadia to learn and evolve with each passing moment. Adjacent to the Harmonic Sanctuary lay the Grove of Harmony, the oldest and most revered part of Arcadia. It was a place of deep wisdom and ancient power, where the energies of the universe converged in perfect harmony. The grove was the domain of Lunara, who tended to its ancient trees and flowing streams with gentle care. The Grove of Harmony was home to the Luminaris, the oldest tree in all of Arcadia. Its roots were said to stretch into the very core of the world tree, connecting the grove to the source of all life. The tree's branches swayed in rhythm with the cosmic winds, and its leaves shimmered with the light of distant stars. The Luminaris was a living embodiment of balance and spatial orientation, guiding the creatures of Arcadia as they journeyed through the world. In this grove, the inhabitants learned the art of balance and navigation, guided by the teachings of Lunara. They understood that balance was not merely a physical state, but a reflection of the harmony between the energetic and nurturing forces within and around them. The presence of the Luminaris reminded them of the delicate interplay between structure and flow and the importance of embracing both aspects of nature in their lives. Deep within the Harmonic Sanctuary, a sacred dance took place, a ritual that symbolized the union of the energetic and nurturing energies. This dance was performed by the tapestry strands and spiral wisps, two mystical beings that represented the dual pathways of information and energy within Arcadia. The tapestry strands were agile and quick, moving in precise, calculated steps that mirrored the ordered nature of Kale. They carried the specific information of the earth, the signals from the world's physical structures, and projected it to the deep core of the sanctuary. The tapestry strands' movements were sharp and deliberate, a testament to the power of order and structure. The spiral wisps, in contrast, moved with a fluid grace that reflected the essence of Lunara. They were connected to the celestial energies of the cosmos, and their dance was one of sweeping arcs and gentle sways. The spiral wisps carried the wisdom of the stars and the emotions of the universe, weaving their ethereal strands into the very fabric of Arcadia. Together, the tapestry strands and spiral wisps created a tapestry of movement, a dance that represented the integration of energetic precision and nurturing fluidity. Their union was the key to coordination and learning, allowing the creatures of Arcadia to move with grace and harmony. In the midst of this harmonious world, there arose a challenge that would test the balance of Arcadia. The twin spirits, Zephyr and Terra, were born from the union of Kale and Lunara. Zephyr, the spirit of air and light, embodied the ethereal qualities of Lunara, while Terra, the spirit of earth and stone, inherited the grounded nature of Kale. As the twins grew, they each gravitated toward their respective parents' domains. Zephyr spent her days soaring through the skies, exploring the far reaches of the cosmos, while Terra remained close to the earth, shaping mountains and carving rivers. Though they loved each other dearly, the twins struggled to understand the opposite nature of their powers. One day, a great imbalance began to spread across Arcadia. The world started to tilt, and the harmony between the forces of nature was threatened. The harmonic sanctuary trembled, and the luminaris leaves began to wither. Kale and Lunara knew that the only way to restore balance was for Zephyr and Terra to unite their powers and embrace both the energetic and nurturing aspects of their nature. The twins were brought before the harmonic sanctuary, where they were tasked with restoring balance to Arcadia. To succeed, Zephyr and Terra had to perform the dance of the tapestry strands and spiral wisps together, symbolizing the integration of their dual natures. At first, the dance was chaotic, with Zephyr's light and air clashing against Terra's earth and stone. But as they continued, they began to understand the importance of each other's strengths. Zephyr realized that her airy nature needed Terra's grounded presence to give it form, while Terra understood that his solid nature needed Zephyr's lightness to give it movement. As they danced, the world around them began to stabilize. The sanctuary walls ceased their trembling, and the luminaris leaves regained their radiant glow. The creatures of Arcadia watched in awe as the twins completed the dance, their movements now perfectly synchronized, embodying the true balance of the universe. With the trial complete, Zephyr and Terra became the new guardians of Arcadia, their powers united in perfect harmony. They watched over the harmonic sanctuary and the grove of harmony, ensuring that the balance between the energetic and nurturing, the precise and the flowing, remained intact. The tale of the twin spirits became a legend in the land, a story passed down through generations. The inhabitants of Arcadia continued to honor the teachings of Kale and Lunara, embracing both the order and creativity within themselves. In the end, the mystical realm of Arcadia thrived, a testament to the power of opposites and the harmony that can be achieved when the energetic and nurturing aspects of nature come together as one. And so, the dance of balance continued, an eternal rhythm that echoed through the ancient forests of Vedantia, reminding all who listened of the delicate interplay between structure and flow, precision and grace, and the unity of all things in the cosmos.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. I am Roger Hanson and I welcome each and every one of you here today. Thank you for being here. Now, we have been talking a lot about ancient history, and we've also been talking a lot about politics here lately. And I do want to continue talking about politics a little bit more later on, but not as much as what we have been. And the reason for that is because I'm wanting to go through and do some of the things or topics on the things that me and several other people have discussed within the last year or so. That means that I'm going to have to kind of cut it short on the politics side of things. I will have to, or I can say though, that I have been keeping up with the whole Kamala Harris thing, and by the way it looks, she will be able to be approved by the DNC. It looks as though all the Democrats are just falling in line and accepting her as the nominee. So by the way it looks, she will end up running against Trump with backing from the DNC. And it doesn't look like anybody's going to step up and say they want to debate against her or anything of that nature. So she's doing the same bit, you know. She's running around giving her campaign speeches and stuff, but even without the DNC, that's what she would have to be doing, running against Donald Trump. So it does look like that. And I don't want to get too much into it because I do have a good topic tonight, but I can say that. And I do want to say that, you know, I could have been wrong. I hear a lot of talk about her being radical and radicalism. It's really strange too that this year the term radical and radicalism is actually popping up in the media. Now that I've actually done some research and we've done some shows on Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event about it, it might be just that I'm hearing it now rather than before, not really paying attention, you know. So that could be the case. Now, to kick things off first, I want to say that we are streaming on Odyssey. Everything looks like it is in order and ready to go. I'm streaming on YouTube as well, both under Roger Hanson, my brand account. I'm also on X, by the way, under Roger Hanson. So if you guys want to check me out on Odyssey, YouTube, or X, you'll have to find me on Rumble, or on as Roger Hanson. So on Rumble, I am going with Live with Roger Hanson. That's the channel that I'm on Rumble, so you can check me out there. And I am also on Twitch. And on Twitch, I am doing Live with Roger Hanson under Infamous 1969. So, with that being said, I told you everybody where I'm located at. I wanted to mention or start out this episode talking about gaming, and then after I do gaming, I want to get into philosophy. It's kind of philosophy, it's kind of not. What happened is earlier this year I did a project with Bob Dub from Minds.com, and it was a show that we did for her. It was called Duality with Bob Dub, and we did 12 episode series on duality, and within those 12 episodes we covered the masculine and the feminine. So I would like to call that philosophy. It could be termed as another thing. So that's what I want to do. Now before I get started, I'm going to have to let that fucking cat out again. He just can't let him in the house at night. Every time you turn around, he keeps wanting to come to the door meowing. So let me let him outside again, and I'll be right back. Okay, so letting the cat out. I am back, and like I said, I'm gonna start out tonight with this episode with gaming. I went over this topic back last year when me and Karma Love were doing my gaming series on my other account on YouTube. I've got my Roger Hanson account for all the ones that you see on there, and then I have another one that's separate from it. And on there I did gaming podcast kind of shows and everything, and we covered Microsoft and how they signed a big deal with Ubisoft. Now, the thing about that really did stick out to me was this cloud gaming. It was amazing to me because the deal gives Ubisoft Blizzard the non-exclusive cloud streaming rights for Call of Duty and every other Activision Blizzard game for the next 15 years, okay? And I was always wondering, well, when it comes to that whole situation, the whole thing about it is EU regulators and UK regulators, all of them stipulated that the deal between Ubisoft and Xbox, I believe, had to depend on them putting their games on this cloud gaming server, or this cloud or gaming cloud, and I was wondering why they did that. Well, I actually went in and I checked it out. Now, the CMA is the ones who were the regulators who were responsible with the concerns over Microsoft, and they had concerns that Microsoft would dictate where its games could be streamed and everything, and that was one of their issues. And they also felt that Microsoft might also give preferential treatment to its own cloud gaming networks and things like of that nature, and that's the reason why they stipulated that this had to take place. Now, for me, I see it like this. I've been really I really have been keeping an eye on like politics and stuff like that, and I find it funny that they think that Microsoft would dictate what games could be streamed, and they would take preferential treatment over to its own cloud, basically cloud gaming networks, when they themselves are all about regulation and reforms and referendums and stuff of that nature. So to me, I'm asking myself, is it really because they don't want them to dictate where the games can be streamed and given preferential treatment and stuff of that nature, or is it because they want to regulate these things and dictate what they want done, you know what I mean? So it's that's something that really sticks out to me. So give me a second again, I have to go check something out. Okay, had a slight issue. Things aren't starting out too well this afternoon or this evening. 10 p.m. So it's amazing how things are. Well, anyhow, that's what sticks out to me, and I do understand how big the acquisition was. This wasn't like a small acquisition between Xbox and Ubisoft. It was actually like $68.7 billion. So there's a whole lot of money that's being passing hands and everything. I also found out that besides Ubisoft, Blizzard, Xbox, and Microsoft, actually Microsoft has recently partnered with other companies too for gaming rights for its games, and Anwar, EE, Boosteroid, Ubitus, and Nvidia are some of them. So they not only are partnering with Ubisoft, but they're also partnering with them. And I just found out within the last 3 years that Nvidia is actually doing quite well when it comes to the gaming and everything. I knew that Nvidia was into doing stuff with XSplit. I knew that they're actually making games too with the graphics and stuff of that nature. But most of it that I knew of with Nvidia had to do with GPUs, and I knew that they were working on doing it to where you can live stream and record on your computer directly without using, or at least record without using like an encoder. Like I use OBS, but I didn't know that they were actually doing big trades like that with cloud gaming rights for Microsoft's games. So that was interesting to find out. Now, for me also, I mentioned with Karma Love about Xbox 360. Now, just so you guys know, and I've been saying it repeatedly as many times as I can remember, that they closed on July the 29th. So from this point on, the store is closed. When it comes, the digital storefront has shut down basically. So just be aware of that. Now Xbox, when it did close its doors, 220 non-backwards compatible games became unavailable for purchase. Now that's the one thing that I was told. I really wish I had time to go and check and see if any of that had been taken care of, because back when I did the original episode talking about this, I did mention that Phil Spencer said that he had the list of non-back compatible games set to be lost in the shuffle, and he wanted to make it a huge priority to try to get figure out ways in which to save these games. So I didn't have a chance. Maybe later on I can go and do it again, find out more of it, because I do want to discuss more about gaming on here. And this is one thing that I didn't have time to really check up on and find out if they did do it. Now, Phil Spencer, like I said that he had a list of back compatible games set to be lost in the shuffle, and he was going to try to come up with a solution. And he also stated that it might simply mean, those games are already available on PC, and he also said that it's the best ecosystem for game preservation, which to me, I agree. I think it'd be good if it could get them up on the computer, set up as a computer game, to where people can play them. Maybe get hooked up with Steam, put them out for free, like they should be. To be honest with you, they're so old they don't even make money off of it no more. You know what I mean? That's one reason why they shut it down for a thing. Spencer said that it came down to the lifespan of the hardware and the number of users actually still playing and buying games on the Xbox 360. That was the reason why they decided to discontinue it, close the digital store, and be done with it. Now me personally, there was quite a few games that I really enjoyed playing on the Xbox 360. I just finished one that I hadn't been able to play, but I'd seen somebody on excuse me, I'm having a brain on Discord playing it because I do WLCs with her, or I did. She's not on there anymore. But she had done Gears of War, and I had heard about Gears of War, but I never got a chance to see it. So finally, I did check out Gears of War, and I got to play it, and I liked it. And there's other Xbox 360 games too that I could mention, but that was one of the big ones that I did notice, and that I did want to actually, try out. Now, like he said, it was the lifespan of the hardware and the number of users that actually still play and are buying the games on Xbox. Now, like I said, it would probably be best if, they do something with Steam, or Galaxy of Games is another one. There's a lot of options that they have where they could put them up and get them out there. Hopefully they have. Now, many of the games unavailable for purchase after the 360 store went offline are digitally only titles that were part of what was once called Xbox Live Arcade. I don't know if you guys remember that or not, but these are what a lot of those games are that are that are unavailable for purchase now. Some of those titles, like Supergiant's Bastion, have been re-released on more modern Xbox hardware, but a lot of them haven't. Many that haven't, like Bionic Commando, Rearmed, they've been released on other platforms too, like PC. So that has happened. I do want to make a note though, that game content already purchased on the Xbox 360 will still be able to be played and re-downloaded, and backwards compatible titles will still be available for purchase on Xbox One and Xbox Series X, S. So that is one thing to understand, and I still have to go and I have to check out what's going on with Xbox as well on my computer, because before this one I did notice that their store had changed, so I'm still able to have access to it and everything, but there's a lot of weird things going on there when it comes to the Xbox on the computer. Just so people know, it's really weird. Like now it's called Xbox, just plain Xbox. So I don't know. And plus I switched over to Windows 11, and that is a very, very strange experience all on its own. So I'm having to deal with doing that as well as trying to get through a lot of the stuff that I've been doing, because I've been going through a transition right now. Since June, I've been backing away from live streaming so that I could take a break. And like right now, I'm live streaming, but I'm doing it on my own. I am not wanting to do any live streams with anybody at the moment, just so that I can actually do this stream and maybe take a break throughout the week so that I can get other things that I wanted to do done and taken care of. So what it basically is I've been doing this stream and not anything else. I've been putting uploads or archiving videos on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, which is every day except for 2 of them, and I believe that's Tuesday and Wednesday, but there's always a video coming out on there. I don't have anything coming out on Strange Stories, which I'm probably going to get that started up here before long too, and get some stuff going out there, because I want to keep the content coming, you know what I mean, even though I'm not live streaming. So I do have plans there, I just don't know them exactly. I reached out to a couple of people that I want to work on my Into the Abyss series with. This next one, I am wanting to discuss astrology as well as Jupiter, and how, or not astrology, but astronomy and Jupiter, and how these two things played out in history, you know what I mean? Because there's a lot of interesting stuff that's taken place there that I do want to bring up and have a conversation about. One of the persons that I know of is really good in numerology too, and I want her to come on, and if she wants to talk about numerology and how it relates to the things that she's hearing, I have no problem with that. It would be perfectly fine. It's up to her if she wants to do it, but that's completely up to her. Now I also am in the process now of trying to get 2 channels that I have that's been basically sitting around for the last 6 months back up and running. I have one that's called The Storyteller. I've been promising to do a story from John G off of Minds.com for a while that I am in the process of getting it edited and ready to go. I've got 5 chapters of it already recorded, but now I have to get it all set up and put on there and scheduled and ready to go, and we should have that going. So it's gonna be good. I've got that. I've got 2 other stories that I do want to add to it. One is going to be about Satan and Moloch Ball in an arm wrestling contest. I think that's going to be pretty cool. So after that, there is a few others actually, but that's one of them. Another one is going to have something to do with what we're about to discuss tonight when it comes to the masculine and the feminine aspects. So that's going to be pretty cool as well. So that is going on there. Now I'm wanting to get active on a channel that I really haven't done nothing with for years, and this one is called Earth. Now I've been doing ancient history and science. He was trying to call in. He's probably doing a show right now, so yeah. So that's what it was. Now, I am also, besides, see, that gets distracting. Now I have to get my thoughts back into place. But like I said, I had this channel. It's called Earth, and it's been sitting around, and I haven't been doing anything with it for years. I think the last thing that I was doing with it was gardening. I'm pretty sure that's all I was doing. I didn't have any ideas on what to do with it. It wasn't really getting much traffic, and it wasn't taking off at all, because most people on the internet don't really want to watch videos concerning gardening, you know. And to be honest too, back then I wasn't into this stuff as much as what I have been into it. So with that being said, you know, I do have to say maybe I'll be able to do something better with it now, especially considering I have different ideas. So I want to add my ancient history as well as the this is getting annoying. I'm gonna have to mute this shit. Yeah, mute the noise. And well, anyhow, I am planning on see, it doesn't want to do it. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have anything on there. Yeah, turn notification sounds off is what I'm gonna do. There we go. So what I was saying is this, you know, the whole thing with this is I want to bring ancient history in, put some ancient history on the show or on the channel. I've been doing it on the Praetorian, but to be honest, I'd rather do it on Earth. I'm also wanting to bring in my science. I've got a lot of science stuff that I'd like to have on there as well. Now, the Praetorian was originally set up for politics, but I got frustrated with politics during, it was, right during the first time Trump was being into office. It started getting out of hand. It's not like it wasn't bad during the Obama administration, you know what I mean? Everybody was pretty hostile then, but after freaking Obama into Trump and then into Biden, it just everything is turned to crap. All you ever hear is like garbage politics and stuff like that. And I just basically walked away from it that whole time during Trump's administration and now into Biden's administration. So for that whole amount of time, I was done with it. And I just now started within the last year of doing it again, to be honest with you. So with all of that, I've been focusing on that, but I really don't want to come back with ancient history on the Praetorian, and stuff of that nature. Or history, period. I was doing other stuff that wasn't ancient. It was like in the Middle Ages and stuff, and the Age of Enlightenment areas and stuff of that nature. But I want to put that on Earth. And then after I do that, I'm also wanting to do my science, like I said. But I am wanting to come out with a series too that relates kind of to what I'm going to be discussing tonight. And that's going to deal with duality, and things of that nature, philosophy, historic events concerning philosophy, stuff of that nature. It's going to go on my channel for Earth. I've also been wanting to maybe get back into the whole gardening thing because I don't know. Times are getting pretty crazy these days, and I think it's probably a good idea that people, kind of get encouraged to grow their own gardens and start learning how to take care of themselves rather than depending on outside sources. When it comes to food and everything, I have a lot of different people who come on my show, and a lot of them are conspiracy theorists, and a lot of them think that it's manufactured. But when it comes to the food, manufactured food shortages, but it's like I always say to those guys, even, it doesn't matter if this is manufactured or if it's actually happening. What matters is those freaking cabinets in the stores are still empty, you know what I mean, and they're going to get empty because they're just not getting the food put in the store like they're supposed to be. So any way you look at it, you need to be more aware of how to do things, how to take care of yourself, grow your own food, take care of your family that way rather than going out and spending money on Burger King or fast food joints, you know what I mean? Because to be honest, going out to these restaurants even is unhealthy for you. There's nothing good about it. And you can say, yeah, well, it's just unhealthy going to stores too, which is true. There's a reason why the dairy section has all that cheese and all that cottage cheese, you know what I mean? So those are things that you need to think about. Maybe pick up a little bit of fertilizer and get your hands dirty. Get a little bit more familiar with gardening and the soil and things of that nature. So it's a thought. It might be something that I want to do in the future. So now, what I do have going when it comes to my, I've already mentioned Wonderful World of Weirdness, taking a break. Now, Austin and Summer Todd have said that they're coming back in October. So in October we'll be doing something there, and I'll be doing something as well. WoW Talk is pretty much good to go until the end of the year when it comes to uploaded archives. We have tons of good content coming in there, so that channel is taken care of. Like I said, I wanted to focus on doing this one, put Live with Roger Hanson on here, because this is something that I've been wanting to do the whole time. But believe it or not, I've done all these other streams with different names, and not once did I have a chance to do a stream that is just Live with Roger Hanson, so this is something that I needed to do for quite a long time. So I'm going to do 12 episodes of this, and then I'll be done with Live with Roger Hanson, and we'll have the archives going. Now, besides doing this stream, what I'm also doing is I'm transferring files from YouTube, and well, not really YouTube, it's actually right here on my computer. I've got all of the videos that I've done for the last year. I mean, it's literally the last year, maybe 2 or 3 days past a year. Last year, I've got all the videos uploading on Rumble. And not only are they uploading on Rumble, but they have their own channels, and they have their own playlist to go with them. Now, I have got Live with Roger Hanson, then I've got Gaming with Infamous, I've got the Praetorian, I've got the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and I have I think that's it. There might be another one somewhere. I'm not quite sure about that. So, but I know that I have at least 4 channels on there that are good to go. I could probably check it out real quick, but I am live streaming on Rumble, and I don't really want to. But yeah, I can go there and find out. Now, that is what's going on with me when it comes to what I've been doing right now. And besides that, yeah, I've got 5 of them. I've got Live with Roger Hanson, Wonderful World of Weirdness, Roger Hanson, Roger Hanson's The Storyteller. That's one right there that I missed. And then the Praetorian, and then Working with Audio and Video. So all of those channels are set up, the playlists are going in, and we have got it set up and good to go. So it looks like Wonderful World of Weirdness is also eligible for being reserved on custom URLs as well, so that's pretty cool. Good news to hear. Now, when it comes to Rumble, I've also got a locals.com that's set up if you guys want to be a part of that. It's a great way to help support us. I'm wanting to try to set up a community that is able to help support content creators. It's a good thing that I remember that and I went and did this, because that's something that I have been wanting to discuss. Now, in maybe 2 previous episodes, I mentioned working with Bob Dub and Minds Gaming on creating a coin through MintMe. And the reason why I'm doing the coin system through MintMe is in order to create a community that is able to monetize itself without being dependent on these platforms in order to make some kind of income. Now, Minds Gaming and Bob Dub and them, they're all, real big on the open source and, doing shit for free thing, where everybody basically comes together and they create content and they don't worry about monetization or money or earning anything from what they do, you know. And I'm fine with that, you know, but for them. But for me, you know, and other people who are like-minded, you know, I'd like to be able to make something that's, I know, for myself, you know, for the efforts that I do put in it, you know. And I don't ask for much, you know. I've been doing this stuff for a year, and to be honest with you, on Rumble, I've been doing it for a year, and so far I've only made like $1.87, and that's fine, you know what I mean? But because the whole thing that's important to me is the fact that freaking at least I have something that's freaking right there in my face, and I know that this is how much I made for that year because of the content I put out. I don't even know when or how much money I need to do before I can get it, you know what I mean? If it has to be like $100 like the other ones or anything. So I mean, I'm just that's my whole thing. It's just I'm tired of people who are, well, platforms who are taking advantage of content creators and not at least giving them something that's worth their time and their effort when it comes to doing this content and being able to, you know, spend hard time or hard long hours behind the computer doing this stuff, because it's not easy. You don't just make content, you know what I mean? I spend hours sitting here editing. I spend hours setting up, organizing. I've done an outline on things that I want to discuss. And that's not even mentioning going on and actually doing the live streams, you know. So I think, you know, for me, what I'm trying to say is that I'm just wanting to create an ecosystem to where content creators can come in and they can choose if they want to do their stuff for free. It's no big deal. It's fine. All right. But if they want to actually make or earn money off of the content they're putting out, then I want to set something up like that. I haven't made it to that point yet, but I'm working on it and trying to figure out the ins and outs of it. And looking at different options, because like for one thing, I did notice the cool things that are happening with Odyssey too, and I got to give kudos to Odyssey. They just today made a notification that they will no longer be putting ads on Odyssey. Odyssey will be, yeah, hold on a minute, I'm having issues. I am having issues with my internet. Yeah, there we go. Somebody tried to call me in again, but what I'm having what I'm wanting to do is set this up with the ecosystem to where people can monetize themselves with cryptocurrency, and I'm working on it. I haven't quite made it there yet, but I am working it out, trying to get it done. So let's see here. Now, with that being said, I think I'm pretty much covered on it now. Odyssey is what I was wanting to talk about. I wanted to give them kudos on what they've been doing there about no ads. They just said that they're done with them and they're not going to be doing them anymore. They have confidence in the new monetization programs that they're setting up, that they don't feel that they need them. And they also don't think that the people who are watching content on Odyssey like them either, so they're gonna get rid of them. So that sounds good. They're starting like I said in the last episode, they're starting a new system going with Arweave, and I've been checking it out, and it looks pretty good. If you guys missed the last episode, I suggest you go check it out and see what that's all about. So that's pretty good stuff. So I am going to switch images and go from my slideshow to my background real quick, and I'll be putting on a song here in a minute that I want to share with you guys.
Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, hatred, hatred. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Let me bring your light. one to another, never stopping. There is no pinnacle development, never stopping, never stopping. The moods flow from one to another, never stopping, never stopping, never stopping. Defined, 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 in the moment defined, in the moment defined, in the moment, in the moment, in the moment, and becomes 2 life forms, then 3, then 4, then 5. The birth and the death, the birth, the birth, the birth and the death, 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 then 3, then 4, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 5, occur in the same instant. Winter turns to spring and the summer turns to autumn. Death is life. Achieve balance, 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 achieve balance, balance, achieve balance, achieve balance, harmony, 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 achieve balance, harmony, 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 achieve balance, harmony, harmony, harmony. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Let me bring your light.
into that. Now, I am done with discussing gaming and things of that nature with Odyssey and all that stuff. So now I want to get to the second topic that I was wanting to discuss. Just so you guys know, that song had Bob Dub in it. I used her voice in the mix on that, and I did that. It's supposed to be coming out on my G spot. That's going to be all the crazy mixes I've been putting together. So if you guys want to check that out, you can. I figured I would do I figured I would do the song starting out before I got into this, because this is a project that me and Bob Dub did, like I said earlier. I believe we had Within the Vacuum on there at one time. We also had Rush of Waves, and I believe Auto Excelsior even came on. We had Do Better, he came on as well. I think he came on twice maybe. So we had quite a few people who showed up for it. I don't know for sure if Auto and Within the Vacuum came on. It was a pretty long series, to be honest with you. We covered a lot of interesting stuff. So the whole thing started out with duality, and it reached into masculine, the masculine and the feminine. And that's the thing that I wanted to discuss tonight. Now, we do have an entire series on these topics, so if you want to check it out, you can check it out on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. Duality with Bob Dub is the playlist that it's under, and it's also being put out on Rumble as well, so you guys can check it out there. I haven't been doing any uploads on Odyssey, but it is on Odyssey as well. I just haven't got it on any playlist, so it'd be harder to find on Odyssey if you check there. But like I said, tonight what I want to discuss is the masculine and the feminine, and it was a part of this series on duality. I just want to focus on these two subjects. I'm going to start out with discussing the masculine and then go into the feminine aspects. Now, this is going to start out in the masculine aspects of nature, and I won't be like going in between and saying this is the masculine aspects of nature and then starting out with another aspect or part of the world or anything, because masculine and feminine aspects don't work like that. They kind of go from nature and blend into other things that are going on in the world, so you can't categorize them normally like you could everything, because first of all, and I've mentioned this too before, and a lot of people gotten upset whenever I said this. I think the first mistake that we did with these two aspects where we linked them to gender. Gender is part of the masculine and the feminine, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot bigger than that. It goes into almost every facet of life that we know, as we know it, and not only that, but male or female, it doesn't matter. You have both aspects within you. So males have both a feminine as well as a masculine aspect, just like a woman has a masculine as well as a feminine aspect. So like I said, I think that the biggest mistake we did was we latch these on to genders. And I'm not trying to say any dumb shit about freaking transgenderism or anything like that. This has nothing to do with politics whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I probably or most definitely won't be discussing politics when it comes to this, because the stuff I talk about will go into society as a whole and how these two aspects actually influence us in everyday life, and they've always influenced us. It's not something that is just occurred or is something that's been around for only like 2,000 years. It's been here since we have. So with all of that being said, I'll get into the masculine aspects here in a second after I take a drink of my coffee. I do want to apologize for being harassed on Skype. All of a sudden now everybody wants me to hang out with them. You know what I mean? So let me go on and see if we actually do have anybody watching. Got a couple of views, and I believe so. So we got 3 views on Rumble, 2 views on YouTube, and 1 view on Twitch. And the one on Twitch could be me watching myself. So thank you guys for sticking around, and I'll get started now. You have the masculine aspects of nature, which are gravitational forces, buoyancy, force, electrostatic forces, and so forth. Okay. The sun represents the masculine aspects of illumination, strength, and power. So these are masculine aspects that have to do with nature. Now, the masculine aspects within society encompasses courage, decisiveness, protection, responsibility, authority, bravery, honor, and the establishment of law and order. So if you are a person who believes in courage or shows courage, if you are decisive, if you are protective, things like that, if you're responsible, you have you like authority, or you're believe in authority, stuff of that nature, then what you're doing is you're using the masculine aspects of who you are in life. Okay. Now, with gravitational force, buoyancy force, electrostatic force, and so forth, those are things that are a part of nature that are also a part of science. Now, buoyancy actually is like one of the very basic, important parts of astrophysics, I believe, too. They use the duality of buoyancy in physics as well, so that's something to take into consideration. So it goes from nature into science, you know. That's one thing that we were really big on towards the end of our series, was nature and dualities. You know, we've found a lot of interesting things out about bumblebees, hummingbirds, and the way they fly, the wings and the things of that nature. So it's pretty interesting. If you guys have a chance, check it out. I think you would like it. So now, with it, one thing else that I want to talk about is karma. That's something that Buddhists and Hindus believe in. Now, karma is another word for duty. And karma and duty are masculine aspects according to the Hindu and the not Muslim, the Buddhist theology. So that's something you need to realize as well. So karma, when you're talking about that, that's what you're talking about, the masculine aspects according to those theologies. Now tonight I'm going to focus on the Hindu religion and not get into the Buddhist religion. And the reason for that is I've actually done more research on Hinduism than what I have on Buddhism at the moment. I have done a little bit, but not as much as what I have with the Hindus on my channel, the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I've been getting into things that have to do with the Hindu religion and discussing that, as well as the whole historical aspects of it as well. So I've been able to do a lot more research into the Hindus than what I have the Buddhists, so that's what I'll be sticking to when it comes to this. So now with Dharma. Dharma is a key concept in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism with multiple meanings. It was defined as cosmic order or law, and is a combination of morality and spiritual discipline that guides a person's life. In Hinduism, Dharma is the religious and moral laws that govern individual conduct and is one of the four ends of life. The word Dharma comes from the Sanskrit word dur or dhr, which means to hold or to support, and is related to the Latin word firmus, firm or stable. Now, in Sanskrit, the term Dharamayud comes from the Punjabi word dharam, which is usually translated as religion. However, it has been said to encompass a broader understanding of appropriate conduct, moral order, and bodily discipline than the English word religion and religious practice, according to people who believe in Hinduism and Buddhism. Now, that's basically what this comes down to. It encompasses a broader understanding of appropriate conduct, moral order, and bodily disciplines. That's basically what a dharma is the equivalent of. It's that. So whenever you get into dharma, you also have to take into consideration things like the Four Noble Truths. Okay, now they are the truths that they are the truth of suffering. Okay, that's what the Four Noble Truths are about. The truth of the cause of suffering, the truth of the end of suffering, and the truth of the path that leads to the end of suffering. And so those are the Four Noble Truths. I'll repeat them. They are the truth of suffering, the truth of the cause of suffering, the truth of the end of suffering, and the truth of the path that leads to the end of suffering. Okay. So with that, you need to understand suffering does exist. It has a cause, it has an end, and it has a cause to bring about its end. So that's what the Four Noble Truths is all about. Okay. After that, you also have to take into consideration the Noble Eightfold Path. And the Noble Eightfold Path is a set of 8 practices in Buddhism that are believed to cultivate wisdom and lead to enlightenment. You have the right view, insight into the reality of life, then the right intention, also known as the right resolve. Then you have the right speech, abstaining from harmful, divisive, or false speech and idle chatter. After that, you go to the right action, which is behaving in a skillful way that promotes peace and honor and avoids harming others. Then there's right livelihood, earning a living without causing harm or suffering to others. After that, you have right effort, putting effort into meditation and positive emotions. Then there's right mindfulness, being aware of yourself and the emotions of others. Okay, now then you go into right concentration, developing focus to aid in meditation. Now, on a lot of these, if you notice too, with the Noble Eightfold, they mention avoiding harming others or causing suffering to others and things of that nature. That's something that really stood out to me. Now, it's like the right livelihood, earning a living without causing harm or suffering to others. That's something that really stuck out to us in our conversations and everything when it came to duality. And also there's something else that I want to mention too that I'm not really going to tap into too much in tonight's stream, but there is a difference between duality and dualism. Just be aware of that. Duality, the best example is there's birth and then there's death, okay? And those are two things that you can't really avoid, you know what I mean? You're born into this world and you die into this world, and there's no frustration with that. That's two things that happen in your life that just naturally occurs. What happens in between might not be natural, but life and death are two things that happen, and it's that's duality, where there's no friction or frustration between those two. They just happen, you know what I mean? And it's a natural way of doing. Where dualism is two opposing forces that usually collide in conflict and chaos and stuff of that nature. Sometimes they work together, but most of the time it usually ends up being conflict and things of that. That's why the ism is at the end. Usually when ISM is at the end of a world, it indicates conflict, aggression of some kind. So okay, so those are the Noble Eightfold Path. Okay, so now we come to something called the RTA, or RTA is how it's spelled. It's just RTA. Now, RTA is a concept in Hinduism that refers to the natural order that governs the universe and everything within it. Okay, the word RTA comes from the Sanskrit word urta, which means order, rule, truth, or logos. It is also described as a force of power that is necessary for the cosmos to have freedom, safety, security, truth, order, and law. So right here you're getting a bit of information of what the masculine aspects of Dharma is in Rata, or whatever, however you spell it or say it. It represents freedom, safety, security, truth, order, and law. Alright, and that comes right back up to what I was discussing before whenever we were talking about the masculine attributes within society encompasses courage, decisiveness, protection, responsibility, authority, bravery, honor, and the establishment of law and order. So these are the masculine aspects of Dharma, or the Rita, I guess you could call it, which they just explained. Now, Rita is mentioned in the Vedas, India's ancient sacred scriptures. Now, the Vedas are something that I've been dabbing a little bit into with Austin on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and we've been getting into different aspects of it. So, whenever I was doing this with Bob Dub, I was reading different things that were related to Hinduism that had nothing to do with what we were doing on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. And it was interesting because you're seeing the same topic with the same religious beliefs, but from two different direct angles, you know what I mean? So I thought that was kind of cool. Now, Rita, or RTA, also has to do with customs, which include rituals, festivals, and other practices. Rituals are common among the Hindu. Common Hindu rituals include puja, meditation, yoga, and visiting a temple. It's a personal ritual that can, puja is a personal ritual that can include ringing a bell, using incense, and making offerings. It can also involve a mantra, which is a word for sound, which is a word or sound that helps with concentration. Which reminds me, I need to get a slideshow going for you guys, don't I? Alright, so let me get back here and get something going. I can't believe I forgot to do that. Yeah. Alright, so I will get that back on there for you. I completely forgot to do that, didn't I? So, there you go. Got that going. So yeah. Now, like I said, the puja is a personal ritual that can include ringing a bell, using incense, and making offerings. It can also involve a mantra, which is a word or sound that helps with concentration. Other Hindu rituals include yajna, where priests will help make offerings to deities, and japa, which is the silent or audible recitation of God's name. Now, the duty of karma is to ensure that individuals experience the consequences of their actions, whether positive or negative. Karma operates on the principle of cause and effect, implying that every action we take will result in a corresponding outcome. Hinduism contains many sources of human rights as well, including social and individual freedoms, moral agency, debts, and duties. Now these are, let me remind you, these are masculine aspects, okay? Keep that in mind. So when you're talking about karma, and you're talking about action, when you're talking about individual freedoms, moral agencies, debts, and duties. You're talking about the masculine aspects of society, or of the Hindu society, or society period, you know. So these are all masculine, and it doesn't matter what gender you are. If you're male or female, these are your masculine aspects. So, social freedoms. These includes freedoms from violence, want, exploitation, dishonor, and early death and disease. This is what Hinduism has when it comes to sources of human rights. All right. So these include freedom from violence, want, exploitation, dishonor, and early death and disease. Then you have individual possessions or virtues. This includes absence of intolerance, compassion, knowledge, freedom of thought, and freedom of thought and conscience. Yeah, there we go. Individual possession of virtues. These includes absence of intolerance, compassion, knowledge, freedom of thought and conscience, and freedom from fear and frustration. Now that one kind of gets a little weirded out for me. Like, these include absence of compassion, knowledge, freedom of thought and consciousness. Now, that kind of goes against the grain on a lot of things when it comes to Western thought, you know what I mean? So I think that's pretty interesting. I've actually heard somebody having a conversation about that at one time. I thought that was pretty good stuff. So I'd like to go over that some other time. I think that would be kind of cool. So after that, we go into moral agency. This includes the capacity for knowledge and action, which involves entitlement to basic rights and obligations. So now, knowledge and action, which involves entitlement to basic rights and obligations. So you got rights and obligations, all masculine aspects. Okay, so now we move into debts, and debts is all about the masculine aspect, of course, without even saying anything, but I'm going to go ahead and read it. These are debts owed to the gods, sages, ancestors, and all human beings, which are discharged through worship, scriptural study, and memorial services. Now, this is all according to the Hindu religion. These are the debts that are being paid. These are debts owed to the gods, sages, ancestors, and all human beings, which are discharged through worship, scriptural study, and memorial services. So, the masculine aspect of this would be worship, scriptural studies, and memorial services. Alright, so duties. This is the big one. This is what Dharma is all about. Karma as well. So, I don't even know if it's the same word, to be honest with you. I mean, I know there's Dharma and then there's karma. Gotta take my drink of coffee. Alright. So duties. These often coincide with rights, such as the state's duty to ensure a human being's right to safety of person. Now, duties and your rights. That would be masculine. So that was kind of a no-brainer right there. Now, Dharma is a universal moral principle that includes values and attitudes such as truth, right conduct, love, peace, nonviolence, absence of conceit, absence of hypocrisy, harmlessness, accommodation, and straightforwardness. It also includes the freedom to ask questions, pursue answers, discern truth from untruth, and act in accordance with Dharma. So these are basically the masculine aspects of Dharma, and that's truth, right conduct, love, peace, nonviolence, absence of conceit, absence of hypocrisy, harmlessness, accommodation, and straightforwardness. It also includes the freedom to ask questions, pursue answers, discern truth from untruth, which is basically discernment, and act in accordance with Dharma. Now, Hinduism ethical code, or Dharma, is a central concept in the religion that governs individual conduct and is considered one of the four ends of life. It emphasizes values such as truth, right conduct, love, peace, and nonviolence. Hindus believe that beliefs determine thoughts and attitudes, which in turn guide actions and create destiny. So right there, they use the word destiny, but they also say it creates people's destiny. So through beliefs, thoughts, attitudes, they guide actions and create destiny. So that, I think that's pretty cool right there. So now that is what I know that we discussed back when we were doing the masculine side of it when it comes to Hinduism, a little bit of Buddhism, and a lot of Dharma, and a little bit of karma, all that good stuff. That's the stuff that we're talking about in the series that we're going through. I know that we did some stuff concerning virtues and stuff like that as well, and also covered some Zoroastrianism. So if you guys want to go in and check out those episodes, feel free to do so. You know where to find it. I believe Bob Dub might have some on her channel. I'm not quite sure if she does or not, but you might want to check and find out. Now, after that, I am wanting to also go and I lost track of here we go. Now, after that, I wanted to go into, I found out where I'm supposed to be. So after that, I want to go into modern views of the masculine energy. Now, we have the masculine energy now, which is something that is a more modern approach to masculine and feminine aspects. So with that, let me go ahead and start. Now, being grounded in personal development, spirituality, and pop psychology is a modern view of masculine energy. Being fully present in the moment without being preoccupied or distant from yourself. So you're not distracted. You're focused on yourself and not not focused on, not focused basically. You're not disoriented. So being aware of your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations basically. Finding inner balance and stability, being centered, being connected to your authentic self, being calm, being confident, being comfortable with yourself. Those are being fully present in the moment, being grounded in personal development, spirituality, and pop psychology, basically. Now, being analytic is another masculine is another masculine or is another modern view of masculine energy. So being analytical. That would be examining or enjoying examining things in detail to learn more about them. So they might describe someone as having an analytical mind, or say that a student has an analytical approach to learning. That could be being analytical. So that's a good example of it. Also, being focused, to give your full attention and effort to a specific task or goal. To filter out distractions, basically. You can read something without needing to reread it. You can work without being distracted by conversations, stuff like that. So that's another masculine energy. It's a modern view for masculine energy. Okay, now being supportive, believe it or not, is actually supposed to be a masculine energy as well. Now, being supportive, to be kind and helpful to someone who's going through a difficult or unhappy time in their life, provide sympathy or encouragement, offer additional help or information, being supportive of someone's writing attempts, offering advice if someone asks for it, those kind of things. Alright, now another masculine energy is being protective. In today's world, that's kind of a touchy subject. A lot of people don't like it, but there's a whole different way of thinking about it too. A lot of people think protective and everything, but that's another topic. But being protective, having or showing a strong desire to protect someone or something from harm. You might be protective of your children, a new puppy, or someone you like. It also includes wearing protective gear to keep yourself safe from physical injury, like a firefighter has to wear protective gear before they go into a house fire, things like that. Those are a modern view for masculine energy, basically. You know what I mean? Those are pretty interesting when you think about it. According to wearing protective gear and everything, that's a masculine energy. So masculine energies are associated to being externally focused. It has to do with attention. A performer concentrates on the outside of their body, such as the environment, or on the intended effect of the movement. that would go good with throwing a ball, focusing externally on the ball and its target rather than internally on your wrist, elbow, and shoulder. External focus can improve motor performance and balance more than internal focus. Now, after that, we go to culture. An externally focused corporation culture is one that prioritizes customers and market trends and looks outward for feedback, answers, and solutions. Externally focused companies like Amazon, Southwest Airlines, and TD Bank put the customers at the center of their business and try to anticipate their needs. Right there, I don't know about all that. It doesn't even sound good. Just reading all that, but I'll let it go. Now, that is supposed to be a masculine energy as well. So we go into behavior, and these are associated with masculine energies. So when it comes to behavior, dogs are an example of an animal that lives lives an externally focused existence, focusing on their immediate external world rather than how they're viewed by others. Now, that is good, but also being too externally focused can lead to problems with regulating emotions. I could understand that too, where people want to hide from their emotions and try to avoid them, because like during this whole situation with the stream that we were going through, I noticed that quite a bit actually. Even when I started doing this stream, I would doing the streaming when I was doing the roundtables and the interviews and stuff. Like, I've had people on who, like Karma, for example. She was a good example. She was one of these people who believed in the power of one, and Mr. Robot believes in that stuff too. And when I had conversations with him, I would bring up stuff like the subconscious mind and the ego and the alter ego. Mr. Robot was cool with it, but like Karma, and there was a few others too who said the same thing, but Karma was one of the big ones. She didn't believe that the subconscious even existed, you know what I mean? And then like she didn't believe in an alter ego. She believed that the subconscious mind was like a connection to a God conscience that was telling you what to do, and that was it. That's all she believed in. It didn't take into consideration all of those, unresolved emotions that were taking place within your head or her head or my head or anything, you know what I mean? And for me personally, I had to learn about this stuff in my own personal life, and that was one of the things that really amazed me whenever I started doing this stuff, is there's actually people who don't believe that the subconscious mind even exists. It's just like with the ego, for all the good things that we do, you have to understand that there's also the alter ego. There's the alter ego in the background that is just waiting to come out, you know what I mean? So for it's kind of like waiting for the shoe to drop, basically, is what it is. So for every good thing you do, there's that alter ego that's fueled by freaking unresolved emotions and traumatic things that's happened in your life, and that's building up because you're feeling good about yourself, but there's that part back there in the back of your head, in the subconscious mind, that is growing as well. So eventually what happens is, if you don't resolve all these issues in your mind, it's the shoe, it's waiting for the shoe to drop. That shoe finally drops and shit hits the fan and it's over, you know. And I've seen it happen over and over again. And it's because people didn't want to resolve issues that were going on in their life. So being too externally focused can lead to problems with regulating emotions. I've heard tons and tons of people talking about, you know, thinking over emotions versus emotions over thinking. And I personally believe that you need to think on emotional levels. You know what I mean? You need to learn how to recognize your emotions and being able to take care of them when they pop up. Because there's a lot of people out there who are emotionally bankrupt and don't know how to do that. To be honest, they have no comprehension on what they're doing. So that's something that really stuck out to me when I crossed this. And I think that's something that I tried to bring up in the streams too, but it really never hit home in the conversation. You know, people really have a hard time with that, and they just don't want to believe it. So people are consciously or unconsciously ignoring their emotions, basically. They do it on purpose sometimes, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're not even aware of the fact that they're ignoring their emotions, but they do it. Alright, so after that, we talk about the term left brain. Now, being left brain is a way of describing someone who is analytical, logical, and methodical. Being analytical, logical, and methodical is a masculine aspect. It's based on the idea that one side of the brain is more dominant than the other in each person, and that the left hemisphere is associated with logic, language, and critical thinking. Okay, so you got analytical, you've got logical, methodical, which is logic and language and critical thinking. People who are left-brained are also said to be detail-oriented and orderly, and may do well in careers that involve math, verbal information, and linear thinking, such as accounting, science, or computer programming. That would be Mark Edworthy to a T. Mr. Critical Thinking and Linear Thinking. That is the most linear dude I know. Okay? Seriously, that it is. So, let me see what we got here. I'm gonna go on and make sure he isn't watching. So he might. Yeah. Got 2 people on Rumble, 1 on Twitch. I can't really tell who's watching on X. I had 2 views on YouTube, so we know that much. So after that, I do want to talk about summer. You know, the time of year. Summer is often associated with masculine energy as well. Summer embodies qualities such as activity, growth, and outward expression, which are traditionally linked to masculine traits. So when discussing this stuff, you're going to be discussing aspects and traits, things of that nature. And not only nature, but you're also talking about society and people's traits and their, and different aspects of life. So just be aware of that. Summer embodies qualities such as activity, growth, and outwardly expression, which are traditionally linked to masculine traits. The season is marked by longer days, increased social activities, and a general sense of dynamism and productivity. So, dynamism and productivity, masculine aspects and traits. In many cultural and spiritual traditions, the day is often associated with masculine energy, the actual day. So you have day, and then you have night. Okay? In many cultural and spiritual traditions, the day itself is often associated with masculine energy. Daytime is characterized by activity, light, and outward expression, which align with traditional masculine qualities: assertiveness, action, visibility. The sun is widely regarded as a masculine symbol in many cultural, spiritual, and astrological traditions. It represents qualities such as strength, power, vitality, and outward expression. Ancient civilizations like the Egyptians and Greeks worshiped sun gods such as Ra and Apollo, respectively, further reinforcing its masculine association. The support and protection provided by a partner during childbirth can be seen as embodying masculine energy. So, childbirth, birth, the support and protection provided by a partner during childbirth can be seen as an embodying masculine energy. The conscious mind is often associated with masculine traits like logic and decision making. So the conscious mind is also a masculine aspect. Traditionally, masculine traits like independence and daring are associated with creativity. So the masculine aspects of creativity is masculine traits, and that would be through independence and being daring. Masculine traits can include forms of expression such as assertiveness and confidence. The left hemisphere associated with logical and analytical thinking is often linked to masculine energy. So that would be the left hemisphere associated with logical and analytical thinking. In many cultures, death is often personified as masculine, such as the Grim Reaper. The heart embodies courage, strength, and determination, which can be seen as a masculine trait. So the masculine trait of the heart is courage, strength, and determination. Alright, so with that, I am going to do another quick break, and I will be right back. I'll put some music on for you guys, and we will be back here in a minute. Just gotta get the music going, figure out what we're gonna do. Put one of Austin's on. Now, the other day, I did Lonely Legend, And see what we can do here first. I'm gonna do Celebrazion. It's a weird name, but it's from Austin Summers, and I will put it on, and I hope you guys enjoy. Okay, that's not working. Let me see what's going on here.
I'm your number one fan. Wrote you again and again, and again and again. How many more lives must I send? I want your autograph, addressed to me personally, on your photograph. And you will living with me. I'm the paparazzi, chase celebrities, cause I need their pictures for the trash magazines. And their privacy is no importance to me. Doesn't need to capitalize on every little part of their lives. I wanna get rich off them, exploiting all their problems. Hope their private lives are around them for every single dime and dollar. World of celebrity culture is full of parasites and vultures. Its madness has laid claim to the souls of countless victims.
Alright, so we have that one done. That was from Austin Todd, and I am going to put another one on because it takes a little bit of time for me to be able to actually get a cigarette rolled and have one ready to go. So this one is going to be from Old John. It's called Dead of Night. It's called Dead of Night Rhythm. So I hope you guys enjoy.
In the dead of night, something's not right. The moon looks hazy as the mood makes you crazy. I tremble with fear. There's something wrong here. In the dead of night, something ain't right. In the dead of night, something lives here. In the dead of night, the stars shine bright. A darkness surrounds me and won't leave me be. I start to run, but here they come. In the dead of night, something ain't right. In the dead of night, something lives here. In the dead of night, I'm crippled with fear. In the dead of night, I don't wanna be here. In the dead of night, I see a light. I think I found safety. I see a lady. She stands and grins, and I know I can't win. In the dead of night, something ain't right. In the dead of night, something lives here. In the dead of night, I'm crippled with fear. In the dead of night, I don't wanna be here.
Now, before I get started with the feminine aspects, I am going to switch this media back around to a slideshow so that you guys will have something to watch. Alright. Let's get things back in order. And we will be going here just in a second. Okay, so I just went over the masculine aspects, traits, and energy, according to modern perspectives of the masculine, the whole energy thing and what they're associated to and stuff like that. So now I am going to get into the feminine aspects. And remember, if anything that I just mentioned is in your life and you're doing any of that stuff, then you are you have a masculine aspect, trait, or a masculine energy that you're using in your everyday life. So this has absolutely, or I'm not going to say absolutely nothing. It's not just about your gender, you know what I mean? I don't know how much I can reinforce that. It has to do everything with nature, to science, to society, the way we act, everything, you know what I mean? Even in our literature, the books that are written, theology, it's all through theology like you wouldn't believe. So, with that, let me start with the female aspects. Feminine aspects of nature are the beauty of nature itself. Okay, the moon represents the feminine aspect of cooling cycles and beauty. Now, feminine attributes within society encompass color, variety, playfulness, shyness, communication skills, intelligence, innocence, emotions, and gentleness. Communication skills is one that even men have as well. Intelligence, if you're intelligent, then that's a feminine aspect that that you have. And so just a way of looking at that. If you're gentle, it doesn't matter. It's feminine. It's a feminine aspect. These qualities contribute to our social interactions, fostering diversity and understanding. That would include sympathy, love, mercy, and peace of mind, are feminine aspects according to Hindu theology. Now, feminine energies are associated with yin energy, a concept in traditional Chinese medicine that represents the feminine, passive, and receptive energy of the earth and moon. It can also be described as cool, dark, soft, still, and contemplative. Yin energy is often associated with colors, usually dark colors. It's associated with spaces, closed, quiet spaces. Foods with a higher water content, like fruits, vegetables, soy products, crab. It's also associated with symbols such as the tiger, the color orange, a broken line. Now, feminine energies are associated also to winter. Winter is typically seen as embodying feminine energy, characterized by introspection nurturing, and inward focus. As well as winter, it's associated with night. The night is typically associated with feminine energy, embodying qualities like introspective rest and receptiveness. The moon is typically seen as embodying feminine energy as well, symbolizing intuition, emotional depth, and cycles of change. The big change word. Now that's something that we all can relate to, change, isn't it? Now with birth is generally associated with with feminine energy. Okay, birth embodies qualities such as creation, nurturing in the beginning of life, which are traditionally linked to feminine aspects. Now, the subconscious mind is linked to feminine traits as well, like intuition and creativity. Nurturing is traditionally associated with feminine qualities. Traits such as emotional expression, compassion, and collaboration are often linked to femininity, or the feminine. Being receptive is traditionally associated with feminine energy. Feminine energy is often described as open, nurturing, and intuitive, emphasizing the ability to receive and be passive. Feminine traits such as sensitivity and nurturing also play a crucial role in creativity as well. Traditionally, feminine traits are often associated with emotional expressiveness, empathy, and nurturing. The concept of intuition is often associated with feminine energy. Being internally focused is generally associated with feminine energy. Feminine energy emphasizes introspection, emotional awareness, and self-care. It encourages turning inward to connect to one's inner self and emotions. Now, right brain thinking is often associated with feminine energy too. The right hemisphere of the brain is linked to qualities such as intuition, creativity, empathy, and holistic thinking. However, in some traits, death is depicted as feminine, like Santa Marta in Mexican culture, or Marzana in Slavic mythology. In many spiritual and metaphysical traditions, the heart chakra, or anahata, is seen as a center of love, compassion, and empathy, which are often considered feminine qualities. Now, I did make a few side notes, and the first note is that the moon is more of a representation of the feminine aspect of nature, while the sun is represented more towards the masculine aspect of nature. And you see that a lot within history, especially in religions from the ancient world, from ancient history. There's moon worshippers, which were more of a feminine aspect, and then you had that favored the feminine aspects, which were lunar worshippers. Then you had the sun worshippers, which were the masculine aspects, which favored the masculine aspects, is what I should say. Now, another note that I made is in many cultures and spiritual traditions, the mind is seen as a balance of masculine and feminine energy, not not just one or the other, but both. Even though I described the masculine aspects of the mind and the feminine, or the masculine energies and the feminine energies, they're in many cultures and spiritual traditions, the mind is seen as a balance of masculine and feminine energies. This duality is thought to create a harmonious and complete self. Alright, moving on to the next one. Creativity is often seen as a blend of both masculine and feminine qualities. Creative individuals tend to embrace both sides, combining assertiveness and empathy, combining assertiveness with empathy and intuition. So creativity is one thing that's in both aspects as well, even though I described the masculine and the feminine separately on what they are, they're both considered to be both. And on a lot of these two, what I'm reading is a lot of people are connecting these to gender. When I was reading through it, I heard a lot of that, and that's the one thing that I think people always make a mistake about. They always connect these aspects to genders, like a male is supposed to be masculine, a female is supposed to be feminine, when in reality they both have both aspects within them. But you can see it in the writing when you read it. And this actually caused a big issue with me and a friend of mine, or a couple of friends of mine, because they had a hard time understanding these things. So that's something that really is crazy. Even when you go in and you look at definitions and you of what being a masculine and what being feminine is, they throw that up on there, and there's just so much more to it than just if you're a man or a woman, you know. It really is. I think it's sad that when you look at stuff like this. Now, another note that I made is intuitive ability is influenced by a combination of factors, including personality traits, life experiences, and cognitive abilities. Now, the gender of death can vary depending on cultural and literary context. In English, the concept of death itself is genderless, but its personification can take on either masculine or feminine traits. This is when I was discussing death being masculine and feminine. Now, the flexibility allows for a wide range of interpretations in literature and art. And now for the last note that I made, it is the heart is often associated with both masculine and feminine qualities depending on the context. This has to do with the heart. Ultimately, the heart represents a balance of both masculine and feminine energies, reflecting the idea that everyone possesses a blend of these qualities. So, when it comes to the masculine and the feminine aspects of the heart, it's also a combination of both. And if you really look and think hard enough, you can always see a combination of both in pretty much everything that you look at. It's like I said, we had a really good series going on here, and it was a bit complicated, but we ended up getting through it. This is the best I could outline what I made of it. It to be honest, a lot of the topic for duality wasn't really covered in this series. We got caught up in a lot of the feminine and the masculine aspects and never really focused much on duality, but we did focus on it. I think that eventually what happened is we ended up having to, well, what I did, and I think it upset Bob whenever I did it, but I suggested to her that we change the name from duality to something else, because by the end of the episode I'd realized that a lot of this stuff covers a huge range of topics which goes outside of the scope of just duality. So, and like I said, you can't cover like feminine and masculine attributes with just going from one topic to another, like the masculine aspects of nature, and then going on to the next one, like the natural or the masculine aspects of so and so. It doesn't work like that. It kind of starts out with nature and then it goes in deeper until all of a sudden you're talking about society and you're talking about the universe, talking about science and buoyancy and bees and hummingbirds and all these other things. And that's basically the way that this all works, you know what I mean? It starts out on a natural basis, and then it expands and it gets wider until eventually you start seeing it in literature and religion and theology, or whatever you call it, you know, philosophy, the whole 9 yards. And the same goes with the feminine aspects. And from what we did do when it came to duality, it was the same thing with duality. You see duality the same way, and it's basically the way the same setup too. You can't just go from one topic to another, you know. So it's very interesting how this all worked out and the way it played out. I was really glad that I was able to read all of this information and get it out there. I think we did a really good show of it, and hopefully Bob Dub keeps up on it, because she's the one that really wanted to do most of this stuff. It had a very strange effect on me. I ended up hearing a lot of weird feedback from all this, but I learned quite a bit from it, and I'm grateful that I actually did it. I'm glad that I was able to do this with Bob Dub. She's a really smart woman, even though she doesn't like taking credit for how smart she is. She's pretty smart. And also I was able to meet Rush of Waves. He's a pretty cool guy too. They're all into nature and watching birds and animals and talking about it. Just basically minds.com average person, you know what I mean? Good people. So if you get a chance to check them out. Auto is also pretty cool. Is Auto Excelsior. He's a pretty good guy. So that's pretty much all the stuff that I wanted to read. So I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna see if anybody has actually been on here watching, and if I have anything that I have to respond to, which I usually don't, but I usually check anyhow. Oh, cool. Alright, so everything seems good. Doesn't seem like anybody's on. It's pretty late here. It's like almost 12:30, so I'll be able to cut this out early. Before I go, I should probably put some music on so that people can hear a little bit of Within the Vacuum. I'm going to put another song of his on. I did do some music from everybody else, so it's only fair. At least I think it is. Let's see here. I've got to figure out what would be a good song. Actually, you know what I could do? Yeah, here we go. Found it. Here we go. Found it. So, did I remember? And I believe I did The Illusion. Numbers and Letters is what I did. Morning Trip is one that I know. Yeah, I'll do Morning Trip. This is Morning Trip from Within the Vacuum. Hope you guys enjoy.
Where all the butterflies are going, oh, the yellow ones. Are they aware that I can watch them going through the sky, fading with the yellow sunshine? Why all the birds are singing? Do they know that I wish I could fly to the land where the butterflies are merging up with the yellow sunshine? Look at me, I am the prettiest. I am the flower of your dreams. Yeah, it's all a dream. Don't stick it to your heart, all will die when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. That one is Morning Creep.
Alright, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed the show. And if you do, please feel free to hit the like button, subscribe, share, whatever it is that you like to do. I will be on next week, hopefully with 3 hours. I'm really glad that this was able to cut short because last week it went to 3 hours and 15 minutes. And here lately I've been live streaming to X, and I'm not really sure how long their videos are capable of live streaming. So I know it's not as long as what other ones usually are. So Odyssey I know is like well, I know it's longer than that. And Rumble I believe is like 4 hours. So I've got to really keep an eye on the amount of time that I put into it. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm having issues with my internet right now where it's cutting in and out on the bandwidth, so I should probably start thinking about cutting this short. So I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, thank you. Alright, I'm glad you did, and then thank you for watching. So with that, I'm going to end the stream.
Lucius is an unforgiving planet within a solar system that contains 2 binary stars. The results of a binary solar system causes intense weather and strong gravity on Lucius. Beings on this planet are stronger, acquiring extraordinary strength in environments of less gravity than their own. On Lucius, storms decimate the planet's surface, and electrical storms travel constantly in its atmosphere. All creatures are forced underground because of the harsh environment. Cesterians are humans who reject technology and are also unable to use it. How much power a society has on this world is determined by how much technology it has. Ships travel among the stars to far galaxies to explore, mine resources, and sometimes to plunder. Space pirates are everywhere, and mining colonies are established throughout the far edges of space. On Lucius, mining is one of the main sources of living among the people there. The constant struggle between humans and the Draconian over mining colonies takes place, and neither of the two are willing to negotiate.
The Trade Federation is the closest thing to the law, and if anyone breaks their law, death is the only sentence. Humans are hunted down and enslaved, forced into a life of hard labor by both humans and Draconian alike. In this world, it is a matter of survival and nothing more. The power of light and darkness hold no meaning here. It is neither hospitable nor cruel, because everything is miserable unless you have more resources than the rest of the people. Then, you have to fight in order to keep those resources for yourself. Lucius is versatile with different varieties of beings, cultures, and technology. Some don't have any technology at all, while others can harness the power of their mind with the utterance of words. Some people are primitive with no abilities at all, and some use technology as well. The primitive societies are the ones who are usually forced into a life of slavery, while the societies with technology are the ones who rule over the slaves. Food and rations are scarce, so if you aren't a slave, you are more likely scavenging, looking for something to eat.
Respiratory drugs. Routes of medication administration. Metered dose inhaler equal puffer. Dry powder inhaler equal inhalation activates release of fine powder into lungs. Nebulizer equal liquid drug is vaporized for inhalation through a face mask. Goals of drugs for respiratory system equal dilate bronchioles, stop bronchospasms, and reduce, prevent, inflammation. Beta-2 adrenergic agonists. Used to treat asthma and COPD. These drugs can either be short-acting or long-acting. Short-acting, immediate onset, lasts 5 to 6 hours, equal metoprolol, terbutaline, forbuterol, salbutamol 2. Long-acting, delayed onset, lasts 8 to 12 hours, equal albuterol, levobuterol, bitalterol, salmeterol. Short-acting is drug of choice for fast relief of symptoms in asthmatic patients. MOA stimulates beta-2 receptors equal relaxes smooth muscle in airway equal allows increased airflow to the lungs. Side effects: paradoxical bronchospasm, tachycardia, palpitation, tremors, dry mouth, HTN contraindicated in dysrhythmias, benign prostatic hyperplasia, palpitations.
Anticholinergics competitively antagonize actions of ACH. Usually not used to treat asthma and COPD due to thickening of secretions, but ipratropium is one drug in this category that is used for COPD. Used in patients with COPD to prevent wheezing, chest tightness, and cough. MOA blocks PNS equal inhibits muscarinic receptors equal causes bronchodilation. Side effects: tachycardia, nervousness, dizziness, headache, paradoxical bronchospasm contraindicated in benign prostatic hypertrophy, narrow angle glaucoma. Corticosteroids used for long-term prevention of asthma attacks. MOA inhibit production of cytokines, leukotrienes, and prostaglandins, plus promote recruitment of eosinophils and inflammatory mediators equal reduce inflammation. These drugs will not help in an acute asthma attack. Side effects: mouth irritation, oral candidiasis, upper respiratory tract infection, cough. Oral corticosteroids equal hyperglycemia, headache, growth suppression in children. Contraindicated in active infection, hypertension, CHF. Patients with diabetes will need closer monitoring of blood glucose due to side effect of hyperglycemia.
Leukotriene modifiers. Used for prevention of acute asthmatic episodes and long-term control of mild asthma. Leukotrienes are pro-inflammatory and cause smooth muscle contraction. MOA leukotriene receptors are blocked equal smooth muscle relaxes plus bronchodilation. Side effects: headache, dizziness, myalgia, cough. Contraindicated in liver disease, active infections. Mast cell stabilizers. Used for prevention and long-term control of asthma. MOA inhibits calcium, necessary for degranulation, equal prevents histamine release by mast cells equal reduction in inflammation. Not effective in asthma attack. Side effects: tracheal irritation, cough, wheeze, bronchospasm, headache. Expectorants. Used in cold and flu medications. MOA increases bronchial secretions equal thins mucus equal easier to cough up mucus equal easier to clear the airway. Side effects: drowsiness, abdo pain, headache. Antitussives. Used to relieve a dry plus non-productive cough. MOA suppress cough reflex by direct action on cough center in medulla. Side effects: sedation, dizziness. Contraindicated in COPD. It is important to cough in COPD.
Philo then, having divided the whole work of Sanchuniathon into 9 books, in the introduction to the first book makes this preface concerning Sanchuniathon, word for word. These things being so, Sanchuniathon, who was a man of much learning and great curiosity, and desirous of knowing the earliest history of all nations from the creation of the world, searched out with great care the history of Tautus, knowing that of all men under the sun Tautus was the first who thought of the invention of letters, and began the writing of records, and he laid the foundation, as it were, of his history. By beginning with him, whom the Egyptians called Thoth, and the Alexandrians Thoth, translated by the Greeks into Hermes. After these statements, he finds fault with the more recent authors as violently and untruly reducing the legends concerning the gods to allegories and physical explanations and theories. And so he goes on to say, but the most recent of the writers on religion rejected the real events from the beginning, and having invented allegories and myths, and formed a fictitious affinity to the cosmical phenomena, established mysteries, and overlaid them with a cloud of absurdity, so that one cannot easily discern what really occurred. But he, having lighted upon the collections of secret writings of the Ammonites which were discovered in the shrines and of course were not known to all men, applied himself diligently to the study of them all, and when he had completed the investigation, he put aside the original myth and the allegories, and so completed his proposed work, until the priests who followed in later times wished to hide this way again, and to restore the mythical character, from which time mysticism began to rise up, not having previously reached the Greeks. Next to this he says, these things I have discovered in my anxious desire to know the history of the Phoenicians, and after a thorough investigation of much matter, not that which is found among the Greeks, for that is contradictory, and compiled by some in a contentious spirit rather than with a view to truth. And after other statements, and the conviction that the facts were as he has described them came to me, on seeing the disagreement among the Greeks, concerning which I have carefully composed 3 books bearing the title Paradoxical History. And again after other statements he adds, but with a view to clearness hereafter, and the determination of particulars, it is necessary to state distinctly beforehand that the most ancient of the barbarians, and especially the Phoenicians and Egyptians, from whom the rest of mankind received their traditions, regarded as the greatest gods those who had discovered the necessaries of life, or in some way done good to the nations. Esteeming these as benefactors and authors of many blessings, they worshipped them also as gods after their death, and built shrines, and consecrated pillars and staves after their names. These the Phoenicians held in great reverence, and assigned to them their greatest festivals. Especially they applied the names of their kings to the elements of the cosmos, and to some of those who were regarded as gods. But they knew no other gods than those of nature, sun, and moon, and the rest of the wandering stars, and the elements and things connected with them, so that some of their gods were mortal and some immortal. Philo, having explained these points in his preface, next begins his interpretation of Sanchuniathon by setting forth the theology of the Phoenicians. The first principle of the universe he supposes to have been air dark with cloud and wind, or rather a blast of cloudy air, and a turbid chaos dark as Erebus, and these were boundless and for long ages had no limit. But when the wind, says he, became enamored of its own parents, and a mixture took place, that connection was called desire. This was the beginning of the creation of all things, but the wind itself had no knowledge of its own creation. From its connection what was produced, which some say is mud, and others a putrescence of watery compound, and out of this came every germ of creation, and the generation of the universe.
The comparison between Simon Bar Kokhba and the angelic figures Kokharbiel, Barkiel, and Shamsiel in chapter 8 of the Book of Enoch can be drawn through a few thematic and symbolic parallels, even though they come from vastly different traditions and texts. Simon Bar Kokhba was a historical figure, a Jewish military leader who led the Second Jewish Revolt against the Romans, while the angels in the Book of Enoch are mythological and represent heavenly beings that have fallen due to their rebellion against divine order. One of the key similarities between Simon Bar Kokhba and the angels in chapter 8 of the Book of Enoch is the idea of rebellion and leadership against an established order. In the Book of Enoch, the fallen angels, including Kokharbiel, Barkiel, and Shamsiel, rebel against the divine authority by descending to earth, intermingling with humans, and teaching them forbidden knowledge. This act is seen as a challenge to the natural order established by God. Similarly, Simon Bar Kokhba led a rebellion against the Roman Empire, challenging the imperial rule that oppressed the Jewish people. His leadership symbolized a defiance against what was considered an unjust and intrusive authority. Although Bar Kokhba's rebellion was motivated by the desire to restore Jewish autonomy and identity, it also represented an upheaval against a seemingly insurmountable power, just as the fallen angels defied divine commandments. In chapter 8 of the Book of Enoch, Kokhabiel and the other angels impart forbidden knowledge to humanity. Kokhabiel, whose name means "star of God," is traditionally associated with teaching humans the secrets of the stars and the celestial realms. This transmission of knowledge led to the corruption of mankind and the rise of chaos, as the divine secrets were not meant for human understanding. Similarly, Simon Bar Kokhba's revolt can be seen as an attempt to seize power and control over destiny in a way that broke from the established religious and political constraints of the time. Bar Kokhba's messianic claims, reinforced by figures such as Rabbi Akiva, conveyed a type of a knowledge or belief that he was divinely chosen to lead the people to victory and redemption. In both narratives, there is a sense of hubris, a human or angelic desire to transcend the established limits of power and authority, whether in spiritual or political terms. The name Bar Kokhba itself means "son of the star," which evokes a celestial image that can be linked to the roles of Kokhabiel, Barkiel, and Shamziel in the Book of Enoch. Kokhabiel, for example, is specifically known as an angel associated with the stars. His role in Enochic literature is to teach astrology and the movement of celestial bodies, which traditionally had powerful symbolic and magical connotations in the ancient world. Bar Kokhba's name, which carries the symbolism of a star, also suggests a celestial significance, resonating with the prophecy in the Hebrew Bible that a star will come out of Jacob, Numbers 24:17. This messianic interpretation gave Bar Kokhba's followers hope that he would lead them to victory, just as Kokhabiel's knowledge of the stars was thought to provide humans with hidden power. The star thus becomes a shared symbol of hope, power, and transcendence, whether in a militaristic or mystical context. The aftermath of rebellion is another striking similarity. In the Book of Enoch, the fallen angels' defiance results in catastrophic consequences. Their actions lead to the corruption of humanity, the proliferation of violence, and ultimately their own downfall and eternal punishment. The angels are cast out and bound, suffering eternal torment for their transgression. Simon Bar Kokhba's rebellion similarly ended in disaster for the Jewish people. The failed revolt led to immense suffering, the destruction of many Jewish communities, and a period of exile that would last for centuries. Just as the fallen angels' rebellion led to their own ruin and the corruption of the world, Bar Kokhba's revolt led to the devastation of Judea and the scattering of the Jewish people. Both figures, therefore, serve as cautionary symbols of the high cost of defying overwhelming powers, whether divine or imperial. Another similarity lies in the figure of Simon Bar Kokhba being perceived as a messianic leader by his followers, while the fallen angels were seen as powerful beings capable of bestowing great knowledge and altering the course of human history. Bar Kokhba's messianic status gave him the authority to command thousands in a desperate attempt to restore Jewish sovereignty. Similarly, the fallen angels in the Book of Enoch wielded immense influence over humanity, captivating humans with their otherworldly powers and the allure of hidden knowledge. In both cases, the charismatic authority of these figures is linked to a form of idealism, Bar Kokhba with the ideal of Jewish freedom and redemption, and the angels with the promise of transcendental knowledge and power. However, both narratives end in disillusionment and suffering, highlighting the dangers of placing too much faith in figures that challenge the established order, regardless of whether that order is divine or political. The Book of Enoch describes how the fallen angels convinced others to follow them in their defiance, leading to a group rebellion. Similarly, Bar Kokhba did not act alone. His revolt was possible only through the support of thousands of Jewish fighters, and the religious backing of figures like Rabbi Akiva, who viewed him as the Messiah. Just as Kokhabiel and his companions' actions led to widespread corruption, Bar Kokhba's rebellion ultimately led to massive casualties and suffering among his followers. The theme of a leader with devoted followers who share in both the ambition and the downfall is central in both narratives. In both cases, the followers believed they were acting in pursuit of a higher goal, whether divine knowledge or national liberation, but were ultimately led to disaster by the figures they revered. Both Simon Bar Kokhba and the fallen angels leave behind complex legacies. The angels in the Book of Enoch are seen as cautionary figures whose actions led to a permanent separation between the divine and the corrupted world of humans. Likewise, Bar Kokhba's revolt, while a failure, became a symbol of Jewish resilience and resistance. His legacy has been reinterpreted over the centuries, from a tragic figure to a national hero, depending on the perspective of the interpreters. Similarly, the fallen angel's story has been interpreted in various ways throughout history, symbolizing everything from the danger of forbidden knowledge to the tragic consequences of rebellion against divine will. Both Simon Bar Kokhba and the angels thus represent powerful symbols whose stories continue to resonate in different cultural and religious narratives. The transformation of the Roman province of Judea into Syria-Palestina is one of the most significant yet often misunderstood events in ancient history. This article delves into the historical, archaeological, and cartographic evidence for this name change, exploring its implications for the Jewish population and the region's history. Through a detailed examination of primary sources, such as Cassius Dio and the Historia Augusta, alongside the scarce but revealing archaeological and numismatic evidence, we will analyze how this renaming effort was reflected in the administrative and cultural landscape of the Roman Empire. Additionally, we will consider the depiction of the region in ancient maps and how the cartographic representation of Judea evolved over time, providing insights into the complex interplay between politics, geography, and identity in the ancient world. The Second Jewish Revolt, also known as the Bar Kokhba Revolt, was a major uprising against Roman rule in the province of Judea. Led by Simon Bar Kokhba, the revolt represented a final, desperate attempt by the Jewish people to regain political and religious autonomy in their ancestral homeland. The revolt was triggered by several factors, including the increasing Roman suppression of Jewish religious practices and the planned construction of a Roman temple to Jupiter on the site of the destroyed Jewish temple in Jerusalem. Emperor Hadrian's response to the revolt was swift and brutal. According to Cassius Dio, a contemporary historian, the Roman legions suffered heavy casualties, and the province was devastated. Several drastic measures were implemented, including banning Jews from entering Jerusalem, which was rebuilt as a Roman city named Aelia Capitolina, forbidding the practice of certain Jewish religious customs, renaming the entire province from Judea to Syria-Palestina. Inscriptions are among the most valuable forms of archaeological evidence for understanding the administrative changes implemented by the Romans. Several inscriptions from the period of Hadrian and his successors confirm the use of the term Syria-Palestina in official documents and dedications. This inscription, found in Jerusalem, references the name Palestina in the title of a provincial governor. The fragmentary Latin inscription includes the phrase Procurator Augusti Syrii Palestini, which translates to Procurator of the Emperor of Syria-Palestina. While the inscription does not explicitly mention the name change, it confirms that the new name was in official use soon after the Bar Kokhba revolt. An inscription at Caesarea Maritima references the name Palestina in relation to the local administration. This geographical identification aligns with later Roman usage and demonstrates the persistence of the name into the early Byzantine period. A series of mosaic inscriptions found at Hisham's palace in Jericho includes references to the governor of Palestina, showing that the new name had become deeply entrenched in the regional administration. These inscriptions do not document the renaming process itself, but show that Syria-Palestina was adopted as the standard name for the province shortly after the revolt. Coins minted in the region during and after the time of Hadrian provide further evidence of the name change. Roman coins typically included the name and titles of the emperor, along with geographical identifiers. Several coins minted in the region bear the inscription Syria-Palestina or simply Palestina. These coins were circulated in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt and reflect the immediate adoption of the new name. The iconography of these coins often includes Roman symbols of power and authority, emphasizing the imposition of Roman rule and identity. The coins minted during the reign of Hadrian's successor, Antoninus Pius, continue to use the term Syria-Palestina. This consistency suggests that the name change was not merely a temporary measure but a lasting administrative rebranding. Claudius Ptolemy's Geographia provides one of the earliest geographical descriptions of the region using the term Judea alongside Palestina. Although Ptolemy was writing in the 2nd century CE, His geographical coordinates reflect an earlier understanding of the region's boundaries. Medieval maps reconstructed from his work show the region labeled as Palestina, indicating the gradual adoption of the new name in scholarly contexts. The Tabula Peutingeriana is a Roman map of the empire's road networks, depicting the eastern Mediterranean in schematic form. The map labels the region as Judea, despite being produced after the Bar Kokhba revolt. This suggests that older names sometimes persisted in cartographic traditions even after official renaming. The impact of this renaming was felt for centuries, influencing not only Roman and Byzantine perceptions of the region but also how subsequent Christian and Islamic historians viewed the land. The name, Palestine, continued to be used in various forms throughout the Byzantine and Islamic periods, while the name, Israel, faded from the geographical lexicon until the modern era. The renaming of Judea to Syria Palestina is a complex historical event, documented through a combination of historical texts, archaeological inscriptions, and numismatic evidence. While Cassius Dio and the Historia Augusta provide the narrative framework for understanding Hadrian's motivations, the archaeological record confirms the adoption of the new name in official titles and inscriptions. Numismatic evidence further supports the administrative shift, while cartographic sources reveal how the region's identity evolved over time. While later sources like Cassius Dio provide a clear interpretation that Hadrian's renaming of Judea was intended to erase Jewish identity, there are no contemporaneous original manuscripts or inscriptions that explicitly state this as the official policy or purpose. The absence of such direct evidence means that much of what we understand about Hadrian's intentions comes from later historical interpretations and the broader context of his actions during and after the Bar Kokhba revolt.
Well, I remember you were saying something about the pineal gland. I even made sure I had a little bit of like just actual data, quote unquote, just in case. But for me, in regards to the third eye, today was the first time I read something that said that it's something that no longer is present inside of our bodies. I had no clue that this was what was being pushed, just given the fact that it's very much still present, and it is actually how most people get their information. And people who are aware of its usage and aware of its power, they often use it to channel. They like for me, I a little bit of telepath. I would like to say I'm a little bit of a telepath, but I mean I can hear people who are not talking directly to me. I can kind of answer questions, very connected and tuned to the spiritual realm, but that's through actual decalcifying of the pineal gland, because the pineal gland is basically our projection onto the world. So we see our eyes, what are our two eyes that we have are what is watching the movie that we create, and our pineal gland is what's creating the movie. So from birth, we are actually, just because of how powerful it is, the process of calcification actually happens to where we're like in fluoride, certain types of food, just the lack of certain type of information, even our exchanges on social media. All of these things start to hinder our pineal gland, start to calcify it. And with it being calcified, is basically it's clouded. Your judgment is clouded. Excuse me. Your mentality is clouded. You're very easy to be manipulated, easily to be controlled. So we calcify, and I say we by basically powers that be, because yeah, but we calcify your pineal gland in order for you to become more submissive. If I'm able to control it's in the center of your brain, and it's the part of your brain that does, I'd like to say everything, but it's responsible for everything. It's responsible for how you feel. It's responsible for your reception of your feelings, your interpretation of your feelings, how you project those feelings, what you're able to manifest. We hear manifest a lot. The pineal gland plays a significant role in manifestations as well because it's your think process. It's a matter of what you're absorbing and what you're able to resonate with.
Now, before you go further and everything, just so people who are listening to us can understand, could you kind of clarify what however how did you say that again?
Calcification. Okay,
Yeah.
so calcifying, like I said, is kind of like clouding it. I'm going to tell you the exact definition, but
Like
it's clouding.
just in your own
Calcification is
words,
the
the
it's the
process.
accumulation of salt. And so with that, but it's the accumulation of salt in body tissues and in other places besides just the tissues, but your brain is one of your biggest. And so with calcification, it also it just causes you to cloud. It clouds your judgment. It clouds the way you think. It makes you less powerful. You have the power to move your mind. Like you guys, it's funny because when we were talking about them building the pyramids, and you're like, yeah, there's something they cannot even fathom. But before, and then they were like, there has to be some type of technology. But the technology is us. We are the technology. We're the technology that quote unquote new age technology is attempting to mimic, attempting to replicate, but you don't have to resort to having a chip inside of your brain to have infinite amounts of knowledge. You don't have to resort to like robots in order for them to perform like your most highest desire. Like you are the creation of that. The thing about it is with calcification, like I said, it's just clouding your judgment. Calcification means to kind of put a bunch of filler over it and just to where it's like it's foggy. So think of it as like a crystal ball. And then I throw my fog or I throw my dust, which would be me twerking online. I throw that on there. And then I throw some porn on top of it. And then I throw pedophilia on top of it. I throw fast money on top of it. I throw the need for money and the relevance of money being everything. I throw all of that on top of your crystal ball. You don't have your crystal ball anymore. You have the stuff that I've thrown on top of it. Well, if I can make the stuff that I've thrown on top of your crystal ball present self as more appealing and more susceptible or acceptable, then it becomes to where the crystal ball becomes irrelevant. Why use the crystal ball if I feel like this is better? And the only reason you feel like this is better is because I first clouded your crystal ball before I told you it was better. You would not believe me that it was better if your crystal ball was still crystal, i.e., me, and then you're throwing this in my face, and I'm like, no, I know better. No, I know better. But people are only able to be controlled if they do not know better. So I have to make all the benefits of being super, super rich be presented to you and show you how great it is to be quote unquote on top of the world, even though some of the richest people in the world are not really on top of the world. Everyone's susceptible to anyone else's plan, if you will, as much as you allow your energy to intersect. Because we're energy beings, because we're exchanges of currency, like your energy is your highest form of currency. What people are used to being as currency, gold, diamonds, money, or that's currency in the most minimum form. Whereas your energy exchanges and who you choose to interact with, who you choose to allow within your cipher, who you choose to just absorb from, that is actually your highest form of currency. That's your energy, your state of being, and it puts you in your state of being. It presents you and it encourages you to be a certain type of person. And if you're influenced by everything on the outside, outsourcing is what it's called. But if you're outsourcing for everything that you are on the inside, you have no clue of who you are on the inside. This is what causes so much where people be like, oh, I'm having a midlife crisis. People only have midlife crisis because they are not living their life to the fullest from the beginning. They start to see things clearer. Experience breeds learning results and learned results. And as a result of experience, some people, it looks like they're just going crazy or they're all over the world, they're going berserk. But it's the truth that they've actually been able to develop and experience because, wow, I've been living a lie. You turn on the TV and you watch it and they say you're going to go to brain dead. You're going to be a calculator. You're going to go brain dead. Like, you are transmitting a signal out from your brain. And while you're transmitting this signal, well, where do you think it's going? The reason why Big Brother, quote unquote, is watching is because everything has give and take. So you think, and I don't like to make it sound like a crazy person or TV's watching you, but the truth of the matter is, it isn't even exchange. There's no way for you to exchange your energy, i.e., give your energy to your television, and not that television receive something back. Like, it's receiving your energy. So, well, what do you mean the TV is receiving my energy? The man behind the mask or the puppet behind the strings, the one is, that's when you're sitting there, how you feel about that television at that time, whatever you feel about that show, all of your emotions, that's what is creating who you are. Okay, so this is how they feel at this moment. We know what to do and able to harvest it. That's what adrenochrome. If have you ever heard of? Well, I saw someone share something about adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is extracted from the brain at the pineal gland, usually, preferably by the elites. Not all of the elites, but lots of elites. They prefer it to be of a child, and they have to be in a fearful state because that's when it's at its highest, and that's what keeps you sharp. It keeps you thinking, and it keeps you youthful. Well, if I am able to keep you in a oblivious mind state and you have no idea that I'm taking this from you, because it's extracted freely when you're, like I said, exchanging. Before, that's why people do forehead kisses or they tap their foreheads to each other. When you tap your forehead, your third eye to another person's third eye, especially to enlightened beings, like, it may not have the same effect. I've never done it with the not enlightened being, so I'm unsure of the effect it would have on not enlightened being. But I know for a fact the power that it induces within the two of you is a direct connection. Like, if you ever seen that movie Conehead, the way they engage in intercourse is literally how we can exchange power, not just freely, but more, it'll be strong, more intensely. And so
Now,
with
right
this
there,
regard.
you know, when you was talking about the calciation, um,
Mm-hmm.
and like right there where you're getting at there, a lot of what you were saying was spiritual, okay? But like, do you feel that also coincides on a physical level, like the things you eat, the things you take into your body?
Oh, absolutely. Fluoride calcifies you, anything with an immense amount of salt. And then this is something else that you have to realize as well. Okay, so the pineal gland, it was most commonly called, like I said, the third eye, but it's located in the center of the brain. It is connected to light. With your think about people that are like, I like the lights off, and they don't really like a lot of lights, or they go out in the sun and it hurts them, and that's where you get the most power from. The sun is like the most powerful resource in the universe, and some people cannot stand to be in it 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then you have, but and this is strategic because there's some people who can live in it and bask in it. And I kind of sort of in the middle. I can tolerate it as long as possible, as necessary as well. But if too much of it, it's extreme. And because it is so powerful, it is a power. But yes, if you could, alkaline, no diseases or any illness or any sickness can exist in anything in an alkaline state. So when you're thinking about like your diets and your foods, and the less alkaline, or well, excuse me, the more alkaline, the better. So if you're like, for me personally, there's this water, it's called Eternal water. There's a bunch of alkaline waters. Like Walmart has a 88 water. Alkaline water neutralizes your body. Binaural beats. I don't know if you ever heard of these, but these isotones, they can reconstruct your cells, and I think me and you had this exchange before about the whole body regenerated in about 2 years worth of time, and then you added more information. Right, on a cellular level, it takes about 7. But I've seen different things in regards, but when you are consuming anything, like, that's why we have a digestive process. It's a matter of how well your body can consume and then release anything that that enters your body. But we're taught that we have to have meat. That's a big thing, and we don't have to have meat at all. Like, there's ways to get protein without meat. We can actually survive without food for 40 whole days, and in some cases longer, give or take. But we would not try that. I mean, because we're told we eat processed food. The processed food has chemicals in it that to sustain the food, for it to last longer. Well, those chemicals are unnatural. Anything unnatural is going to, and you're a natural being, it's obviously going to cause genetic mutation within you. And then we call it adaptation or evolution, but we're not really evolving, we're devolving. And we're doing this because we're injecting, and we're just accepting that this is an easier way to do this. So I'll eat this out of the box because it's easy, it's quick, and it's accessible. Guilty is charged same as me, but at the same time, knowing better, knowing that this stuff has some type of chemical that may have an effect on me, the way you would be able to, even if you do ingest these things, counter that is to at least have a strong third eye. Because with your third eye, you can have any reality that you would like with your third eye in your control. And that's, knowledge is the foundation of all things in existence. And education, we say we are going to go get an education, but education, the root word of education is educa. Educa means to bring out from, which means it's already present there. We're going to dig deep into that third eye and we're going to bring it out. If you have never seen something before, it does not exist. And that's how you should kind of stand on with anything. If you have not experienced it, if it was not a manifestation of yours, everything, even this conversation, in some way, shape, or form, you had a thought. Everything you see, the biggest buildings that you see, the biggest whatever, robots, spaceships, whatever, it all started with a thought. Someone had to think of those things. And then it was the facilitation of that thought. The thing is, now because we have so many interceptors, we're not able to facilitate our own thoughts. Instead, these interceptors come in and they look at your thoughts and they, quote unquote, steal your ideas. But it's because you have no idea that your idea is actually the creation of an event, a place, or a thing. Like, you feel as though it's just a thought, no big deal. You're unsure that you can do this. You're unaware that you can do this. And then you, like you said, it seems spiritual, but it's not. It's biological. It is. Our ability to create and manifest is not a spiritual mindset, but it has been taught to be a spiritual mindset in order for it to seem to be less.
This is Summer Todd. I've been gone for a while, so we're getting back into my show now in the fall. And tonight, we're kind of just talking about curses or maybe cursed objects, if anybody wants to call in and has had experiences with that. And then, my son is on the show, Austin, and then we have Mark, and Roger will be in and out. So we have, and we're open for people to call in and discuss things. So we can kind of kick it off. I was thinking maybe about talking about Robert the Doll from Key West. In Austin, my son was with me when we visited that museum and saw the doll. And you can tell them a little bit about that, Austin. You're better than I am about the details.
It was we were down in Key West and we were getting ready to fly back home, and the museum that Robert the Doll is in is right next to the airport there.
Yeah.
And right before we went over to the airport, we had a couple hours, so we wanted to stop in there because we had seen a show about it on TV about how the doll was cursed, and so we went in there to see it.
And the thing is you're not supposed to take pictures of him, or if you do, you're supposed to ask his permission. And then but people always disregard that. So they'll take pictures of him. And then a lot of them, I don't know if they imagine it, but they swear that their life just starts to go to pieces. Like, they'll have all kinds of bad things happen. And it's so bad that they'll send letters down to the museum to Robert the Doll. And I guess, I don't know if the museum people read them or whatever, and then usually the things get better for them if they do that. So, it's kind of weird. It's a creepy doll. It really is. I'm not sure what it was made out of. Also, what was it? Burlap and some kind of.
I believe it was made out of maybe wood and canvas. It was one of those old dolls from the 19th, I want to say late 19th, very early 20th century, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of brown and but he's just creepy looking. Yeah.
Now, do you remember the story behind him? I don't remember the story about the whole thing.
There was a man, it was that had some mental issues, didn't he? And he would get in trouble at his home in Key West, and he would tell his parents that Robert the doll did all these things, that it was actually him. I can't remember his name, but yeah, was it Otto something? And and then I think he died, but then he left a doll in that house in the attic, and when somebody else moved in and found it, and that's how it ended up in the museum. That is that a maritime museum, I think? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
And it's a very small museum. You think, when we say museum, people think it was a really big one, but it was actually a very small building and everything.
Right, not very big, maybe like a smaller bedroom almost,
Kind of, yeah. It was kind of tucked away, you would almost miss it.
Right.
If you didn't know what you were looking for down there.
Yeah. But I definitely was not going to test it and take his picture. Because, I was
me either.
No. And that's just one thing. There's a chair. Where was that chair? I watched Unsolved Mysteries, I think, and you might have watched that with me, Austin, where there's a chair in a restaurant.
Yeah. It's in a pub, and it's in a pub in the United Kingdom somewhere.
Yeah.
And during World War.
Go ahead, Austin.
Oh, during World War II, I guess a lot of soldiers and stuff used to go there and sit in it because it was cursed, and supposedly all the soldiers that sat in it never came back.
Mm-hmm.
Where they were. So it was like a cursed chair at this pub. It was an old Unsolved Mysteries episode about it, but it was over in the UK somewhere. I don't know if it was in England or if it was in Wales or if it was in Ireland or Scotland. I'm not sure what part of the UK that pub was supposed to have been in. Did you ever watch?
They put it.
Did you ever watch Huh?
Well, it got so bad they took the chair off the floor and put it up on the like on chains, and so people couldn't sit in it, didn't they?
Yeah, because so many people who sat in it were dying and stuff. But its most famous period was during World War II, because supposedly all the British soldiers and sailors and airmen that came into that pub and sat in the chair just to taunt it, kind of just to test it out, never came back. So that was where the legend, I think, really took off, was during World War II. Who knows if there was really anything to it? I mean, but that was the story that they told on Unsolved Mysteries. Do you remember Unsolved Mysteries, Mark?
I think I may have only watched one or two episodes.
Okay, but you remember it. I didn't know if it was on the air over in the UK back in the day or not.
Probably. I think I've seen it on.
It was Robert
Channel 4.
A narrator
at
in the beginning, and then eventually he passed away. But when it was really big, in its high point, Robert Stack was the one that was that would go through the stories, and
he was the first. He was the first host, and then after he passed on, the show went away for a while, and then they brought back old episodes with Dennis Farina hosting them.
Yeah, and then he died.
And then he died. So maybe Unsolved Mysteries had a host curse.
Well, actually, they were surprised that Dennis Farina died, because he was, he's an older gentleman, but he seemed so healthy. And actually, what he had was something. Nowadays, they kind of look for it more, but he had an aneurysm. Nowadays they kind of check for those sometimes, but they didn't, and it just burst. Like I think it was in his abdomen. Yeah.
Is it like an aorta or
abdominal aorta? Yeah. So yeah. And once those rupture, you really bleed to death usually. So you can't get to the hospital or anything soon enough. So yeah, he died suddenly. And then I don't know if they tried maybe to have a new one on, but it didn't work out too well. So yeah. But
I forget what they did after Dennis Farina passed. I think they did try to do something with it. They were gonna start
like years. Yeah.
I wish they'd bring that show back though. It was a really amazing show.
Well, and actually they helped. It wasn't just unsolved mysteries. It was sometimes like kids that
true crime
and things, or maybe if you lost track of a relative and you were looking for them, and they really had people get back together. They found people they were looking for. They found kids sometimes that they had adopted out, maybe they were looking for, things like that. So it was pretty cool.
They caught criminals who were on the run for all manner of really bad crimes too. So it covered a wide variety of topics. It was
go on.
Oh, but yeah, the one episode that we were talking about was that chair.
Yeah. Well,
I wish I could look up and see where that was at, but I can't get off of this browser, or it'll totally just.
Let's see.
Maybe you can.
I can look it up. Let me see. Curse. I think it is.
Oh. Well, let Mom look it up first, and then we'll see if she can get it.
Is it the Busby stoop chair?
Maybe.
I'm trying to. The Busby stoop chair, dead man's chair is an oak chair cursed by the murderer Thomas Busby before the execution. I don't think that's the one.
Where was it at?
This one is in North Yorkshire in the United Kingdom.
Oh yeah, that might be the one.
Yeah, the Busby stoop chair cursed by Thomas Busby. A small anecdote of, this is it, Austin, in Yorkshire, UK, has earned its reputation as a haunted landmark due to supposedly cursed chair associated with a 17th century murderer.
Royal Air Force, DIF, Dishworth base. Near Fresh, in
is that
North Yorkshire. I think so. Opened in 1936, was used as a bomber airfield during World War II. So British and Canadian RAF.
Yeah, I'm looking to see.
Hi guys, good
Florida,
to see you again.
Florida, we were talking about Robert the Doll. Are they from around Key West, or you know? Yeah. But I think that's the chair that we were talking about with Austin. Is
Actually, it could be related to one of 5 different airfields. There was 5 airfields in Yorkshire during World War II.
Yeah.
I think 4. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Is it in a museum now? I don't know.
They may have moved it out of that pub or whatever that it used to be in and put it in the museum of cursed objects or something to that effect.
That's Thirsk. Thirsk, is that a museum in North Yorkshire, England? It hangs on a wall 5 feet up in order to prevent anyone from sitting on it. Legend states that it's cursed, and if anyone dares sit in it, they will shortly meet their death. Yeah.
Now that you mentioned it being suspended 5 feet off, that does ring a bell with me. I can think, but yeah, it does mean something in the back of my head.
Yeah, it's this museum. It's spelled Thirsk, I guess. I think that's how it's pronounced. Thirsk in North Yorkshire, England.
Yeah, Frisk. Yeah, Frisk.
That's everybody's so scared of it, you know. It's kind of like meet their James death. Dean, yeah, car too.
Now that you mention,
they said was cursed.
And the parts, all the parts from his car were cursed too, and now they don't know like where his old car was or the parts from it.
I know. But you know, it makes me think like, because I have a dresser that was, I had like a little water leak and it messed up my dresser, so I had to get rid of it. And I was going to get an old one because I would like to paint them in, you know, I just wanted to get a cheap one and paint it black and it'll look really great. But then I got to thinking, I don't really like bringing old furniture in my house. I mean, I do, is know whose house it's come from, like a relative or like, you know, Austin or somebody like that. Or even my neighbor put out a love seat that was just nice. And I brought it in and it's great down in the basement. But just to go to somebody's house and get something, I don't know. So I got to thinking, I guess I'll just buy a newer one or something. But yeah, sometimes. Really? Well, actually, No, actually, what I've done, and it was beautiful, is I had, and it was almost 40 years old, is an old waterbed dresser, and with the headboard and the dresser and everything.
While Ptolemy's astronomical and cosmological views are quite well known even today, we know far less of his work in astrology. There, as well as in astronomy, Ptolemy was a systemizer rather than an inventor. His work could be compared with that of Vettius Valens, but was far more comprehensive and gained more fame and prestige. Characteristically of this period, the text does not include references. Therefore, it is impossible to distinguish between the summary of previous studies and the author's own contribution. In Tetrabiblos, Ptolemy also attempts to maintain the scientific approach, trying to avoid lapses into mysticism. In the first book of Tetrabiblos, he observes astrology from the technical aspect, dividing it in two: universal astrology, astrogeography, and personal astrology, medical or horoscopic astrology. The second book deals with universal astrology, the third and fourth book with personal astrology. The two last books are divided in three parts, discussing A, the birth omens, B, the moment of birth, and C, what happens after birth.
Ancient astrology has always been and still is the moral pillar of various pseudosciences. Astrology is the key to understanding the nature of pseudosciences, either for purposes of criticism or for seeking traces of rationality in them. The analysis of pseudosciences enables us to study human thought. Sometimes it would be practical to disregard the stereotype that scientific reasoning is the only way to acquire trustworthy information. More efficient definition of scientific conviction would provide new approaches in the critique of pseudosciences, and would enable the criticism of scientific ideologists for their vague evasion of pseudosciences, which paradoxically may lead to pseudoscientific tendencies in practical science. A closer look at the subject somewhat unexpectedly reveals that compared to other ancient practices, ancient astrology complies more closely with modern scientific requirements. Some important paradigms may in fact prove to originate in astrology. We should not condone the practice of separating the history of astronomy and the history of astrology, as it is not in accordance with the principle of scientific objectivity nor the convictions of the authors, as both Lynn Thorndike and Paul Feyerabend have warned. It appears that if we also took ancient astrology in consideration, the history of astronomy and of science in general would raise fewer question marks. The history of astronomy does not need to be revised, and the lack of censorship will certainly not deprive it of its scientific dignity.
States need to have the ability to control their affairs concerning territory, population, authority, and recognition. As a country, the people should be able to decide security along our borders, and formal recognition of our sovereignty by other states and countries should be established, and that sovereignty should be domestic, not churches, political organizations, or any other external agent. We the people of the United States need legitimacy and recognition as the sole sovereignty union. The government should acquire the consent of its governed, respecting the separation of church and state, religious tolerance of all people, and freedom of speech. The inalienable and indivisible sovereignty of the whole decides what is good. Enforcement of the law should not be a restriction of the individual's freedom, but a limitation to how that freedom is expressed. We must not allow the factions of this nation, which are divided, the ability to rear up the fabric of the former kind to protect and covet the actions they pursue. Free will cannot be transmitted, and is general, inalienable and indivisible, infallible, and always right. Determined and limits power by the common interest. The general will is always right and good, but its judgment isn't always enlightening, requiring legislation and law. The people, though, are the ones to decide what laws to make and impose upon themselves. The growth of the state requires the growth of sovereignty as well. In giving more power, authority, and force to the government to contain the people, the same force must be given to the sovereignty to contain the government. Remembering that sovereignty is of the collective being, and one man's order is not law. Sovereignty is the people's unbiased means to ascertain the general will, and there is no law without sovereignty. Through free election and trade, freedom of speech, religion, and private property, true liberalism, equality, and liberty is formed. Replacing monarchy and traditional conservatism with contractual theory, consisting of democracy, sovereignty, and ruled by law. Confusions of the welfare state and liberalism must end. Liberalism is limited government and individual rights, and it is not a part of the New Deal program that is being implemented in the United States today. No government has the right to violate an individual's life, liberty, or property, because these are the natural rights of every individual. Rights that are given through social compact and implemented in our Constitution and Declaration of Independence. Sovereignty is achieved through the contract covenant, and oaths. Free of subjection by any government, based on the idea that people can exist as a distinct legal entity, consenting explicitly or tacitly to surrender certain freedoms, thereby submitting to the sovereignty and law of the land for which they live. In exchange, the rights they still possess are protected, bound only by their own conscience and personal power, giving up natural personal freedoms in exchange for political order.
Clinical holistic medicine has its roots in the medicine and tradition of Hippocrates. Modern epidemiological research in quality of life, the emerging science of complementary and alternative medicine, the tradition of psychodynamic therapy, and the tradition of bodywork are merging into a new scientific way of treating patients. Millennia ago, around 300 BCE, at the island of Kos in Old Greece, the students of the famous physician Hippocrates worked to help their patients to step into character, get direction in life, and use their human talents for the benefit of their surrounding world. For all that we know, this approach was extremely efficient medicine that helped the patients to recover health, quality of life, and ability, and Hippocrates gained great fame. For more than 2,000 years this was what medicine was about in most of Europe. On other continents similar medical systems were developed. The medicine wheel of the Native Americans, the African Sangoma culture, the Samic shamans of Northern Europe, the healers of the Australian Aboriginals, the Ayurvedic doctors of India, the acupuncturists of China, and the herbal doctors of Tibet all seems to be fundamentally character medicine. All the theories and the medical understanding from these pre-modern cultures are now being integrated in what is called integrative or transcultural medicine. Many of the old medical systems are reappearing in modern time as alternative, complementary, and psychosocial medicine. What is happening today? Interestingly, two huge movements of the last century have put this old knowledge into use: psychoanalysis and psychodynamic therapy, most importantly SCTP, going though the mind on one hand, and bodywork, and most importantly, and sexual therapy, especially the tantric tradition. Almost 20 years ago, we were conducting epidemiological research on quality of life, closely examining the connection between global quality of life and health in a series of huge surveys using large and extensive questionnaires, some of them with over 3,000 questions. We found quite surprisingly, from this huge database that quality of life, mental and physical health, and ability of social, sexual, and working ability seem to be caused primarily by the consciousness and philosophy of life of the person in question, and only to a small extent by objective factors, like being adopted, coming from a family with only one breadwinner, mother being mentally ill, or oneself being financially poor or poorly educated, which are obviously very much socially inherited. This scientific finding was not expected, and so counterintuitive for us that we were forced to investigate the subject, going to the roots of Western medicine, or the Hippocratic character of medicine. This meant that we had to look at transcultural and integrative medicine, the emerging science of alternative medicine, and to the very much forgotten traditions of psychosomatic, psychodynamic, and bodily-oriented therapies. Theoretically, epidemiologically, statistically, we have been looking at what seems to be the common denominator for all existential healing work in all cultures at all times. We have also been debating many difficult issues related to modern-day medical science, What we have learned from this long journey through the grand medical heritage from the different cultures on this planet is that we need to work on body, mind and spirit at the same time. Medicine men has always combined talking, touching, and praying, and that being human and truly kind is what really heals the other person. This is what Hippocrates called the art one, not the art of medicine, or the art of right living, but simply the art, the way of the human heart, cultivating existence into sheer compassionate behavior and joyful being, which has always been the ultimate goal of all the great healers in our history. The most paradoxical aspect of this is that while we like to think we are taking medicine forward, we are actually just taking medicine back to its roots. The most important thing is that research and development in this field is made in a dialectic process between qualitative and quantitative research. There are basically two ways of documenting an effect of a holistic medical intervention: the quantitative and the qualitative approach. Much effort has been given to developing valid methodology and measuring tools, but the art of documentation has become a complex and expensive task. In this communication, we will focus on the qualitative research method. Fortunately, the holistic approach makes it much simpler, because there are always three domains to investigate: health, quality of life, and ability. These three domains can be subdivided in as many detailed domains as one wishes, but often three are sufficient for most purposes.